Yeah, I got friends who want to catch up on old times, but that just makes me feel ashamed to be me. And I got friends who wanna relive the past and deify memories, and they just scream to me that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. If you don't die young, you gotta live too long. You gotta live too long. On the stoop of the apartment next to my shitty job, an old friend passed me on the street today. Hey, I said hello and tried to catch up on old times. She walked the other way, and maybe it seems to scream that if I got cancer or somebody shot me, I'd be like a child or something, asking doctors to do me favors, to cross my fingers and hope it gets better. Like a broken record, I seem to scream that if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Yeah, if you don't die young, you gotta live too long. Drunk in a foreign ocean and trying to wrap my head around problems, and all my bitterness just seemed passe. Because I realized as soon as I said it, how long it'd take to swim from Jones Beach to Indonesia. And maybe you're waiting on a call from me. And maybe you're working at a crowded restaurant, and yeah, nobody's got a life so fucked up if you don't know what happened. Just like you saw me working at some restaurant in Paris, 'cause my life was just so fucked up, and I don't know how it happened.
Well, good evening to cool anime girl's mum. Drive safely. None of this is my fault if I've, like, destroyed your child.
In your hair, get your boots on gear, cause we're going out there, don't care about the dress code, put it on, let's go, girls go wild, cause we're going out fresco, ha, no need to perform, hands on our bodies, gonna keep us feels warm, we need social reform, cause we're just so criminal, linguist subliminal, damage is minimal, 4% our largest fraction, massive attraction, girl, action, stop that, I'm gonna need a reaction, drop that, you already got your reaction, me, I'm gonna keep on smiling, you're gonna need restyling, I got a quote back from the jeweler, you're getting 20% cooler. We're getting 20% cooler. use that triple designator and I think they're on my level like a rebel in a bunker getting shot with a mortar. Bump up and down cause I think you're order. Place your hand on my thigh, don't be coy, I can hear you sigh. Grinding your hips, I'll be flashing my pink, and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Swirl that sparkle up in the party, top that like a phone in a cold war room on the third floor, knocking on my front door. Me, I'm kind of a rarity. You, work that dexterity. Lean back now, here's what I meant. Getting caught up by 20%. You own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler, filling on bass, getting hoarse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 You own this beat. You can call me a king or a ruler, filling on bass, getting hoarse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody. How are we doing? Thank you, cool anime girls, for the 5s. My mum says hi, British man. Okay, I added British man, but she did say hi and laughed. Listen. Dude. We're being introduced to people's parents as the stream of British man. That's look, I swear at some point I've told I remember talking to my mum about stuff that happened online, and she'd sort of just like glaze over. Just like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Is any of this relevant? Listen, guys, we have so much to go over tonight. It is actually ridiculous. Okay, we have like 2 videos from Toastify. Because I wanted to wait. Because there's a lot of stuff that's gone on. We are going to talk a bit about the Psy versus Lyo stuff, the anti-Chuli campaign, my own thoughts on kind of how some of this drama's unfolded, because I've stayed out the loop with some of it. And we've also got an entirely new video that's just dropped from Jar, apparently, but for God knows what reason. But we are going to go over that as well. So we've got God, it's like 3 hours of content to go over, which, dude, this is gonna be a painfully long stream. I can already tell. It just never ends. The fallout from the Spoctor stuff is actually just completely goddamn insane. It's completely insane. See, now I feel like I have to swear less because Cool Anime Girl's mum is watching. This seems like it feels like censorship. Oh, Christ. Okay, so yeah, we've got like huge amounts to go over. The Spoctor stuff and the fallout from it, particularly directed towards Ponder, has been really significant. Now, I thought I'd give a quick rehash of my positions, because somebody did actually message me and ask about this, and I know some people have had well, what's Beckett's take on all this, and where's Beckett's position on Ponder and everyone else, and the art girlies and Mally and Lyo and all this shit. So I thought before, because I've not actually watched Toastify's videos, okay? I've skipped through them because like I want to give him so much time and support my friend, because Toastify's pretty based. Like friend of the channel Toastify, who can't hold his liquor. Listen, dude's a zoomer and I outdrank him. I'm just saying, the drunk stream had many issues, but me being able to outdrink Toastify was not one of them. He passed out, I win. Right. So, okay. Let's begin with Ponder. Let's just talk about Ponder for 5 minutes, okay? 11 p.m, Daddy Beckett. I am half asleep. Oh, kicking. Thank you for the 20 Switch crowns, much appreciated. Don't worry, the VOD will still be here. We still be here in the morning. Thought on Malcolm's take on Spoctor. I have no opinions because I haven't actually seen anything Malcolm has said. Like, this isn't a cop out. I just have literally no idea what Malcolm's position on any of this is. I haven't seen any of it. Captain C with the 2. Have you met Gordon Ramsay? No. That'd be cool though, dude. I think some nice restaurants, but I've never been to one of Ramsay's. Maybe I need to. Maybe that's like an IRL stream, going to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant, see if I can like harass him. Okay, so Let's start with, so okay, my basic understanding of Malcolm's position is that like Malcolm along with Sai feel like Chuli is like the new Peaches. That's like been like what I've heard, and I haven't seen their takes, so I can't really give a take on them other than I disagree. I think there are, we will get into it, I think there are some things people need to be careful of. And I've said this publicly a couple of times now. I think there are elements here where this stuff can run away. I hope Chuli's smarter than Peaches is, and I think that she is, and I think it'll be fine. So I think that's basically where we are. But we'll talk a little bit about it. Right, let's start with the Ponder stuff. So, Ponder is somebody who I have spoken to a few times over the last 2 years. The first time I spoke to Ponder in, I guess, earnest would have been during when I made my jar video. VOD will always be here till that tell that to the drunk stream. There has been one deleted stream, okay? One deleted stream in 2 years is pretty good. Guys, this channel's nearly been going 2 years. It's like our anniversary is in November. How cute is that? Anyway, right, okay. Okay. So, let's talk about Ponder. Now, I think that some of the worst stuff with Ponder, at least in my opinion, without seeing some of this additional stuff that's kind of hasn't been released yet, is my understanding, is the Fago stuff is really bad. I think the Fago stuff alone, and you can kind of go back and watch my coverage of Ponder a couple of weeks ago, or a month or so ago, and kind of see my feelings towards that when Akumu's video came out. The problem with the Fago stuff is kind of layered. Drunk stream will never die for me. Thanks, Huz. Thank you for the member at Molding for 15 months. Dude, 15 months is crazy, bro. Thank you so much. Okay. So, the problem with the Fago stuff is this. The Fago stuff makes literally no sense. It's something that I didn't really catch on to until I started looking at it in earnest. But here's your base problem. At the same time as Ponder was going after people like Akumu for basically trolling on Twitter, the information that she had to hand was that Faghost was claiming that they had assaulted people and there had been suicides attached to it. The claims were insane. Now, whether Ponder believed those claims or not is almost irrelevant. If Ponder didn't believe those claims, it's actually worse, in my opinion, because it's like you're keeping around somebody who will lie about the most insane shit. And we're not just talking about keeping somebody like in your community or in your, like, you're actively paying somebody and working with them on your projects while going after people who objectively have not done anything near as weird or as bad or as insane. So like the Fago stuff at a baseline is pretty weird. I don't understand why it was swept at the time. I don't really get it. That coupled with the fact that Chuli released a Fagos video, which my understanding was, and I believe this has been like at least acknowledged by Ponder, so it's not being challenged. The plan was for Chuli and Ponder to release videos on Fagos together. Now this didn't happen because essentially Ponder pussied out at the last minute and then kind of chided Chuli a little bit for even using some of the messages in her video, which is insane. Absolutely fucking crazy. Part of the problem is that, like, Chuli is a minor at the time, and Ponder, who is the adult in the room, and the one who is arguably far more, actually not even arguably, just is far more responsible for everything to do with Fagos, completely abandons Chuli to basically get chewed out by the community, while providing basically no support. That alone is something that kind of, dude, how do you like square that circle? I'm shocked it's taken this long to actually get to be this kind of story. So yeah, Ponder abandoned Chuli at a baseline. Chuli's grievances with Ponder, even though they have been friends, it's kind of understandable because she just abandoned her. Okay, so that's the Fagos stuff. And that's always been my baseline for where I think kind of the most egregious kind of abandonment Chuli from Ponder comes from. Now let's talk about the FCK And we'll get into the Spoctor messages and the fact that Ponder knew through this, because I believe more of that information is in Toastify's video. But at a baseline, the Ponder seems to have a pattern of behavior of finding out information and doing nothing about it. Now, it's not nobody is like owed a video. Nobody is owed a you need to make a video on this. You need to bring this information out. Most of the time. The problem with Ponder is that, like, while this stuff is going on, Ponder is actively making videos going after people, specifically when talking about the Spoctor stuff. And with the FCK stuff, she was given that information and never mentioned to anybody else that she'd ever been told this stuff. Now, Ponder can say, well, I forgot. And I will admit, Ponder sort of gets more of a pass than most people in the community, because it's like, well, her memory's bad. We know her memory's bad. She has diagnosed anxiety, all that kind of stuff. But I'm sorry. Let's just be honest. I don't care how bad your memory is. Being told, yes, this person who you know's server is full of fucking Shotacon and insane stuff. Like, how do you don't forget that? I'm sorry, you don't. And if she did forget it, it means she didn't care, and the call she had with Akumu was completely disingenuous. It was a lie. And it's just like, okay, cool. So you are useless. And the problem is that, you know, I'm very big on judging people by their own standards, the vast majority of the time, and their own, like, continued stated standards. And Ponder doesn't meet her own standards. That's going to be like a core issue with all of this when talking about Ponder. Now, I've obviously spoken to people behind the scenes and lots of other creators. There have been like multiple conversations about how people like feel about the Ponder stuff, mostly because we're just bouncing ideas, if I'm honest. And generally, the take I have heard most is that Ponder is deeply negligent. And we kind of see that with some of the like server stuff, or the stuff around Hitten, or the stuff around, you know, other people in the community. Ponder is very, very, very negligent. Now, there is like an addendum to this, which is the Goat Katu and Akumu stuff, which, I'll be honest, is just seems way more malicious. When I last talked about the goat stuff, somebody said from chat, well, you know, you've got to understand, Goat was saying that it was the victim's fault for being groomed, she deserved to be called out, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, maybe that's true. I don't think I disagree with that. The problem is that Ponder had already had a conversation with Goat, and Goat was already working on a retraction. You can't do this both ways. You can't give people the opportunity. You can't be somebody who claims to care about accountability, have somebody take account, and then still go for the throat, which is very much one of my problems with general ACC dramas, where people preach accountability, and whenever anybody takes accountability, nobody's happy with it. Now, I know that there's also been conversations around people like Manga coming with the whole Spoctor stuff, but my view on Manga is very, very, very simple. Manga took accountability, put out a statement and a video taking accountability. I don't like the policing of people's accountability statements. I will just be straight up with that. I think it's really cringe. Which, again, is something completely consistent for me, because I've said the same thing about people saying it to Lio. Like, oh, well, you're not sorry enough, or you're not sorry in the way that we want you to be sorry. I'm just like, dude, fuck off. Like, it's so rare to have anybody actually apologize in these sort of, like, online communities or circles. Just take the apology and move on with your lives. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about it. Unless there is something massively there, I just failed to give a fuck. That's kind of where I'm sat. So yeah. Ponder knowing about the Spoctor stuff's really, really bad. It seems pretty obvious that a lot of what would be referred to as the old guard were well aware of the Spoctor stuff well ahead of time. And that's kind of the problem. Because you can make arguments that Spoctor was unaware, or he destroyed the drive, or, you know, he was a minor at the time, or this and this. Spoctor knew it was wrong, otherwise he wouldn't be going for the conversations. Other people knew it was wrong, otherwise they wouldn't be logs of them having kind of these conversations about the drive, about what Spoctor was doing, it was quite obvious that Spoctor was up to shit. There's like records of calls where Spoctor like gives terrible defenses of himself. This is just the reality. Now, a lot of people are really quick to throw around like the word pedophile. I've always been quite careful with that word. I don't think it really matters because, again, we're just judging this by the fact that Spoctor knew it was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the steps that he did. It's pretty fucking obvious. Good evening, Shogun. Okay, sorry, I've been ranting. I missed super chats. Right, Future Nightmare Games with 5. Ponder gets a message about 9/11 happening on 9/10. Sorry, guys, I forgot I got this message. True. Rocky with the 13 months at molding. No pass for Ponder. Using medical conditions as a shield is disgusting. Yeah, I agree with you. And again, like, I'm only going on bits of information that I've got. Apparently, Ponder is working on a response. We'll see where that goes. Mako with the 5. A lot of it with me is they take what they... a lot of it with me is they can't take what they dish out to other people. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of like a baseline thing of being some sort of drama commentator. In that... Eventually you end up on the chopping block. Everyone does. I will. You know, again, I've had little dramas here and there. I've had people criticize me. That's completely normal. It's completely normal. Now, there's one other thing that I think needs to be made clear as well. Nobody in any of this is perfect. It's all like really difficult to like sift through. There are criticisms for lots of people on lots of sides. I'm going to be honest with you. As always, I'd like to focus in quite tightly into like Ponder, Spoctor, and kind of the people directly involved, because otherwise, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't like this mass accountability thing. I think it's pretty gay. Somebody commented on one of my posts, like, oh, how do you feel about Mally still being friends with Ponder? Are you gonna drop Mally yet? This kind of shit. I'm just like, dude, what the fuck is this? Is it like, when have I ever held this standard? I didn't, like, you, again, you can go back to the Lyo drama and see how I acted with people like Serafina. Like, how I acted with, like, Monstrous. How I acted with everyone who was, like, still friendly with Lyo. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's understandable. Nobody should be expected to randomly burn long-term friendships over internet drama. You know, true, but I don't think... but I think added on with everything else, it's just... Oh, okay, sorry, you're responding to Hornet. Access with the 5. Hey, Beckett, did you remember the 21st night of September? Wait, what happened last 21st of September? No, I don't. Should I? You're making me paranoid now. You didn't even cut it off with Psy. Psy cut you off. Like, oh, dude, the Psy drama. Holy shit. Like, again, how are people still fight It's a Song? Oh, okay. Right, it's a song. I understand, but I'm not comfortable with the thought of Ponder being this careless. I think that's fair enough. I think anybody who's like... Okay, listen, guys. Why are we doing this to me? Why are we bullying? Listen, we are like fucking 24 minutes into this stream. You cannot be bullying me at this time, okay? It's very hurtful. At least do it with super chats, Jesus. Look, I get, particularly from the people who've been long-term Ponder viewers, that feeling of betrayal. Bye-de-bye, say, do you remember Bye-de-bye dancing in September? Bye-de-bye never was a cloudy day. I don't think I've ever heard this song. Thank you for the 5 access. If you try it with the 2, to be fair, I burned friendships for less than internet drama. Yeah, I think it's one of those where it's, you know, it's interesting. I was speaking to one person in particular who's kind of going backwards and forwards on the whole thing. Whenever you get dramas like this, and I said this about the jar stuff, there's always going to be, like, the more extreme claims that kind of get not jumped up, but, like, pushed far harder than they should be. And I think it's really important to focus and sift through to, like, the worst things, because otherwise it just becomes noise. It just becomes noise, and then the response is to the noise, not to the actual, like, criticisms. Because, like, right now, if Ponder responded, and Ponder responded, like, purely on the basis of, I don't know, what's a good example? If Ponder responded just to the Chuli stuff and not to the Goat Katu or the Akumu stuff, or just to stuff involving her server, for example, that's probably not like going to be a sufficient response for the, you know, a lot of other people who seem to have either been affected or have takes, or, you know, so it's quite like, I think it's important to categorize things and going, well, here's kind of like the question, what's the fucking answer? Goat Katu. Hello, Ginger. Have a nice stream. Thank you for the 5 Goat. Much appreciated. Or if Ponder just responded to Jar, yeah, it's like it's stuff like this seems really unhelpful. If you're going to insult Beckett, at least pay him. Beckett, you dullard. Thank you very much, Man. Much appreciated for the 5, showing us how it's done, boyo. Love to see it. Love to see it. So yeah, you've got like these very specific elements with dramas where I think it's important just to remain, I don't know, sane. Would be nice. I think also part of the core problem is, and this is like what I will say about the Chuli stuff, one of the things that I have heard said a lot over the last couple of weeks, and this is specifically in reference to stuff around like Ponder's server, particularly to do with Spoctor and things. It's like, well, how does this impact Chuli? Now, I have no issues with Chuli airing grievances. I like Chuli. I think it's pretty obvious that I like Chuli, and I've spoken to Chuli multiple times. I've got on with Chuli well. You know, like, my warning, I guess, is if you hang a drama on one particular person, and then that person ends up in shit, or like that person crashes, it can crash an entire drama. And everyone who's like pinned themselves on those positions will have difficulties. I've watched this happen multiple fucking times. In fact, actually, the Birdie stuff happened in this way. Like with like the stuff around Cinebear. And that's kind of one of the problems that Kumu and Jar had, unironically. They pinned an awful lot on trying to save Cine so they could go after Birdie. And then they were fucked. Like, there are wider criticisms of behavior beyond just like the person, and it's probably important to divorce like the emotional attachment to just Chuli to Ponder did these things, because whether it was Chuli or somebody else, Ponder still took those actions. And like, yeah, that's my word of warning. And you can kind of see some of the insanity unfolding from that in the way that, like, Sai seems to be approaching this. Of like, well, you know, Chuli's just Peaches 2.0. And that narrative to discredit Chuli is also a narrative to discredit any other criticisms. I mean, I think I saw Sai on Twitter trying to, like, say, oh, well, the Spoctor stuff doesn't matter. I don't know why anyone cares about the Spoctor stuff. You know, that's kind of the risk you run. Like with Crystal Flame with the Gilf tail grooming. Yeah. It's, again, this isn't a comment against Chuli. This is a comment of do not hang your dramas on one person, because you don't know how that's going to go. Actually, funnily enough, this is part of the problem with the Courtney Pete stuff, right? Courtney Pete, so many people have hung elements of the Lily Orchard drama on Courtney Pete, and Courtney Pete is an absolute psycho. So you've got like, I have had people in commentary come to me, no word of a lie, and said, listen, how much evidence do we have for this Lily Pete stuff? Because looking at the shit with like Courtney Pete, is this real? Is this true? Can we trust this crazy person? And that is like a huge fucking risk for a drama. So that's I guess is my warning, my concern with that. And then the other side is just like the frank amount of like witch hunting that you can kind of see, which guys, I am very anti-witch hunt, and I don't like guilt by association. And I said the same thing with the SCC as well. I feel like I'm doing lots of callbacks to my stated standards here because I do think it matters. I said the same thing with the SCC stuff. Like, you get primary actors, and then you get, like, secondary actors. And depending on what the secondary actors have done, actually, the best like way to look at this is actually the Cinebear group. There were secondary people, for instance, Kumo's girlfriend in the Cinebear group, who were just not really that like invested or had a deeper understanding of the drama. So going after them for being in the Cinebear group chat is, you know, completely retarded. Don't do that. It's like you deal with the people like Evan, like Kumu, like Romantic Goblin, who are very much the people who are like driving that entire thing, and then Jar, right? So that's I think my approach anyway, and I would I would caution people against other approaches. Thank you for the 2. I prefer Inquisitor. So true. Good evening, Fauci. Now look, we've got a lot to go through. The jar video is going to be at the end, so it's going to be in a couple of hours. This is how we drag out transformative content. Before we get started, I do, because there are so many people in from the community. I know we got lurkers in. I know you guys are chilling. Does anybody have any other thoughts or questions before we get started? Phoenix with the 10. I grew up watching this community around the same age as Trudy. The past year has just been such a wild ride. These channels mostly grew from drama. We're talking about how they hated drama content, by the way. Yeah, I do think that, like, dude, there was one comment I saw, okay? There was one comment I saw on one of my videos, which was, why are we letting Beckett get away with this? He just laughs at the most serious things, guys. He just laughs at all the serious stuff, and it's really serious, guys, and you're laughing at it. And yeah, because that's the correct response. All these people who've treated these dramas as the most serious things in the world, as like, we need to call out bad actors. It turns out they've all got massive skeletons in their closets. Who would have fucking thought? Like, it's almost like the drama. Do you know what Chris the Narc doesn't have in his closet? Any skeletons. Like, Chris the Narc is so, like, Chris the Narc exists as basically fairly boring, and the most interesting things about him are stuff that, well, I can't say that are public, but they're like, they're not even that bad. They're not even that bad. They're not even that bad. They're mostly down to the fact that he'd, like, Chris has terrible impulse control, but that's about it. Future Nightmare Games with 2. Sleepy streams, sleepy calls, good night Beckett in chat. Later, Future Nightmare Games. Okay. Simping for Bradley. True. Okay. All this blasphemy at Chris. Listen, I'm one of the few people that can say this. I know where the gifts are buried. Oh, fuck me. Okay, right. Chris the Narc says the N-word in Beckett's DMs. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. But like, okay. Right, okay, we're gonna get started. So, we're gonna get into this Spoctor stuff. I should be clear. Rotting spent, like, Rotting spent half an hour trying to explain the Spoctor drama to me. No word of lie. He spent half an hour trying to explain it to me, and I did not understand it. It's been, I don't know why, this shit just won't land in my brain. But we are tonight, because Toastify is going to spend like an hour and 20 minutes explaining it, going to understand the Spoctor drama. By the end, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain, or alternatively, and thank you for the 5 lost worlds, just be a villain all the time. Being a villain is so much better, guys. I cannot describe to you how much better it is to be a villain than a hero. It's so much easier. People bitch at you less. If they bitch at you, it doesn't fucking matter, because you're still the villain either way. It's great. It's great, guys. Okay? Dude. My sidebar is just full of Columbo stuff, by the way. I've been watching so much Columbo. Like, right before I went live, I not just Columbo as well, like Proro and stuff. I've been watching detective shit while playing Star Citizen. Also, for those of you who play Star Citizen, the current update with the AST, like, raid bases is really, really, really good. It's really, really fun. And also, I'm doing a lot of hauling, okay? I'm just saying, I'm back on the Star Citizen grind. That's where I am. Ragemonger with the 10 sticker time. Oh, okay, getting us into stickers before we get started. Love to see it, guys. I am very proud of you. Not as proud as Cool Anime Girl's mom is, but I am fairly proud of you. Reasonably proud. Okay, you guys are super based. You're my favorite people. You know this. I will get chat on screen, guys. Getting it in early, kicking off for a great start to the stream. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Where the hell is my chat thing? Dude, I can't find the chat thing. Oh, okay, that's the chat thing. That's the chat thing. I found it. I've got too many tabs. I've actually got too many tabs at this point. Okay, it's becoming a problem. Thank you so much, guys. I will also reset the goal. Obviously, we'll do that. This bigger? Yeah? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right. Let's get started with Toastify explaining to us the wonders of the Spoctor drama. Someone's been playing Silent Hill. Anyway, 100 Answer with 5. Don't pretend you enjoy it. We've heard you complain about being put into whatever mold who don't like you need you to... Don't pretend you enjoy it. We've heard you complain about being put into whatever mold people you don't like need you in, sir. True, Hydra Dancer, but I do like playing the villain. Being the villain is unironically the best, okay? I will continue to play villain. Being villains based. Cool Anime Girls with 5. My mom said she's proud of Beckett and is proud of chat, so here you go, chat. One parent is proud of you, despite what Beckett says. Dude. Okay. Cool Anime Girls, your mom is awesome. Oh, dude, based. Okay, let's go.
Anyone from the art commentary community or ACC will tell you it was always a hectic mess. This online collective of artists critiquing each other for their art had spiraled out of control over the years. The pockets of infighting between these creators lasted for so long that by the end, it left barely anyone standing. Most of the—
True! It's fucking Toby! Dude, you gotta love the lion behind it. It's almost like foreshadowing. Chris, how you doing, buddy? The jar video is a slog. Yeah, of course it is. We're going to be here for hours. We're going to be here for hours, buddy. Also, Chris, I told them that you don't have any skeletons in your closet, but one day the drama will come out, okay? I'm just telling you this publicly now. I'm not exactly talking shit about Chris. I'm just, you know, goading him. Starbird with 2. Would you say you are neutral or chaotic evil? Probably neutral. Yeah, probably chaotic. Probably chaotic neutral. Yeah. Probably chaotic neutral.
The viewers couldn't even...
Actually, hold on. There's something we need to do before this. We need to do something before this, and it's just occurred to me. Give me a second. Talking about chaotic neutrality. Let's talk about Brony Fandone for a second before we get into the Spoctor stuff, okay? This is... God, that's blurry. Okay. Okay. We're gonna talk a little bit about Bonk. I have been holding off talking about Bonk because I was like, dude, maybe he'll shut the fuck up. Maybe he's having a little relapse. I've tried to be nice. I sent better ones. You sent better ones, did you? Okay, hold on. Okay, this one's better. And this one's okay. Is that all of them? Was there 4? 1, 2. Okay, whatever. Yes, you are lawful evil. Just accept it, dude. Am I lawful? I don't know if you can count me as lawful. I thought they were gone. Yes, they're still posting on Blue Sky. Okay, they're too scared. They're too scared to post on Twitter, so they're posting on Blue Sky. Also, what the fuck are you? Dude. Sorry. I just got the fucking weirdest DM. Right. Brony Fandone has been posting on Blue Sky, crashing out. Mostly, they've been talking a lot about the basically the quote-unquote Nazi Brony convention. But they did post this recently, so I thought we'd have a quick look at it before we get started. It destroyed all conversations about Black Griffin. You let puritanical nothings dictate every single instance of conversations, feeling the need to distance yourself from the whistleblower every single time, instead of just telling the pedophile defenders to fuck off. You should feel guilty. I'm a person. I've always been a person who cares about things strongly. Most of you who owe me an apology only ever strongly said things when it was easy. When I said I'm better than you, it's not because I think I'm perfect. It's because a lot of you were really pathetic. Dude, this Bonk is such an incredible loser. Oh, okay, hold on. There's one before this. I've been bamboozled, right. I've decided to talk about it. Despite all the effort I put into trying to help actual victims, despite all the concrete information I was able to showcase, people attempted to label me a freak because of porn. And for a lot of people, that worked. Yes, Bonk. Future Nightmare with the 5. I was about to pass out, and the moment Bonk was said, I got Vietnam flashbacks. We need to convince him one more post, he will win the drama. So true. Thank you for the 5. Anonymous with the 5. Now, bro, Beckett, I'd say you're chaotic good. Oh, thank you. Right, okay. Dude, I've stumbled upon a few reaction videos, seeing a video from Black Griffin, and seriously, he looks like he jumped the second Claire told him to. Yeah, look, Claire absolutely fucking runs that relationship. It's unquestionable. It's unquestionable. It's kind of adorable, but it is unquestionable. You should have done better. I've never once pretended people making these arguments were valid. They never were. But people demanded I apologized anyway. You need to understand that these people you sided with never actually cared. They wanted an optic scapegoat and you ran with it. The Noel art I commissioned was never a secret. Listen, guys, you all supported me when it was easy to support me. But the minute people started to point out that I commissioned fan work of an underage cat, you got very upset. You got very upset, guys. Rain with the 2. Fandone posting is better melodrama than Hamlet. It's actually incredible. I hope Bonk never goes away. Listen, he is one of my favorite lolcows. Absolutely incredible. Go Jim with the 2. Liar, liar, liar. Miracle Max's wife. So true. The hypno porn was never a secret, bro. Yes, bro. Dude, Bonk makes it so easy. He was like, I can't believe that you let the drama streamer say I was into rape fetish porn. You are into rape fetish porn, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, you spend all your time talking about, like, oh my god, it's so bad. It's so evil that these people are into this shit. You're into it. I don't know what you're talking about. Bro. Like, I think a lot of Bonk's issues are to do with projection. I think he desperately wants to, fuck Sweetie Belle. It was just never relevant to the situation of the racist pedophile that I was trying to stop. I was never supposed to be part of the story, and I'll confidently say you owe me an apology, his victims especially. The idea that because my character has hypnoporn art, that I am incapable of caring about real-life rape victims is worse than just stupid. The idea is that people, because I engage in porn that may make you personally uncomfortable, nowhere where it affects you, that I'm an insatiable gooner is thoughtless. Bro, dude, what? The idea that because I engage in porn that may make you personally uncomfortable, nowhere where it affects you, that I'm an insatiable gooner is thoughtless. Bro, you're a freak. We all know you're a freak. The people who you got to believe this did it in bad faith. The people they defend engage with the same porn. In the case of Saberspark, far more than I ever did, and they only acted against when talking about me. Many of you ran with this, even if you still understood the Griffin problem. Okay, let's just be clear about something for a second. I actually do not, as long as it's legal, I actually don't care what porn you're into. I don't give a shit, okay? What I care about is twofold. If you're into porn that, like, if you're an activist person into this porn, then I think you're a crazy hypocrite and I think you're projecting. I think that's basically my stated standard. If you are, like, showing yourself to be into this stuff and then you see pedophiles everywhere, I don't know, man. Maybe that's projection. Maybe that's a little bit of projection there. And as for sort of Saberspark, like, Saber's looked at various different artworks and styles and things, but the truth is, I think he's, like, self-admitted to being a bit of a gooner over time, and who cares? Because, like, my issue with Bonk isn't the fact that he's into this porn specifically, it's the fact that, firstly, he's a degenerate freak and posting it publicly, okay? Here's, like, a big part of this. If you are commissioning porn of your OC in rape fantasies and posting it publicly, yeah, that's pretty fucking weird, bro. That's pretty fucking weird. Just keep it to yourself. Just keep it to yourself, man, okay? I'm gonna call you a degenerate if you're posting this stuff publicly, obviously. But, like, yeah, that's pretty much it's like the exhibitionism is part of the degeneracy, where I'm just like, dude, what's fucking wrong with you? Also, let's be clear, isn't the guy who shot Charlie Kirk a furry? Do we need to be looking closer at the furry community? I'm just... No one really cares about Gooner shit. The issue is Bonk. He never stays to his own standards, and he attacks based on it. Yeah, pretty much. It destroyed all conversations about Griffin. You let puritanical nothings dictate every single instance of conversations, feeling the need to distance yourself from the whistleblowers every single time, instead of just telling the pedophile defenders to fuck off. You should feel guilty. Dude. I know we've already read it. I just really like that you should feel guilty. Okay. No, I'm not being nice about this. You ruined a lot of my life. Good. I just want to be clear. I just want to be absolutely clear that if Bonk feels like I personally have ruined part of his life, I count that as a major achievement. You could put that on my headstone, actually. I would be satisfied with "Here lies Beckett ruined some random brony freak's life." Okay? That's fine. That's fine. I'm good with that. This dude deserves it. Time to start the Fury detention camp. So true, Metal Man. Thank you for the 2. So true. Bro. With no hesitation, your biggest contributions were undoing all the progress that would have happened if I didn't put myself out there, and if I didn't care. I deserved to be mad. I deserved better. You should have been better, dude. Do you think there's a surprise relation to Tyler Robertson towards this person? I was like, look, if Bonk shot somebody who was like, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be sad, but I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I'll be honest with you. If I, like, advertised myself, hey, Toastified! I didn't realize you were streaming, buddy. I wouldn't have streamed over you. I didn't... Dude, that feels really rude to stream over my friend who is, like, when I'm covering his content. How you doing, Toastified? Welcome in, buddy. Hope you're doing good. So like, if Bonk shot somebody, like if Bonk shot me, if I was going to America to like meet up with like people at VidCon or some shit, and Bonk turned up and shot me, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, yeah, understandable. Understandable. I get it. I intend to try and speak less about myself now that I've said my piece here. I was never supposed to be part of the story. I want everyone to stop playing devil's advocate with my life and start unifying to get the pedophiles away from the power he abuses. Get your shit together, dude. Just let it be said, I won't be posting on Twitter anymore. There isn't any point in it. The site is gone. I might get seen by more people, get more stats, but overwhelmingly more harassment. Not criticism, gleeful belittling. I mean, that's just true. This isn't even really criticism anymore. I just think you're a little fucking loser, and I love this. It's so good. While trying to bring attention to serious situations, it's gone. Dude, he's such a dude. Bonk is a fucking treasure. I'm glad we took that little breather. That was needed. The best quote about Bonk: more of your conversation would infect my brain. True. Of course, there's pedo defenders on Blue Sky. I mean, the truth is as well, like, okay, here's like a baseline problem with the Bonk stuff. You can't take Bonk seriously because Bonk is somebody who will defend Woot. Like, Bonk at baseline is somebody who clearly doesn't have a problem with pedophiles because he is, like, around Woot. Somebody who, like, actively dated a pedophile and defended a pedophile and, like, actively draws pedophilic content. I don't know what to tell you. Like, Bonk, you're into this shit, bro. Most people are going to think you're a pedophile. I'm sorry, that's just the reality. Metalman with the 5. If you get taken out by Bonk, we are going to say mean things about you. I mean, listen. I think if I got killed by Bonk, and actually, do you know what? If anybody is going to kill me, I will say this publicly. If anybody is going to murder me in cold blood, I hope it is Bonk. I hope Brony Fandone does one thing in his life that is worth doing, and it's killing me. Listen, if it happens, if it happens, I want this played in court to be like, I don't think he should even get prison time for it. I'm not worth it, okay? I think Bonk's punishment, if he murders me, is that he has to listen to Black Griffin songs on repeat. Like, that you drill a hole in his head and you put a little speaker in it and it endlessly plays Black Griffin's music for the rest of his life. That's all I want. That's the justice I would choose for myself. Okay? At this rate, Bonk's gonna end up breaking Blue Sky TOS and he'll have no one but himself to blame. True! Dude. Okay, fuck, what were we doing? Right, okay, let's watch the Toast to My video. Fuck me.
Even remember why it had begun. You could say that this was all predictable, but it was easy to lose focus in a swirling mess of videos and claims thrown back and forth. The calm voices of reason seemed to be a breath of fresh air, and one of them was Spoctor. Also known as Spoctor Tech, for many years, Spoctor's channel was a living success story. What began as a young artist poking fun at others had transformed into a pillar stone for his community. Between these two events were a flurry of devastating allegations that
Hey Mally, back at streaming while I go to work, typical. I'll one day be unemployed enough to one guy you in chat again. Listen, I'm waiting for that day. I keep forgetting Mally's in Australia. Listen, you can watch the VOD later. I'll still be going, okay? We've got hours and hours of content. We are 53 minutes in and I've watched 59 seconds of this video. We're gonna be here for a while, okay?
became infamous due to their scale and how vindictive the accusers turned out to be. The clearing of those allegations became somewhat of a gold standard in the community for years to come, and from then onwards, Spoctor changed his content and tried to be more neutral. He took a far more thoughtful and considerate view towards—
Wait, hold on. Is that what Spoctor actually looked like? Is this the face of Spoctor? Listen, I know the word dysgenic gets thrown around a lot, but what the fuck is wrong with his face? Spoctor looks like somebody who's only just emerged from the test tube. Like, what the fuck? Dude. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? No wonder he wore a mask. Holy shit, bro. Dude. Hold on a second. Hey, Masquerade, hold on. Give me a second. I didn't know this is what he looked like, bro. I didn't know. I didn't realize that Spoctor was the concept art for Nosferatu's. Like, what the fuck? That's brutal. Dude, no wonder. Oh, bro, look at his face. Dude. Motherfucker should be living in a sewer. What the fuck?
As subjects, something rarely seen in the ACC at all. But Spoctor's presentation of himself became more and more dubious, and unbeknownst to almost everyone, he was hiding a secret reminiscent of his past. When others called his nature into question, it was only a matter of time until that secret was finally revealed.
This is the high effort I appreciate, Rebecca. Like and subscribe, guys. Like and subscribe. Buy a membership. Give me donations and shit. Okay. Listen, we got a lot coming in the next year. Okay. I really need to finish the fucking video.
Revealed. Those who have paid attention to Spoctor's story remember it as somewhat of a tragedy that came out of nowhere. Yet, throughout his career, there always seemed to be hints of what was going on. A man not exactly what he presented himself as, yet still insulated by his reputation. Despite being pretty open about his emotions later down the line, Spoctor has never given us much insight into his early life. We know he was born April 10th, 2001, and for a long time his channel's About section only read saying he was an animation enthusiast, huge raptor lover. We're also
Dude. Mailman with a 2. Spot Tech, the secret of the ooze. So true. Bro, what the fuck is like huge raptor lover? Do people remember Ego Raptor? This is like, I don't know why my brain did that, but like, okay, maybe I am autistic, fuck.
also aware he has ADHD and would later become a furry, maybe influenced by his online activity. Spoctor
Dude, Toastify's brutal in this. Yeah, like he became a furry probably because of like his stuff online. Listen, Toastify's been online a long time, and I like Toastify. I think my friendship with Toastify is very, very public. Though I will say, at some point, Toastify is going to end up as, like, a furry or something, right? Like, there's no way Toastify's been online this long and doesn't have something fucking crazy going on. Also, you have hit the sticker goal. Please enjoy these stickers, guys. You, you have earned stickers. Well done. I'm once again very proud of you. As always, guys, you're fucking killing it tonight. Love to see it.
first began posting to YouTube under the name of Spatic Tech, as early as 2013. Don't get your hopes up though, these aren't much but mere videos of speed paints. It wasn't until late 2016 that he began posting more critical videos on his new channel, Spoctor Theory.
The first thing that I'd like to address is that people think that this kind of shit is comedy. Now, if you ask me, I didn't find anything comedic about going to someone's character and telling them that it absolutely looks like complete shit.
Spoctor's videos came from
Holy fuck. Was that a fake voice? Becky ignoring us? I hit the goal. I didn't ignore you. Hello, Nicandros. How you doing? How you doing, buddy? I bet, listen, Nicandros is super happy at the moment because Nicandros is watching Noxtaku crash out and tell everyone that he's Jewish over and over again for some reason. Like, Nicandros is like... Nicandros is having a fucking great year. Voice changer, dude. It's like, so let me get this straight. Spoctor started as essentially an anti-Doodle Tones? Like, what?
platforms like
Spoctor pretended to be older for a period of time? Bro, looking at the state of his face, I would have thought he'd pretend to be human for a period of time.
DeviantArt, and the rants that those creators would make on each other. For a couple of months, he didn't see much, but his big break was from an arising community at that time known as the animation meme community. This was a new generation of online artists who posted animations based on short clips and music. And as they were all pretty young, it's obvious that bad videos and pointless drama would happen. Spoctor's coverage was the perfect whirlwind, and these videos would launch his career into stardom. Even at this point, his takes appeared to be a lot more measured on serious topics, a pretty good sign for a 15-year-old, although he was still hiding behind a
Voice filter.
either for anonymity or to sound tough. Don't know which one.
The no square meme shows a character with a square or rectangle around their genital area.
Yeah, but if you pay attention to what they're saying, it obviously doesn't promote sexual assault. It's telling them to not let people touch them there. I mean, it's still a joke and it's taken lightheartedly. But if you take away the jokes behind it, the actual message in the lyrics is legit.
Even whilst blowing up off this drama, Spoctor didn't
Dude, how did this guy get... How did he get popular?
immediately cash
Okay, I'm sure he improved over time.
in. He would often provide a variety of content, including gaming and videos about general art issues. But let's not sugarcoat it, he was still cheaply making fun of kids. Nothing out of the ordinary for that time, but it was his biggest series. Badly Done Videos was its name, and he would make very surface level critiques on videos made by children.
Very surface level critiques on videos made by children? Where have I heard that before? Listen, I want to point out before anyone's like, isn't this a bit hypocritical, Beckett? No, because I don't do it to kids. If I make very poor surface level complaints about people's like content, I'm doing it to adults, okay? I'm doing it to people who should know better. I am also one of the people who should know better.
His audience would then rip apart these subjects in their comment section. Within a year, Spoctor had gathered a very respectable subscriber count of around 70,000. Even at the age of around 16, he'd gained a pretty loyal fanbase, and a community of like-minded ranters had opened up around him. One of them was a very early friend known as the Names Junkie. Junkie was one of Spoctor's oldest friends, and actually preceded him in his style of rant videos. Spoctor would also befriend Faghost, a pretty good editor for the time, known for his series Animation Memes Without Music. Outside of those two, Spoctor had connections with a lot of other creators around the whole space. On April 10th, 2018, Spoctor reached his...
Was that a Turkey Tom picture? Jesus Christ, what is wrong with your face, bro? Why are you wearing lipstick? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Fuck. Oh, dude. You know, sometimes watching this stuff, I realize that, like, people like me and Chud and, like, fucking probably Dickers, like, are all gonna end up in fucking lore videos, and Toastify and Chris the Narc. We're gonna end up added to fucking lore videos down the road about like the shit we got up to. Like I give it like a year. I give it like a year before like there'll be like a couple of cancel videos, particularly about Chris the Narc, and then and then like give it like 3-4 years, and then they'll be like, there was this guy named Beckett, he was ginger and he gave his community stickers, it was very gay. Bro. They'll probably play this clip and they'll be like, he had no idea what was in store. He didn't know.
17th.
Dude, what is wrong? I can't get over it. Every time I look back to the screen, I'm just like, dude, I know I am bullying somebody who's clearly like a child at the time, but no wonder he ended up on the internet. There's no way this guy had a fun time on school, right? Like, Akumu, how you doing, bro? How you doing, Akumu? I heard Jar stole your personality tonight.
Birthday. 8 days later, his career was in ruins. It was on that fateful day of April 18th that two major videos were released about Spoctor, both with the same title, a warning: stay away from Spoctor Theory. The video with the most evidence was posted by Atari, another up-
Wait, what the fuck have you done? Dude. You put Spoctor's face on Chris? Bro, I'm sending this to him. Dude. The fuck? Okay, that's bullying. That's definitely bullying.
Up-and-coming ranter whose videos were far more focused on art than drama. The other video was from a former friend of Spoctor's, who was once within his inner friend circles. Her name was Pentagrin. Pentagrin was certainly the more interesting of the two. Her channel was much smaller than most, and her content wasn't the best, but her respect came from how friendly and understanding she was with other creators. That was what made her career, and that was what made people stand up when she and Atari were cutting ties with Spoctor. Atari and Pentagrin's videos levied 3 main allegations against Spoctor. They first showed some sexual DMs that Spoctor had only a month prior, with an anonymous girl only described as a young teenager. The girl claims Spoctor was trying to get her to hide her relationship with him from her boyfriend, and in
Hold on, what?
that Spoctor had only a level stand up when she and Atari were cutting ties with Spoctor. Atari and Pentagon's videos levied 3 main allegations against Spoctor. They first showed some sexual DMs as
I always do. Oh yeah, another thing about me. I can't... What? Bro. Dude. Besides, one little secret. Girls say blank feel better when riding the dude. People I've spoken with. Damn, never knew. It's tingly and gives a sensation you can... Yeah, dude, this guy, this dude. This guy was fucked. I mean, to be fair, I've seen what he looks like now, so it's starting to make sense. I can't imagine he's getting a lot of IRL female attention. Okay?
Spoctor had only a month.
Yeah, by the way, the jar video is poorly censored. I've been told by a few people. We will have the censorship banner up, probably for most of it, just because I feel lazy. Also, what visuals could Jar possibly be showing us? Maybe I'll just put the dino video over it. No, just do it that way. I'm tempted.
Month prior, with an anonymous girl only described as a young teenager. The girl claims Spoctor was trying to get her to hide her relationship with him from her boyfriend, and in the DM she said she was uncomfortable, yet he did not stop. Spoctor asked nudes from this girl and sent nudes of himself to her. The next allegation came...
Wait, hold on.
Spoctor asked...
I'd love to see those legs. What the fuck? You don't give... Like, again, I'm just more pointing out, like, why would you... How dumb are some creators to send shit like this? You don't gotta give a good angle? What? Dude.
Asked nudes from this girl and sent nudes of himself to her. The next allegation came from his ex-girlfriend.
Oh, but 14-year-olds can do 16-year-olds. Get your ass over here, please. I crave so much. Bro, this is... You know, occasionally people would DM and try and flirt with me in DMs. Okay, like, again, I'm not trying to call anyone out here. I'm really not. Like, I occasionally get the odd bit of interest online. It's purely because I make content, okay? And this is one of the reasons... I mean, there are many reasons, but a big one is why I would never, ever reciprocate in DM shit like this. Because it's like, can you imagine having DMs you've written flashed on screen like this? You're just like, dude. It's like the Chud stuff with the endless Gok conversations. Bro, you know that stuff's in text, right? Wait a minute, is it because I'm bad at censoring? Is that the jar video is LARPing as me as a joke? Dude, it's not censoring if I can still tell that it's a giant Futanari cock. Put a black banner over it. What the fuck are you doing?
Who said that Spoctor had also ignored her discomfort and falsely claimed blackmail. She also claimed that Spoctor had said inappropriate things to 13-year-olds. Pentagon also brought up a related allegation of Spoctor being weird around a 12-year-old. The final set of allegations concerned Spoctor's public behavior. Spoctor had been promoting NSFW artwork and contests, despite never disclosing he was still a minor at the time. This was an issue because it could have had repercussions for the adults unknowingly participating in sending NSFW.
I'll out myself. I flirt with Becca in DMs. Thank you, Future Nightmare Games. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 2. Dude. It's not apparently it was like the Now Recording guys have spoken about this publicly. Apparently they just used to get people sending them like pictures of their tits and stuff. I've never had that. No one's ever actually just like randomly DM'd me nudes. No one's ever done that. Don't do that, by the way. But like no one's ever done that to me. Like the fuck? What's going on?
To a minor. There was also a claim of Spoctor not paying his artists and trying to intimidate an art thief on DeviantArt. Pentagon's video was much shorter.
Wait, what? Yeah, it came to me like, wow, my artist is having their work stolen. I'm going to use my power to get my fans to attack this person. He doesn't pay his artists. Like, I love how he calls this person by their username. He literally just calls them my artist. He was gloating on DeviantArt about a month ago about how he was the only person who bought all of his video stuff. I don't even know this person. The person's artist name. Apparently his copy of Vegas was a gift, and 2, he doesn't pay his artist. The fuck? You know people will send them now, you said not to. Listen, I actually trust you guys not to send me nudes. I know it's a very low bar, okay? But I'm in the UK, none of you can actually get to me, it's fine.
Shorter than Atari's, but it didn't matter if it was. This system of sword and shield was pretty effective. Atari was the sword with all the evidence, and Pentagon was the shield, as a former friend of Spoctor's endorsing the allegations meant a lot.
Mad Max, you can send me nudes, okay? You have permissions. Okay. DMs, do I want to open my fucking DMs? Okay, that's just a fish.
Both videos outright stated that Spoctor was a legitimate threat, a groomer, and a sexual predator. Another thing that helped was that both videos seemed to allude to this not being the end of the allegations. Atari said there were 5 other people who came forward, Pentagon upped that number to more than 7. Both videos quickly spread like wildfire throughout the art community, with several people coming out in support. Within a few hours, Spoctor posted a statement to his channel, in which he conceded to all the allegations made against him. He makes a few defenses, saying his actions were an accident and driven by hormones and irresponsible impulses, yet the 1 HP voice wasn't alleviating much of the damage.
And I didn't see that when talking to these people. I put them in this situation where it's like, if I don't do what he's asking, he's not gonna like me. And I look up to this guy, so I should do what he's saying.
Within a few hours of the apologies upload, the like to dislike ratio was around 50%, and people were unsubscribing en masse. To make things worse, the parties behind the scenes who had remained anonymous were unhappy with Spoctor's apology and decided to come out. The first of them was Spoctor's ex-girlfriend Ghosty, who made videos showing a lot more evidence than she had before. Not many new claims were made here, but some of this evidence meant a lot more than it had before. The real nuke was just after, when the anonymous young teenager came out and showed a few more DMs. The evidence, though, was not the eye-catcher. It was her identity. The anonymous girl was known as Stories, another somewhat known ranter in the community who had claimed multiple times publicly that she was only 8 years old.
Okay, so here's my question for this, because I can't get the timeline here. How old was Spoctor? So Stories was like not 8, they were 14, right? And Spoctor was like 16 at the time. Is that right? Is that correct? My understanding this. They've been lying about being 8. 16, yeah, okay. So, did Spoctor ever receive pornography from Stories? Because like, that's still a crime. Like, dude. 16, yes, and turned 17 around the time blew up. I got distracted by people in chat sending you DMs. Dude. Sexual text message, okay. Hey, Beetlepens, how you doing? Okay.
To the audience, this added such a darker undertone to the entire situation. Stories' video showed her scrolling through her DMs of Spoctor, showing new DMs that added to the fact that she was uncomfortable. And to remind you, Spoctor had sent her nudes and asked for some back. Over the next few days, many people came
Wait, so Spoctor sent nudes.
out to make their own videos, jumping on the trend.
They said in the video that they send news to each other. Okay. He sent pics to Stories. Okay. Dude. Shit was so confusing. Okay.
And reiterating the allegations against Spoctor. It's unknown how many subscribers he lost exactly during these days, but we can make an estimated guess that it was over 10,000. The videos against Spoctor began to rack up hundreds of thousands of views, and he received all the hate in the world for being this abusive, disgusting pedophile. But something wasn't right. Whilst the allegations against Spoctor seemed damning on paper, there were issues. For one, no one who people took seriously believed Stories was 8. She'd claimed she was 8, but everyone apart from her fans and Pentagram wasn't buying that. Her content and how she acted was very unfamiliar to an 8-year-old. And I mean, of course, how on earth is an 8-year-old gonna be in the community making drama content and gaining a few thousand subscribers? There have been cases where very young people have managed to get a following whilst being critical of others. The best example would be LT Corbis or Soph, who was only around 11 to 12 when she started blowing up on YouTube. But 8 years old is such an insane jump. Stories did not act like an 8-year-old. Repeated references to stuff she experienced a few years back when she would have been like 4. Most of the adults suspected that she was in real
Fuck! My mic died. 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 Okay. Okay. So, dude. Okay. What the fuck did I even just say? Okay, yes. Somebody, I think I read a super chat. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. Kai Rides with the 2. If Spoctor sent nudes, that's still illegal. Yes, people are still, like, people can still be arrested for sending nudes for themselves. That does happen. Of themselves, if you're underage, that does happen. You can produce child pornography of yourself. The other thing is, yeah, somebody mentioned the Mattis call. Can someone send that to me? Is that like here? Does Toastify link it? If somebody wants to DM me the Mattis call, then we might have a little watch of that as well, because that's apparently relevant.
reality around 13 to 14 years old. But it's absurd that anyone believed an 8-year-old could be an actual public figure like this. And it won't surprise you to know that it was later revealed as a lie. You'd think if Stories was actually 8 years old, the main accusers would be stressing the fuck out of that point. And there was never a DM shown of her saying that she was 8 to Spoctor. With Ghosty, the DM she showed said that her and Spoctor were 14 and 16 respectively.
Wait, hold on, okay. Okay, so I think we should just ban children from the internet. Not called, I mistyped. It's the video that made Spot to freak out. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay.
Which is nowhere near enough to claim grooming or pedophilia. The claims in general were incredibly unreliable on further look. The main thing the accusers stressed was discomfort, yet in the screenshots barely any of that comes across. It's mostly just sexual DMs sent by Spoctor, and in some instances these people reciprocate to him. When you consider the allegation of discomfort, showing only one person's side of it is incredible cutting of context. And of the time where it was shown, it seemed like there was something more to it. When Stories claimed she was uncomfortable 3 times, Spoctor's responses were never shown at all, and she seems to be happy in the following DM. The other claims attached range from total hearsay statements with no evidence or reputable name attached to them to outright falsehoods. With the NSFW art contest, Spoctor had specifically clarified that he didn't want anything explicit or overtly lewd, so it wasn't really
Thank you, Rose.
NSFW then, was it? It took a few days, but some of the bigger creators began to question the allegations against Spoctor. These included PK Russell, Manga Carmen, and Just a Robot. But it really started with Ponder Sprocket, who up until this point was a relatively unknown art YouTuber. Her video was vital in actually establishing the suspicion against these allegations, and she also talked to the artists who Spoctor accused of not paying. Ponder went deep into this wave of videos, going after everyone and debunking their points one by one, even the little kids who filmed their paper drawings as visuals. Regardless, there were now some serious questions towards the most serious claims against Spoctor by bigger YouTubers. They gave Spoctor a lifeline of sorts, and he began to talk. He came in contact with PK Russell and showed him the real DMs behind this very one-sided presentation by...
So, ironically, you know that thing I always say, like, over and over again in every single drama, of if an allegation looks too sensational to be real, or if you don't have ironclad evidence of what you are saying, and it's like it could be the worst allegation, don't run it. You remember I've said that constantly for like 2 years now? This is exactly why. Because there's probably stuff here that is kind of fucking creepy and weird. That if they hadn't run Spoctor's flirting with an 8-year-old, they may have actually got away with. Actually, they may have actually landed it. But once you, like, this is part of the problem with Jar. Jar has had so many insane allegations against him that That's his defense. Like, or you say crazy things about me all the time, and you should always veer away from that. It's like, it's so tempting. Cammy, now to figure out what the stream drawing today will be. Yes, based, dude. Let me know, Cammy. Cammy has like, dude, some of Cammy's art is fucking crazy good. You guys are so talented. It's painful. It makes me very jealous because I am not. Oh, by the way, talking about artwork. Oh, just a retard with the 5. Fun fact: Jar was originally against Spoctor in the video on Jay's channel they did together, but switched up because of community opinion. I'm shocked. What a shocking surprise! I can't believe Jar moved his position to what became public. Oh, shock! Thank you for the 5. Okay, so. One thing that I should mention, because we are coming into October, is we are going to have another October art competition with prizes. I don't know what the prizes are yet, but there will be actual prizes for the October art competition. It might be money. I don't know. We might just do a prize fund. Okay. I don't know yet. I've got no fucking idea. But we will do something. It is October, so it is Halloween themed. It'll Halloween themed art and the Halloweeny stuff. Okay. So depending on how many entries we have, we'll do like we might do categories if people really pick it up. I'll put something in the Discord about it. Join the Discord. We'll do an art competition. Damn you too, dude. I said that I was gonna do a fucking Halloween art competition like after the last art competition. I said this back after Pride. What do you mean you two? This is something I said I'd be doing. You're just stealing my shit. What the fuck? So yes, we will do. We'll do something cool, guys. Okay, because it's been a little while since we've done an art competition. So, and then it'll be. Okay, so here are the upcoming art competitions. Actually, because I've got a note somewhere. Hold on, let me find the note. Right. Okay, it is. I've got literally like a pad of paper. So we've got one for October, we've got a Halloween one, we've got one for my birthday in November, and then we're going to have one in December for Brony Christmas, okay? So we're going to have like 3 art competitions in the next 3 months. I didn't think this through, actually. That might be too many art competitions. Might kill the birthday one. That's too many. I don't know why I wrote down birthday art. Was I drunk when I wrote this list? What the fuck, bro?
Stories. The real truth showed him being far more considerate towards Story's discomfort and backing away. Spoctor would then come back to the public and retract his apology, showing that Stories was much more willing to engage with him than she had let on. He also stated that Stories was actually 14 years old. Right before our eyes, it looked like these allegations were coming apart of the threads. But Stories and Pentagon still tried to claim it was all victim blaming. Meanwhile, Atari at this point has seen the light and apologised after Ponder's first video came out. She rescinded her coverage and even made up with Spoctor. Ghosty soon followed suit. Suddenly, the tides were changing. On May 10th, 2018, not even a month after the allegations were made, PK Russell uploaded a video about some leaks he and Ponder had obtained. During their investigations, an artist by the name of Mimi Duggs contacted Ponder with
I got a lot of explaining to do and a lot of apologies to write, but I'm just going to cut straight to the point of why I'm currently noting you about this. Get your notes somehow. To start off, I was a fucking idiot that this would slide, and I was partly involved in conversations where I didn't belong. This includes the Spoctor situation and a few others. After sitting down and viewing the entirety of your recent video, most of the actions and the following people, including myself, have became clear to me. I was just honest upon myself and had participated in interacting with these people to the point of concern when I looked back upon my own direct messaging to see how awful and disgusting I'd become. In short, I done goofed and talked with Atari, Pentagon, and Stories. I'm not putting the blame on them entirely, since it's also my own fault as well. I will take the blame for it regardless. I really hate snitching, especially when most of the information I'm about to share proves your explanations even further, but nevertheless, I think I want to have a look. I don't want to make yet another video about this, mainly because the drama has escalated so much that I gave up on even explaining the truth and spewing out white lies to prevent anyone from getting hurt. But someone did end up getting hurt from this conflict. I do not want any more potential victims to be part of it, and I regret everything. I do feel shame. I do feel ashamed for this, and for anyone who feels the same way too. You know, Mimi was in the FCK. Oh, Jesus, of course they were. You know, there's something weird about this as well, because I don't know. I've said before, I hate talking about relationship drama. I actually really dislike them. There's a real difficulty with relationship dramas because you're getting involved in talking about people's personal affairs, and you only ever get pictures and snapshots and then putting out a narrative. It's different when you've got things like somebody trying to like come onto somebody in DMs. Mimi was in the FCK, but she was one of the minors. Oh, okay. So part of the problem is you have adults talking about a 16-year-old dating 14-year-olds. That's essentially what this drama was. And there's this weird thing that's like was brought up, which is like, well, we talk about high school age. Like if people are at high school, like the same high school age, then maybe we shouldn't give the criticism. And I think there's some truth to that. I think like you look at like people's kind of social relationships, maybe it's a little bit different online. One of the problems though, and I do think this is a genuine issue, is you still have a 16-year-old with the Spoctor DMs. What you have is a 16-year-old talking in a highly sexually charged language to 14-year-olds. And that's probably that should at least be a stopping point of, guys, should we be interacting at all with these fucking minors? Also, is there a question there about how these, like, if we are the adults in the room, like, are you condoning this? Because like there's a big difference between these people, like Spoctor isn't a pedophile all the way to, okay, but this is a bit fucking, this is a bit concerning potentially, right? Like isn't this concerning? Is it, like, at the very least that shows a level of risk to minors around other minors in your communities that are full of minors. I just, it seems kind of wild to me, and it's always like a step missed. And I think the reason that step is missed is because it would force the creators talking about it, and in this case it would have forced like people like Ponder to be like, well, I'm in my whatever mid to late 20s when all this is happening, and I've got a load of minors in my fucking community. Like, what? Like, none of them should have been creators, and I keep saying this. I think, you know, there are arguments of kids are going to make things on YouTube, but you just leave those kids, don't cover them or whatever. And like, you can joke, like somebody like took a shot at me. I think it was Vincent Martin. I think it was either Vincent Martin or somebody else. No, I don't think it was Vincent. I think I'm just confusing him with every other retard. But someone was like, well, Beckett jokes about Mushroom Girl and how Mushroom Girl's gonna turn 18 soon so he can go after her. And isn't that crazy? I'm like, no, it's just a fucking... I'm literally commentating on the fact that I won't go after Mushroom Girl. That's the joke. Because I won't go after somebody who's a minor. Like, that's the joke. It's like, and probably when Mushroom Girl turns 18, they probably still won't do anything interesting enough that I'll cover them. There'd need to be something. It's just that when Mushroom Girl does something stupid and they're underage, I won't talk about it because they're underage. It's just, that's the line. That's where the line exists. It has to be somewhere, and it's kind of arbitrary. But in cases like the Spoctor drama, it's like, guys, you're talking about the DMs of a 16-year-old. Is that not fucking weird in and of itself? What the fuck is a Mushroom Girl? Never you mind. Kai Rise with 2 adults that went through Gamergate and shit, no less. Yes, true. Mushroom Girl's an SCC creator. Kind of Mushroom Girl's like a kind of imagine if you mix the personality of Ephron with Doodle Tones. That's Mushroom Girl.
With a lot of new information. Atari, Pentagon, and Stories had been planning this whole takedown on Spoctor for months prior. In fact, before Spoctor, they were aiming to pile on another creator known as Digby the Goat, but their eyes turned against Spoctor. But why? Why would Pentagon, for example, turn on Spoctor just like that? Well, during early 2018, people were going at Stories because they felt she was lying about being 8. Pentagon was wholeheartedly backing her during all of this and defended her. This caused Just a Robot to make a video where he states the obvious and called Pentagon an idiot. In DMs, Spoctor had always
Goat Katu, my mortal enemy, Mushroom Girl. Go, I hope you're fucking joking. Go, if your mortal enemy is Mushroom Girl, You need an intervention. In fact, I will literally force your partner to have an intervention with you if your mortal enemy is Mushroom Girl. You need better enemies. What the fuck are you doing? Kai Rise with the 2. At some point, it became trend to bully children. Yeah, that does seem to be the case. That does seem to be the sad reality of where we're at, isn't it?
Expressed.
We had drama 3 years ago. It's okay. I'm free. Everything is fine, bro. Go. Nothing is fine.
That he didn't think Stories was 8 years old, and posted a comment voicing his appreciation for Jar's video. This is why Pentagon went after Spoctor. She was furious that Spoctor didn't agree with her point, and praised the video that called her out. That's it. And from the DMs leaked thanks to Atari and Mimi's cooperation.
So I'll disable the likes to dislike ratio. Yeah, that's all to let's all do that then. If people see a lot of dislikes, they'll be less inclined to believe us. Even though those dislikes would be from rabid fangirls who don't like what they hear. I hate it here. I hate it here. Why does everyone in every drama fucking suck? Bro, just enjoy the dislikes. Hold on. Where is this? Where is this? Where's my most disliked video? Do I need to bring this up? Hold on. Hold on. There is, so one of my videos, the dog pack one. God, I did that. Bro, I did the dog pack video on September the 2nd last year. It's been over a year since I did the dog pack video. That's crazy. It has like 7,000 views and it has a 49.2% like to dislike ratio. And I am so incredibly proud of that. Just embrace it. Why are you such a bitch? Why are you such a... I'm not going to actually pull my analytics up. That's incredibly gay, okay? Because all the other analytics look fine, and I'm just like, that's gay. Don't be nice to me.
Her pettiness and annoyance was palpable. She involved herself in the plotting, and was salivating at seeing Spoctor's subscriber count drop. So, if Pentagon's motives were...
I dislike your things to know you have seen my interaction on your studio page. That is so fucking based. I actually have really consistent dislike ratios on basically everything I do. It's usually between 5 to 10 dislikes on every single stream. So there is definitely a portion of you who watch me regularly just to come and dislike because I keep telling you to do it. And I personally think that's fucking based.
Well, because Spoctor annoyed her, what were Stories? Well, first things first, these leaks unequivocally proved what everyone was thinking. Stories wasn't 8, Spoctor didn't think she was 8 either.
The only rebuttal I can think of is when people saying you aren't 9, but even if they say that, that still doesn't justify what Spoctor did. You're name dropping him, aren't you? You could be 9, 14, 20, and it still wouldn't be justifiable. Okay. Yeah, dude, unless you're gonna leak all the... This is why you should do DM scrolls as well, and never censor anything, unfortunately. Just show everything, and then maybe you've got an argument for it. But, like, dude, if you were 20, it actually... Listen, if you were 20 and you were 30, flirting with a 16-year-old, it would be you who had the problem. I fucking hate people. Very metal. That rebuttal can only negate your argument that he's a pedophile, Atari. Middle option, but yes, I will name drop him. Jesus.
Either. Stories was 14 years old, and she and Pentagon knowingly planned out this lie of being vague about her age to smear Spoctor. Stories also admitted to being dishonest about her feelings in her conversation with Spoctor, despite saying otherwise in her video. Ponder's third video even showed that Stories' boyfriend at the time was older than Spoctor. As more of the leaks came out, they showed that Stories'
Wait, what?
Stories' boyfriend at the time was...
Bro! Okay. Two things. One is he was 8, Spoctor would have been in worse shit than he was in. True. Second, he's still engaged with the air that she might have been 8 all along. Either way, it's bad. Wait, did he? Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's fucked. I don't understand how Spoctor got out of this drama. I actually don't. I've said this to a few people. I genuinely kind of look at this and go, the only way Spoctor got out of this drama is because it got spun as like, oh, well, she's not actually 8, guys. It's like, yeah, but there was a question around her being 8. Spoctor had no way to prove that she wasn't 8. He was like, I don't think she's 8, okay? But, you know, the minute that sort of shit comes up, you're kind of fucked, actually. How retarded was this community that Ponder managed to win this argument? It was a giga gay op, was why it got dropped, yeah. Yeah, just don't gay op. This is why you don't gay op.
Older than Spoctor. As more of the leaks came out, they showed that Stories was a completely malicious actor who claimed to have been planning this out for a year. In these messages, she acts like a vindictive power trip mastermind. Her plan was to break the ranter community cycle and use the people she worked with as pawns to create more chaos. I don't know if I can believe this because it sounds so absurd and unlikely, but I'm struggling to find any more explanation here that she expressed. And with that, the final nail was in the coffin. Soon after, Stories and Pentagon deleted everything and vanished. To summarize, Spoctor wasn't a groomer or a pedophile. You can say he was weird for what he did, but people didn't feel comfortable ascribing such a destructive label to him with what they had seen. The evidence wasn't sufficient enough, and the backlash he'd originally gotten didn't feel deserved. Plus, the dishonest and manipulative nature of the main accusers showed that their motives were far from considerate. Any other claims against Spoctor didn't have enough evidence to begin with, so they were dropped or disproven. I have to stress how fucked Spoctor would have been if it wasn't for the work of people like Ponder and PK Russell, and the outcome did wonders for them. Before this, PK Russell was mostly seen as an outsider to the entire art community. Afterwards,
Why do all these people look like Nosferatu? Like, what the fuck, bro?
he was far more respected and connected with others. As for Ponder, it's undeniable she brought up a lot
I
of—
can't get over that that's what Spoctor looks like, by the way. I'm like, I know that we're like an hour and a half in, but I'm still stuck on the fact that this is all over some Nosferatu looking motherfucker. Like, like what, bro?
points that helped in clearing Spoctor's name, and it was the video that made her career. It took a while for Spoctor to mentally recover from what had happened. His channel's numbers were all back, but he needed to get back into the swing of things. And whilst his videos from then were more of the same, things had changed. For one, Spoctor was now far more comfortable using facecam rather than stills, although he would cover his face with a raptor mask. Spoctor's practically instant vindication also gave him a lot of momentum, and his channel started to do really well over the next 2 years. Gacha Life in 2019, and then Yandere Simulator in 2020 were his big hitters. By the end of 2020, that subcount was at over 300,000. Spoctor's content had changed for the better by then. He was less snarky like before, and more comedic and grounded to an extent. His video style was far more laid back and tried to get to the core issue.
It illustrates the point that sometimes we gotta think about the context before we start throwing things willy-nilly about, hey, you gotta credit this guy, or hey, you gotta take this down because someone said something, and when they really didn't say something, and you're just kind of throwing this out of your ass. We're not even defending someone who wants defense at this point. They just want to be left alone, and using their music isn't detrimenting their personal life.
Yet Spoctor still had a sort of immunity.
Is this what his content sounded like? It's so weird because Spoctor, like, I've seen little bits of his videos, and it's like very off the cuff, and you can kind of get away with that as a streamer because you're literally off the cuff. Like, I'm not sat here like reading a script, but it's quite weird to see it that in video essay formed, right? Sounds boring, yeah. Like, dude, you're the fuck. That sounded genuinely retarded. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, is this guy special needs? I mean, other than the fact that he is a test tube baby. You know, when we say test tube baby, we mean, oh, like artificially inseminated. No, I mean, this dude was literally grown in a test tube. What the fuck? Also, he has a plushie of himself. Why did Spoctor have a plushie of himself? I want a Beckett plushie, okay? I asked for so little. I asked for you to like and dislike and subscribe and leave a comment, and I asked for a plushie, okay? That's it. Also, buy a membership.
Around him. A lot of the community had initially believed his allegations. When
he apparently had ADHD. I mean, I have ADHD. Most of us have ADHD. We're on the internet. What do you think? That's a prerequisite of being on the internet is ADHD, okay? Everyone, like, you can't do this. It's like the jar thing with me. I'm actually very dyslexic. Bro, that's not an excuse. There are many dyslexic people who are, like, nothing like you, okay? Everyone wants a Beckett plushie. Look, we're going to launch stickers soon. We're going to launch stickers, and if the stickers sell well, then we'll do more merch, okay? So be aware, we are launching a merch store at some point.
When those allegations were proven false, they gave him more respect and support, not because he had made an outstanding video, but as a sort of penance for their actions. Spoctor as an adult would also still cover a lot of drama involving kids, which meant that those involved would always look up to him as the adult, and he started to handle topics like mental health.
I crocheted a plushie. I can make more if you want. Please send me a picture of your crocheted plushie. Have I seen this? Wait, send me a picture of the crocheted plushie. That's awesome.
Health, which was sensitive and risky to tackle for any YouTuber. For example, Spoctor covered the animator Birdie in around 2019. The title was Birdie, kid who represents problems with depression. And whilst he does look at the controversies in a fair way, he also seemed to be dehumanizing Birdie. For those who know the Birdie lore, this was before the grooming, before dice, before anyone knew about the ferret stuff. So do you think it's fair to make several comments about how the 14-year-old Birdie was a heartless animal who you should treat like an irreparable exhibit?
I don't see Birdie as this awful person anymore. I just see Birdie as this animal. We should stop treating it like it's something new, obviously. We should start treating Birdie as an example. We should stop trying to help her and look at her as some sort of exhibit. That might sound inhumane, and maybe it is, but she's as heartless as a goddamn animal. There are only things we can do to less activate Birdie. For Birdie's so messed up in the head, she's almost like an object. Yelling at her won't solve anything.
Again,
You know, one of the things that stopped me doing Birdie content, and like, other than the fact that, you know, a couple of people paid us for some Birdie research, so felt a bit unethical to then use that research on stream because other people had paid for it, was like looking back at the history of the way people interacted with Birdie was so fucking weird. And when you get more information coming out, you can kind of like understand. I understand where Totify is coming from, where it's like, yeah, like people didn't know about the like ferret fucking story or shit like this, and you're still doing this. I mean, Birdie didn't stand a chance, and I mean, probably to the best. I mean, free the ferret, but yeah, like I don't know. There's something about the ACC and the way the community works of like just the shit that they pull when it comes to underage people in the community was always so weird. This was before almost all the drama for Birdie. Dehumanizing them right then was weird. Yeah. Yeah. Cruel. Yeah, I mean, like, you get this hindsight 2020 thing. This happens, like, the reason Jar's released a video is because Jar's like, I'm going to release a video on Ponder, because Ponder's in the shit right now, and I can take the picture out, which is, by the way, what all of us said exactly what Jar would do, because he is predictable and trash, okay? Just the Robot is, ironically, do you know that Vincent Martin is actually more reasonable than Jar? Unironically, at least, like, Vincent annoys me far less than Jar does. Like, and it's like, there's something about this community just wanting to get dunks on people that's just particularly distasteful. Thoughts on the Jar Bobby call? I did a whole stream on it, Mr. Gamer. I did a whole stream on it. It was fucking banging. I think the Jar Boblax call is the best Jar call. Actually, I think it is the best Jar call. Unironically. If Boblax had released it like months and months ago, I think it's better than the Himpleton calls. I thought just a bitch boy said he'd never do drama again. Yeah, well, dude, that was never gonna stick, was it? He takes a snipe at you in the new video. Want me to clip out that for you? Dude, can you? Dude, what? Yes. Like, can you give me the timestamp for that? We'll watch it now. Somebody tell me the timestamp when Jar takes a snipe at me. Did he finally say my name? Did Jar finally say my name? Let's go. Let's go. I want to see that now. Dude, I need to see that now, Ivy. Okay? I need... Dude, you've got to... No, Ivy, you got to tell me. Talking about the Ponder stuff? Just give me a timestamp. No, it's a sneak? Oh, okay, talking about the Ponder stuff, okay. Dude, look, whatever Ponder has done, and this is a really important standard, by the way, whatever Ponder has done, it doesn't change the fact that Jar is a creepy weirdo. It changes nothing. It changes nothing, Jar. You are still a creepy weirdo. You will remain a creepy weirdo. You will be a creepy weirdo till the end of fucking time. And you are scared to say my name, Jar, because you know that you can't beat me. I know people do the I've won all my dramas thing is super gay, because it is. But let's be clear. In this case, Jar can physically do nothing to me. I have presided and watched over the end of Jar's life. Hold on, where is it? Okay, timestamped. Let me just get this.
For it. But why am I making this video? It's because despite her being worse than me, and despite the fact that she is getting less than 1% the backlash I got, people are still comforting her and downplaying what she did. People are saying things like, she had a bad home life, she's on 2 medications, she smokes a lot of weed, she's sad, and shut up. Everyone has a sob story. No one has a perfect home life. And almost everyone has something mentally wrong with them if they make drama videos. If I did half the shit Ponder did, I would never, ever hear the end of it.
You actively defended a groomer. What do you mean? You actively defended a groomer. Holy fuck. That weed and med shit was 100% to you? I don't think I've said that, actually. Have I said that? I don't think I've said that at all. I think my line with Ponder has always been, you the only one talking about that to defend her? Was I? You said that to Chris. I don't know if I did. Did I say that? I think with Ponder, I said that, like, these were reasons why her memory was, like, gone, and part of the reason she was reacting. But I don't think I've ever said that excuses any of her actions. You said that you wouldn't go hard on her memory issues due to it being confirmed and it's because of too much weed. Oh, yeah. But I also said that doesn't matter with the FCK stuff, or with the Fago stuff. I said if Ponder doesn't remember something specifically, she actually has medically diagnosed reasons. That was before the Chuli video dropped. Yeah. Like, I think that there's a difference there with just, oh, I just can't remember. It's like, yeah, shit, like, Ponder's brain is cooked. Now re-listen to that.
People are saying things like, she had a bad home life, she's on 2 medications, she smokes a lot of weed,
I don't think I've said anything about her home life, have I? Has anyone said anything about her home life? Dude. Weed-induced memory loss is self-inflicted, so I don't care. Sure. And I think I said the same thing with the FCK stuff. It's like, well, how do you forget that? And it doesn't really matter with the Spoctor stuff. And it doesn't matter with the Fago stuff, which are the, you know, from my perspectives, and I've continued to say this, the most serious things. Also, hold on. There's a section where she's like... Dude. The section where it's like, she called me a retard or something? Yeah, she called me the R word. Hold on, while we're here, we'll rewatch this later as well, but I want to see this.
Tension. Ponder seems to have no problem with calling me a racist.
Like, honey, I also
Oh, she called me a racist?
don't like Jar. I am.
Who cares? Who cares, bro? Oh, dude. Jar is such a fucking loser. It's how do you get up in the morning, Jar?
Also of the opinion Jar's a fucking racist. Doesn't mean going around saying shit like this is okay.
I haven't looked into it. I'm not going to say that. Ponder's
That's fair.
opinion.
I'm only going off personal experiences.
Like anyone else who has called me that, she has no proof. She claimed it happened.
Hold on. Jar said during the drama that he was like, he didn't care about the racist accusations. Like, I think you said to me, actually, that you didn't care about the racist accusations, that you didn't give a shit. Oh, God, you're such a weaselly little liar, bro. This was 4 hours ago, and it has less than 1,220 views, by the way, from 4 hours ago. I want to be clear, this stream has been live for 1 hour and 48 minutes and has more views than Jar's video on Ponder. Bro, what are you doing with your life? Dude. Oh, you're such fucking loser, bro. Okay, yes, we will go. Listen, there's your like little teaser for more stuff we're doing later. Dude. Oh, God, I hate Jar.
And I want to stress this was before a lot of the serious Birdie stuff came out. He was still 14 at the time. He'd still done some things
You know
wrong.
what's great as well? Every time Jar releases things, he just makes content for everyone who hates him. Like, Jar's getting nothing out of it. His channel is, like, fucking dead in a hole. His channel, the most important thing in the world to him, is dead in a hole. Everyone who covers him gets more viewership than he does out of it. And basically just gets to laugh at him. It's wonderful. It's such a good karmic end to somebody who's so obsessed with numbers. Remember how he used to cry? That video had 10,000 views. It had, you have a video with 10,000 views. My Jar video has like nearly 250,000 views on it. Bro, Beckett, do you think Jar's the biggest ACC lolcow? Yeah, actually. Unironically. Because like Doodle Tones at least ran the fuck away. Like, there are people who are weirder than Jar, like Doodle Tones, but like from a lolcow perspective, he's the biggest lolcow by fucking a country mile. Also, again, like, oh, I can't believe he's saying this. If I did half the things Ponder did, bro, you have. What do you mean? Also, like, this is another great example of the fact that Jar turns on a dime on drama. Has no fucking consistency and no opinions of his own. Jar is the worst commentator on the internet. He's fucking useless. But Jar keeps fucking coming back true. Hey, Pinker, how you doing? He's Meg when she had the rant about how family uses her as an emotional lightning rod, but it's very justified. Ah, dude.
Wrong, but to act like there wasn't a chance Birdie could change at this point was pretty narrow-minded. Yet this was all largely overlooked over the next few years.
At least Ponder has her own thought no matter how fucked they are. Okay, so Ponder's problem is negligence and the fact that she like is incapable of seeing the issues within her own friendship group, or will just sweep for them, right? And the fact that she's cooked her own brain, amongst other things. But I've said this before. I think that I think the reason that the Fagos stuff is so bad, the Fagos stuff is so bad about Ponder, because the biggest defense you can give to Ponder is that at least she was loyal to her friends. And there's actually, like, I've said this before, I know that people want commentators to be completely consistent with calling out everybody, including people they're friendly with. But Chris and I have discussed the fact that if either of us ended up in drama, we probably, unless it was like one of us got out as a pedophile or some shit, probably wouldn't really talk about it that much. We'd just be like, yeah, this was stupid, whatever. But the problem with the Fagos stuff is if you can't defend your friends and you're not going to stand up for your friends when you know they're right, you don't get that defense anymore. That's like, then you're kind of fucked. Don't forget Ponder covered up the Spoctor and his CSM. Yeah, sure. But I'm talking about previously, prior to that, right? I'm talking about like why the Fago stuff has been a focus for me for like most of this drama. Because I'd rather be known as somebody who's like, will at least provide some defense to people he's friendly with and not just snake them for content, than somebody who's just like, I don't know, I burn anybody, I've got no fucking loyalty, and you know, you're all fucking fair game, whatever. Especially like burning people over minor shit. But the minute you just like turn your friend, you're fucked. Did he release Ponder's response to not exposing Fagos? Ponder's reasons are fucking stupid. Yeah, I know, they're fucking ridiculous. And that's where you're kind of really fucked. We'll see what comes out of part 2, because I'm sure there's information I'm missing with the Spoctor stuff. But again, we'll get there. One thing I've heard, we'll just jump ahead a little bit, was like, I know that Chuli asked Ponder to add Spoctor back into the server, and that's been painted, will that put Chuli at risk? Now, I've heard that, like, my understanding of this is Chuli was 17 at the time and Spoctor was 18. Is that correct? Am I getting my timelining for this right? Because, like, I do think that kind of matters, actually. Like, I think that's relevant if that's true. Because the first time I heard this, it was told to me in a way that Chuli was, like, 15. Okay, so Chuli was 17 and Spoctor was 18. Okay, I'm gonna say ahead of time here, and this might annoy some of you, I actually don't really think that that is a massively strong argument. I think that's kind of fucking, like, a crazy argument to make. Like, yes, Spoctor was an adult and Chuli was being groomed by Avi, but we can talk about Avi separately, okay? Bringing Spoctor back into the server when you know that shit about Spoctor and the CSAM and everything else, I'm totally with you with, like, what the fuck was Ponder thinking? Absolutely wild thing to do. Chuli was gaslit into thinking Spoctor did nothing wrong. Yeah, I can completely understand that. But I've heard a narrative that this was Ponder allowing Spoctor in to groom Chuli. And I'm going to be honest, if there is a year difference between them, dude, you guys can't, like, you can't hold the position of, like, high school age and, like, there's a like 3-year age gap, so it's fine, and then be like, yeah, but Chuli was 17 and Spoctor was 8. I think that is a mental position to hold, okay? Like, that seems pretty fucking wild, and that's the way it was told to me originally, and I'm just like, if Chuli was 15 at the time, which was the impression I was given, that's a different one. But yeah, no, that's not it. Okay. Ponder ran the story as Spoctor being framed by a crazy ex. She didn't find out till a few days after that it was due to CSAM. Sure, but that's Ponder trying to keep out, like, again, Ponder should have kept out Spoctor for that reason. And Ponder should have done more about Spoctor. Should be separate from Chuli was put at risk. I think that's the jump I'm talking about here. It's like, you can talk about bringing Spoctor back into Ponder's server and be completely legitimate with that and be like, what the fuck is Ponder doing? But, like, I've heard this being tied into Chuli, and I think that's a pretty mental angle to take. Since we've reached the thoughts on reached the topic of pedo lizard man, thoughts on Spoctor. I think the stuff with, like, Spoctor himself was Spoctor probably should have ended up burnt off this original drama. And I've said a few times, and to a couple of people, it's kind of wild that he wasn't. And I mean, I've said during watching this, it seems that the only reason he wasn't was because, like, they were able to twist the narrative. And, like, oh, well, she wasn't actually 8, guys. Spoctor knew what he was doing was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the fucking conversations. And, dude, I do not understand why you'd even tell anybody about a drive that nobody could physically know that you have anyway. Not sure where you heard that one. I've been keeping up with it. I don't think that's ever been the argument. The argument's been more, why the fuck did you let him back in when you knew XYZ? Yeah, and that seems completely legitimate. I think part of the problem is that some of the stuff around this, and this is why I keep saying the witch hunting stuff drives me a little bit fucking crazy, is I hear, like, multiple fucking takes around this shit, and some of them, you run the same risk of exactly what got Spoctor off the first time. If you overextend yourselves, you will find people who will push the narrative to the other side and just focus on the egregious stuff that you can't evidence properly. I'll correct myself. It was Chuli who didn't find out about the CSAM until days after Ponder told her it was crazy ex framing Spoctor. Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's like, Chuli being involved almost doesn't matter. Does that make sense? Like, Chuli's involvement in that side of the story seems kind of fucking irrelevant, frankly. The relevant part is Ponder knew about Spoctor and brought Spoctor back into her community. That's what's relevant about it. The Chuli part just doesn't seem to matter, other than the fact that Chuli was like, I'll bring Spoctor in. Like an instigating factor, but it has no other relevance in my opinion. Sent the plush and pinged you in the art. Interesting. Hold on. Dude, that's so fucking cool. What? What? That's so fucking cool. Beckett is 100% on this one. Yeah, again, there are points with this, with some of the narratives around it I want to be really fucking careful about. That's about it. That's how I feel. Dude, that is so fucking cool. I love him. He's amazing. He's so cute. Dude, I'm so jealous that I don't own this. Oh, that is the fucking coolest thing ever. It's so good. Dude. That's fucking crazy. It's so cute. I don't know what it is about crochet as well. But yeah, okay, cool. That's we've done a tangent. We've done a tangent as well. I'm sure that'll happen again.
Spoctor's videos held strong, and he continued to do well as he went into 2021. But things were soon to change. As with every member of the ACC around this time, one of Spoctor's most significant situations tied itself to the mega thread of drama that had been going on. To summarize as best I can, a creator by the name of Toby Majestic was in some hot water, expressed support for controversial creators, drew NSFW of characters who were minors after calling out someone else for doing the same kind of thing. Toby got some backlash, and in the
we actually need to talk about the Toby drama at some. I can make more if you want to like give them away or something. Dude, we might have to talk about that. DM me, because I'd be actually really interested in that. Like, maybe we can talk about it and make sure that you get a kickback from it in some way, because that's crazy. That's it. It's so good. It's so good. Cryptid. Okay, so here's the thing with we might need to talk about the Toby drama at some point, because the Toby drama has so many. Again, you're in a position where the Toby drama like focuses an awful lot around Toby drawing not safe for artwork of a minor character, but then you've got all the stuff that have happened with Fuchsia Butters, you've got all the stuff that happened in the FCK, you've got all the stuff that happens in the wider community, and you guys are the ones like setting the standards for this. And like that consistency of standards being breached is fucking crazy to me. And it's like, again, I always say this about ACC drama. ACC drama, every single ACC drama comes down to rules for thee and not for me. Every single one. All ACC drama is a story of double standards. And the Toby drama may actually be like a linchpin point in all of this. So we do actually need to talk about it at some point. Maybe we'll do that in November. Maybe I'll do that for my birthday. That'll be my birthday stream. Talk about Toby.
midst of it, a creator named Hopeless Peaches got involved. Peaches initially defended Toby's detractors, but changed to more of a neutral stance later on. But they kept talking about the situation and backlash ensued. Mentally, they did not take this well. The allegations of dishonesty were then turned up to 100 when another creator named Prisonmate Luke accused them of baiting their life to manipulate other people. The allegation had barely any basis, but a lot of people took it in their stride since hating Peaches was now popular. At this point, Spoctor came in with a video of his own. People were expecting him to be as fair as he always had been. After all, he had been pretty neutral.
Beckett, important question. Your favorite dinosaur is Stegosaurus. I like Stegosaurus and I like Triceratops. Triceratops are really cute as well. Okay, and the one with like one horn, which is like the little plushie I have. They're really cute. I just think they're adorable. Actually, T-Rex are kind of cute as well. Okay, with the little arms. That's kind of adorable. Anyway. Fuck my life.
Neutral when it came to covering Toby's whole situation. But when it came to Peaches, Spoctor's video was unusually harsh. In his video, he framed them expressing that they wanted to end their life as a sort of subconscious habit motivated by a care for public image.
I mean, hold on a sec, what?
Spoctor's video was unusually harsh. In his video, but when it came to Peaches, Spoctor's video was unusually harsh. In his video, he framed them expressing that they wanted to end their life as a sort of subconscious habit motivated
All I'm hearing is that you're totally fine with sharing a person's personal info. It means you can use it against them, and now I'm blocking you because you are hella shady.
By a careful public image. He also went on to place more fault on Peaches for this claim because they put their feelings online. To some extent, I get that you shouldn't do that, and you should treat your channel like a brand. But this was abnormal.
I mean, let's be honest. Peaches did just suicide bait all the time. I mean, that's not an incorrect assessment. Has ACC drama become your bread and butter? Yeah, to an extent. Sure. I know a lot about it. I've become very interested in the community. But yeah, I think it's definitely become a lot of the bread and butter content is ACC. Sure. I like doing other things as well. I'm probably going to start doing more political drama. Okay? She threatened to beat herself. Somehow. Weird thing, I was the kid that never got into dinos, did not care for Jurassic Park, hated Rita of Spring during Fantasia, just did not care about dinos. I had books on poisonous animals. Poisonous animals are great. No, listen, I really want to talk about some of the like political commentator drama that's going on. Not directly about Hassan or Ethan, but the Destiny orbits becoming really interesting again. But yeah, we'll see. I need to cover YMS at some point, but I just haven't got around to it. Then everyone in that Total Peaches Destruction server crashed and burned horrifically, with a Thuman being the sole exception. Yeah, pretty much. Or being into dinosaurs is a sin against humanity, true. Consider poisonous dinosaurs. Yeah, there's one like the frill neck. Like, wasn't that meant to be poisonous? I don't know if we know it was poisonous, but I like to imagine it was poisonous.
Claims about Peaches based themselves off no evidence and weak speculation. Spoctor then went on to say that Peaches should have responded less emotionally.
If this is where the drama ends, I'm willing to bite the bullet. But that's not where it ended. She kept going on about it.
And Luke, I wouldn't argue she was furthering the drama. I would rather argue...
Are you going to cover the Jimmy Kimmel Show cancellation? I talked a bit about it last stream, actually, on Friday.
That she's extremely over-emotional about what you said in your video, which is definitely a fault on her end, and it's its own criticism, and I feel like she should have just tried to move past it calmly instead of being aggressively upset about it.
Again, a stupid point to make, because people were accusing them of manipulating others by using their life. People have the right to be mad at that stuff, especially if it's a baseless claim. And if that wasn't enough, Spoctor had used a video of them talking about their grooming as B-roll, while saying they couldn't handle relationships well. All this confused...
Becca, have you heard of Derek Savage? Yes, I have, but I don't know why. Maybe I'm thinking about another Savage? I think so, Hydra Dancer. Thank you for the 2. Why? They just... What?
Peaches, because they and Spoctor had a conversation before Spoctor released his video about them. In said conversation, he seemed to be a lot more calm. Well, until he released the video and said that he had to go after her for the sake of PR.
And the way he handled it genuinely angers me. In DMs with Peaches, he discusses how the evidence she provides him completely changes the narrative, then continues to make his video, where he says in DMs with her that his video misses the mark and doesn't defend her at all, where he says that he has to go after her for the sake of PR.
What? What the fuck? Why would you admit that to somebody you're going after? It's all business in the end? It wouldn't be good branding to be nice to me? Dude, what the fuck? Beckett, what's your stance on people being fired for remarks towards Charlie Kirk? I don't believe in deplatforming. I think it is ultimately harmful. And I think it's fucking crazy. I think celebrating Kirk's death is ghoulish. I've said this from the very, very beginning. I think getting fired for jokes or going after people for jokes is cringe as fuck. I think when the left was trying to get people fired for their positions, it was incredibly fucking retarded. And those people should have been like called out and burnt from existence. But now, yeah, it doesn't excuse the right doing it now. I get it. I get it. I get the people who are doing it's fair turnabout. It's not, though. You need to have better standards than the people you hate. Otherwise, you're just the same. I don't really see much difference between people who are doing it on the right, now, to the people who were doing it on the left back in the day. Fuck these people. It's ridiculous. As for the Jimmy Kimmel stuff, I'm a little bit torn on the Jimmy Kimmel stuff. I will say this. People like Kimmel and people who've celebrated the deplatforming of people they don't like. I can't remember what it was. I think Metka was talking about it last night with Kimmel joking about like taking joy and pleasure in other people being like losing their platform. Yeah, we're talking about Tucker Carlson. It's like, okay, so you're happy that other people lose their job. Don't be surprised if people are happy when you lose your job. It's like, again, if I sat here and was like, yeah, it's so based that Destiny's been demonetized. It's so awesome. Like, dude, you just have no defense when it happens to you. Just have some consistent standards. It's really not that difficult. It's very easy. Anyway, there's my little rant. Kai Rides with 5. You should watch that video and hear his takes on mental health. Jesus. I mean, you can DM it to me. We'll put it on the list. Hydrodance with 5. Daddy Derek, creator of the Cool Cat. Just hearing YMS reminded me of him and his insanity. Like, Cool Cat stops a school shooting. Yes. Based. The Cool Cat stuff's really funny. It's like, YMS has one really good video on the Kimber stuff as well, which I've seen. That's the only thing I've ever really seen out of YMS, though. Just to go, man, for 1 month they're coping. Much appreciated for the 1 month. 07 in chat. 2 wrongs don't make a right. Most were taught that. True. It seems like it should be real easy to have this standard. Just, it's not even difficult. Okay? Also, I don't like seeing people get deplatformed because it ruins content. Okay? Like, I don't like Jimmy Kimmel, but what happened to his show was bullshit. I mean, like, I don't like any of the late night hosts. I mean, but whatever.
This was an incredibly cowardly thing to say. Spoctor had a much different standard for Peaches because that's what public opinion felt, not because it was lies. He was
one last thing as well. Just another consistency point. Like people were making jokes about George Floyd. That's fine. People make jokes about Biden having cancer. That's fine. People can make jokes about like tragic stuff that's happening. Dark humor is fine. I really don't like this standard of, well, now we can't joke about. Yes, we can. What do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? We've always been able to joke about these things. That was one of the major arguments against the puritanical woke SJW freaks over the last like decade and a half. And I was saying we can't make jokes yet, dude. I just like anybody making this argument that's like, oh well, suddenly this joke's too far. I lose all respect for. Be more like Dick Masterson. I can't believe I'm saying this. Be more like Dick Masterson. Dick Masterson, whenever shit like this happens, is consistently based and just like, yeah, I'm a troll on the internet. We're trolls. This is what we should be doing. That should be the position.
Fine with being more
people made jokes about Nancy Pelosi's husband, so what's the problem now? True. They were really hammering those jokes out on Twitter at the time. Some of them weren't particularly subtle. Bit of a sledgehammer approach. You know.
Charitable to those who were, at the time, worse than Peaches because the public hated Peaches. Again, do you not find this so ironic from the guy vindicated after public opinion went against him? As Spoctor went through 2021, his momentum had slowed to a standstill and his past friends were nowhere to be seen. By late December, Fagos had been run off for stuff related to SA and lying. PK Russell was already known as kind of a freak by now, but Ponder was still around. As for Junkie, Spoctor's oldest friend, his career was crumbling due to his dishonesty. The worst of Junkie's actions came with a creator he'd lied about 3 years prior.
If I may ask, what's your political affirmation? Dude, I love the fact that we do tangents, also. I don't want to learn about Junkie. Fuck! What's your political... Look, I'm center-left. I'm center-left these days. There are some things that I'm very left on, like some economic policies where I'm just like very anti-market. Things like basic services I think should be national. Things like water, electricity, shit like this, having them as national. Like probably internet. The internet should be like, internet access should be a national thing. Stuff like this. Don't forget Beckett voted for Brexit. That's true. I'm a massive Eurosceptic and always have been. I'm generally pro-immigration though. But generally, yeah. I'm an actual centrist. And what being a centrist means is it's not that I don't care, it's that some things that the right have as policies, particularly generally speaking, historically anyway, around education, the right tends to be, in my opinion, much better than the left at long-term educational achievement and goals. They tend to be, at least policy-wise, slightly better for like economic and GDP growth. And then on the side of the left, it's things like, I believe in a welfare system, and those things and those safety nets need to be protected. And then usually, when it comes to an election, you vote for like who has the better policies and the things you care most about at the time. That's kind of the adult way you approach things, if I'm honest. Just picking a side and voting for a tribe, I think, is incredibly retarded. Right does economy good and the left does social policy good. That's generally been the trend, though I should point out the fact that the right has consistently crashed the economy over the last like 20 years, both in the US and in the UK. The right have tended to be like, since the 2010s, right-leaning politicians tend to be actually less, and this is just backed up with statistics, this is in the data, right-leaning politicians are actually worse with the economy than left-wing politicians. Like, just consistently. It's actually kind of shocking. The right really isn't great at the moment. The left's not much better in a lot of other ways, but yeah. Did you watch the clip where Trump only cares about the ballroom? Yeah, it's like, Trump, how are you feeling with all this stuff that's going on? I'm feeling good. The ballroom's being made. We're getting new rose gardens. So I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Oh, dude. Neither side is doing too hot now. It's a mess. It's okay. So here's a hot take for you. Here's a hot economic take. The reason no one is doing well in the economy is because very few politicians actually understand global economies well enough to effectively plan or utilize them. That's the reality. It's why more people want to go. More and more countries are like pushing towards protectivism, and they're trying to, like, what Trump's trying to do right now is limit the effects of the global market, because America's not doing well in kind of like its growth matrix against the global market. It can't compete with cheap labor, and that's becoming its problem. So Trump's trying to get stuff like built in-house. But yeah, it probably won't work. Fun fact. Also, fun fact, you guys just hit the goal for a sticker. Please enjoy these stickers. Dude, so based. Fun fact, PK Russell defended Kiro the Wolf. Also, the YMS stuff is insane, and I hope it somehow escalates to EFAT covering him. Dude, that'd be so fucking good. That'd be so fucking good. Thank you, Baron, for the 5. Also, yeah, like PK Russell defended Kiro. Is that actually true? What the fuck? Kai Rise with a 2. Cutting taxes for the rich certainly didn't help. No, it really fucking doesn't, dude. The problem is it's like all corporatism and shit. Anyway, we are massively away from the topic. Okay, I will stop. I'll stop. I'll be good. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll stop talking about fucking global economic policy. We'll get back to talking about Junkie. Can you tell that I'm trying to procrastinate and not learn about Junkie? Oh, fuck. You know what else is not true? Your rants are beautiful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look. It helps to have a political science master's. It doesn't help with anything else in my life, but like at least I understand like some of the issues. Baron with the 5. A reminder about Beckett's political understanding. He thought Trump might have gotten kicked out of office because Aiden was talking about it. Wait, what? Did I say that? I must have been joking. He thought Trump might have gotten kicked out of office. Oh, fuck. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, okay. Dude, there was a definite period where I'd fully checked out of politics. It's still pretty bad. Someone had to inform me about the Tommy Robinson stuff recently. What's your opinion on bats? They're cute. I like bats. Okay, cool. Right. Stop. Stop. We're gonna lock into Junkie. Taxing the rich wouldn't help either. They'll just move. Fuck. There are some really interesting stats around that actually not happening. It's a bit of a right-wing myth. It's actually a bit of a left-wing myth as well. They don't move. They don't move. You have to. Basically, you don't increase taxes, you close loopholes. It works. Anyway, okay. Let's go. We're going to lock in. I've only lost 20 viewers for ranting about it, okay? I've only lost 20 viewers ranting about the economy. Right, let's go.
Mitsuru. Back in 2018, during the story's Pentagon drama, a ranter named Fran had made a video attacking Spoctor, and had refused to take it down. After Ponder covered Fran's videos in a second part of her Spoctor series, Fran claimed that the video had given her a panic attack. But when Junkie went to Fran, she told him she was essentially faking the panic attack and had taken down her videos for damage control. Hitten was making a video on Fran at the time, and asked Junkie if she could use these screenshots in her video. He said yes. But despite that, Hitten's video was slammed. People were saying that she had gotten these screenshots through shady means and could not be trusted. And for these creators, this was a no-no. Unbeknownst to Hitten, other creators had talked to Junkie and asked him if he let Hitten have those screenshots. He gave a vague, weird answer to try and stay out of drama, and they interpreted this as a no.
Okay, so we've actually covered the Fran stuff on this stream before, talking about Hitten. The Fran shit was fucking crazy. I will say this as well. This is one of those dramas, like the Junkie stuff with Hitten, where I struggle to care because, like, it didn't need a video response, and I don't understand why this community had a thing about leaking DMs. The answer from Hitten should have been, shut the fuck up, fuck off. Shut the fuck up and fuck off. She should have giga-chatted through it, and it's like, I actually don't really care that Junkie didn't, like, affirm the position of DMs. I've never really understood why this is even a drama. It's just like, seems like gay interpersonal creator stuff, who gives a shit. Baron with the 5, a reminder, since YouTube uses US law, all of these super chats are tax-free. That is not, is that true? That's not true. Why the fuck are you telling me that? That's fucking bizarre. I mean, not for me, obviously. The channel has to pay taxes on them. I'm very confused. Help.
Junkie then neglected to correct the record for years, whilst Hitten was essentially thrown under the bus.
Based, fuck Hitten, yeah, fuck Hitten, based. Then a job application response, it's their kryptonite, true. Should have just been like, fuck Junkie changing his mind, it's out there now, so here it is, and you can bitch as much as you want. Yes, true.
Cut off from other friends.
No other comments. True, it's based.
And branded as untrustworthy for years. It was only until late 2021 that she was able to show the full story and the community torched Junkie. On December 19th, 2021, Spoctor made a video titled, "My Former Community is Falling Apart." In said video, he talked about how the DeviantArt ranting community tore itself up with many controversies. His general idea was that it was cannibalistic, performative, and stupid, especially with Junkie.
Ruin one another in this community. It's because of this mindset that anger and wrath wins. Oh boy, you lied to people. To the gulag you go! Forget the good you did for people. Forget the fact that you basically built the foundation of my channel and helped me get on my feet, Junkie. You lied about people, and someone decided to out you for it. It's time to crucify you and make you walk on eggshells. I mean, look at the video calling him out.
I don't want your disingenuous, half-hearted, slimy bitch.
This is part of the problem as well. It's like, yes, Spoctor is a piece of shit. I'm sure Junkie's a piece of shit as well. But, like, people like Hitten managed to exist off the bat. It's the same with Jar, by the way. The reason Jar has had any kind of credibility, sorry, I nearly said has had any kind of credibility, was because he jumped on people who were currently the, like, topic of the moment, in the same way he's doing with Ponder. It's like, it doesn't change the fact, Jar, that you are a piece of shit. Now, chat, say it with me. Say it with me, because I've been saying this for nearly 2 years. Just because somebody is getting cancelled does not mean everyone they ever fought with gets a free pass. Just because somebody is getting cancelled does not mean the people they were fighting with get a free pass. Like, people tried this, like, during the Lyo drama, like, fucking Patchwork Heart tried coming back. Sasu tries coming back. Buttons tries coming back. Coyote tried coming back. It doesn't change anything, bro. And this community would have been so much fucking better if you just remembered why people were, like, thrown out of it in the first fucking place. It's real. It seems real fucking simple. Dude.
Bitch boy apology.
That's no way to treat people on a platform. Even if they've angered you, that aggression only serves to progress the issue. The amount of
Star Giant Productions came back. Yeah, I need to look at some of the Star Giant stuff. I've heard they're back. I heard Lazy did something on them. I need to talk to her.
Stress that you're putting on yourself by basically forcing yourself to get involved with that much wrath is not worth the outcome.
It's one thing when you cover a situation that's so far alienated from your personal life. It's another to cover shit that deals with your personal life. It's another to air your dirty laundry to an audience in a format that comes off uncalculated and disorganized.
Spoctor was very obviously downplaying Junkie's snide cowardice and dismissing Hitten's video as a mess. The issue was that by giving such a vague answer to what was such a simple question, just to avoid drama, Junkie had pretty much thrown Hitten away and let the crows feed on her. A lot of people, including Hitten, took issue with the fact that Spoctor was tone policing her, having more issue with how she said—
Oh, the fucking irony! Dude, I can't believe that Spoctor's tone policing me. Bro, okay. Okay, Eden.
It rather than what she said. There were parts cut out where she described far more emotional interactions with far less emotion. And keep in mind, Hitten was only one of the many other creators who Junkie had also lied about. This obviously annoyed a lot of people who were aware of what was going on, as they felt that Spoctor was being pretty dishonest in his representation of Hitten. Spoctor would later make a correction in a pinned comment and promised he would also make a video clarifying this, but that video never came for months. Again, dishonest for him to not do so when it was such an easy correction to make. Spoctor's video talking about Junkie was what really got the ball rolling against him. His actions here sparked up people—
Yeah, this is 2 weeks after Chuli, yeah.
People looking back into the honesty of his coverage on Peaches the year before, and every time he was confronted about it, he seemed to slither away from the criticism. It was totally unlike how he presented himself in a way of considerate neutrality. That was very clearly a facade, and only worked on the animation meme tweens. And speaking of them, during 2022, several members of the animation meme community, including the aforementioned animator Birdie, became involved with an online group known as DICE. DICE was a ring around a Discord server where young teenagers encouraged each other to harm themselves and anyone or anything they could, and for a couple of weeks Birdie was a part of that. Spoctor would make a video on DICE and Birdie around this time, titled The Darkness Around the YouTuber Birdie, and again, to be fair, the DICE coverage seemed solid as he talked about the emotional and mental toll these actions would have on kids. But his second Birdie video goes out of his way to cover Birdie's controversies and seriously downplays a lot of his actions. This one seemed way more light on him and his past actions, even after all the degenerate stuff he had now done or admitted to. He also downplayed how much Birdie affected others whilst in DICE. But it doesn't stop there for Spoctor. Following the DICE video, Spoctor would open up a public DICE recovery server to any victims of the cult.
Wait, what?
The server, named Koi Pond, only had a few adults, one of them being Spoctor. Already seems like a bad idea for a Discord server to have like a mental health recovery server done by basically no professionals from what I heard, but it seems that even the server setup was also not very well handled. I mean, they put Birdie on the fucking staff team.
What? Wait, what? Oh, look! Goat Katu! They had a ticket system to verify people. Also, they didn't have anything to help. I mean, it'd be so for real. The entire server was just public venting about their experiences and people giving advice. That was about it. Nobody there was a professional or anything. What the fuck? Dan burst before Dan burst. True. Holy fuck.
According to Goat Katu, whom I talked to about this entire thing, Spoctor's server had no vetting or verification process for age. None at all. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out how dangerous that is, especially in a place advertised for victims of abuse and grooming. Spoctor would also co-run the server with a user named Jinx, a former member of DICE who Spoctor had grown close with over the last few months. Strange considering Jinx had already abused their pet rabbit and had planned to kill it whilst in DICE.
Sorry, what? But listen, I love Toastify, but occasionally Toastify suffers from the Lanza problem, okay? Like Lanza knows he has this problem. And we've joked about this, but like Toastify occasionally suffers with the Lanza problem of saying some outrageous, insane shit in like a steady monotone, and it comes across as real weird. It's just real strange, bro. I was catching up on 1.5 speed and thought I could legally get 1.5 out the speed limit. Anyway, here's some money that I won't go into the cops after I ran. No worries. Thank you, Manish. Much appreciated. Thank you for the 5.
I understand they were in a cult, but Spoctor and Jinx's friendship was like on the level of found family to most of the observers, and this is not the person you should trust for running a server like this. Goat Katu also mentioned that Spoctor and Jinx's only vetting system in the server wasn't for age, but for those claiming DID, or dissociative identity disorder. They were specifically looking for those who were claiming DID that hadn't originated from trauma. The reason I mention this is because it was around this time that Spoctor had made a video about DID. But like the Birdie video, Spoctor's video ended up being a mess. As you watch it, you realize the opinion in the video...
Dude, at some point, okay. So there was a murder case. This sounds like a tangent. It is. There was a murder case, and they released some of the interview footage recently. And the person who killed somebody was like dating. So the reason this person got murdered is because this freak with self-diagnosed DID basically like murdered this person because her boyfriend was a pedophile hunter and he was encouraging her to do it, and that she'd get like perks in his anti-pedophile hunting cult thing. It was like I was watching it and I was like, this is like Mama Max's dream. Like, what? Dude, we need to go over that at some point. I need to re-find it. It's completely fucking mental. It's so insane. Like, one of the people in this person's, like, self-diagnosed DID thing is, like, literally, like, Jinx from, like, Arcane. It's got the same backstory and everything. It's so fucking bizarre. You can hear the police officers, like, trying to be nice about it and get information out of them. It's fucking amazing. Lio Convoy, the dark timeline. Yes, like Lio Convoy, it could be worse.
Was formed more from screenshots and TikTok videos than actual research and academic papers. His best source through the video was Google, which again seems pretty insane for an in-depth video about a mental disorder, one that's been controversial amongst academics. But Spoctor seemed to be treating himself as an actual reputable person with this. At one point he compares being drunk to DID, which even I, with my limited knowledge, found very outlandish. He wasn't talking about alcoholism or something like that, just the state of being drunk. Additionally, his video also bounced in tone a lot. It felt like another funny hoo-ha internet cringe video wearing the superficial skin of a deep, considerate analysis on mental health. There are endless criticisms of this video, and if you're interested, you can hear people who actually have—
Wait, he had someone who had 30 plus personality? Bro, Tumblr was a mistake. Bro.
DID talk about it in more depth than I could ever provide. After some backlash, Spoctor would take down the DID video and post to his community tab apologizing, but by now his blatant mishandling of mental health and recurring dishonesty had become somewhat of a pattern. The backlash from this and all the videos being made on him at the time was what broke the lizard's back. Spoctor soon posted a final video and announced he was stepping away from commentary. But there was no apology or change. His quitting video was mostly responding to other smaller creators who had made videos on him. And in a call with Hopeless Peaches and Lyle Convoy, friend of Peaches and at the time pedophile hunter extraordinaire, Spoctor would be questioned on his various mistakes and seemed to brush them off or double down.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Okay. Have you turned your voice meter off?
No.
I think you need to.
No, I'm good.
You think this is funny?
Yes.
Why?
I do.
No, why?
Because I don't care.
You don't care. Do you know what we're here to talk
No,
about?
not really.
You don't care.
I have really nothing to lose. I've done nothing wrong.
You've done nothing wrong.
Have made a few mistakes, and I'm not going to be put through the ringer for it.
Sure.
You guys are literally about to make a whole ass video on some, like, superstitious, like, shit that doesn't matter.
This call is so cringe, yeah. I mean, like, it's a fucking old Lio call. Like, I'm sure if we listened to the entire thing, he'd come across just as retarded. Also, Peaches is in this one. Fuck me, okay? Like, also, here's part of the problem with the accountability culture shit as well. It's like, well, it didn't make any fucking difference in the long term, did it, really? Like, we're still talking about it now. We're still talking about it now. Didn't save anybody. Fuck me.
It doesn't matter.
Who's you guys and what
I
video?
don't care anymore.
So if you're coming in here just to be flippant and be sarcastic, I mean, you're doing it for the wrong reasons. We're not here to drill you specifically about your DID video. We're here to talk to you about some of your content.
Okay.
So what's the purpose of all these shenanigans exactly?
Let me just put it this way. You're talking to someone who has nothing to lose. I've stopped caring about YouTube. I've heard a lot of terrible things about you guys from other creators, and I quite literally don't want to deal with your bullshit. How about that?
What BS have you heard?
See, here's part of the problem as well. Why turn up in the call then? Like, I hate shit like this when people do the fucking anime villain voice. It's like, bro, don't show up to the call then. Do you know how easy it is? Do you know how many people over the last like several years have been like, Beckett needs to get in a call with this person? I've been like, no, I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. Go away. No one gives a shit. Fuck off. And specifically, just to be clear, it's if you don't care about the people involved. Like, so somebody asked, like, with, like, where do I talk to Aiden, for example? I like Aiden, so I'll pick up the phone to Aiden. Really that simple. Even if I don't really give a fuck what he's talking about, I'll pick up the phone to him. But if your position is, yeah, fuck these guys, I don't turn up then. Who gives a shit? Which was worse, Tumblr or DeviantArt? Also, shenanigans, just to go for the 2. Thank you very much. Also, what was worse? Oof, that's actually really hard. I'm gonna say Tumblr. I'm gonna say the outcomes of Tumblr have been worse than the outcomes of DA. Because DA, the people involved in DA doing DA things were always going to be doing DA things, but Tumblr, like, very specifically bred a particular breed of person on the internet who was uniquely fucking annoying. Okay? I would say domestic abuse is worse. I'd say Tumblr's worse. Okay. I'd argue the outcomes of DA is Tumblr. Okay, yeah, that's actually a fair point. Maybe that's a reasonable argument. Tumblr breaking containment is the issue. It's infecting everything else. Yes. Yes.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think it does. Because if your friends are sitting there crying about things that you have no real evidence for, I think that's kind of silly, don't you?
Evidence? I'm not outing you. I'm not outing you.
You don't have to out somebody when you make a claim. What have you heard?
I mean, it's sort of based on what I've heard, what I've seen, and how I've been treated. So I'm not
treated by whom?
Really in the mood to.
Treated by whom? Because this is the first time I've spoken to you.
It's not the first time I've seen you in my comments.
I'm sure it's not, but this is the first time I've spoken to you. So what have I said to you? How have I mistreated you?
This is the first time you've spoken to me.
Yes, directly. This is the first time I've spoken to you. So what have I said to you?
Oh my fucking god!
So...
Holy shit! What the fuck is wrong with any of you? Holy fuck! Shut the fuck up! Oh my god, Lio, shut the fuck up, bro. He's still like this, by the way. Like, fuck. Like.
Abhorrent.
I mean, I could pull up the comment, but I really don't care.
No, you do care. Otherwise, you wouldn't be stalking like this. What did I say that you find so egregious?
You guys have a great day. I don't care.
I'd rather be honest and say, oh, I didn't care, or oh, well, I'm friends with them, or
Would you
any
really
other.
want me to be honest?
I would much rather you be honest because that's why I'm asking.
I mean,
you.
I guess like I said in the last call, I do have nothing to lose. It's a combination of like, oh, it's like not really super directly related to my life, and also I know Creepshow a little bit better than I knew you at the time, so I would take a buddy's word over yours.
Would you take a friend's word over literal proof?
If they're a friend, I like to hold their value, the value of their words somewhat high.
Everyone involved in this call is fucking retarded. I actually don't care. I hate everyone involved in this call so much. Like, holy fuck. Like, Spoctor is the most boring sounding motherfucker. Dude. No wonder he had to flirt with girls in DMs. Like, it's fucking unreal. I feel like I'm developing autism listening to this motherfucking speak. Like, and he's talking to the moon. The whale chick. Where's my Peaches picture? Holy fuck. Like, part of the problem with Peaches as well is, once you realize that Peaches is like this weird whale person, like... I wonder what she's doing now. Like, genuinely, it's been like a year. What is Peaches doing now? Do you think she's just somewhere like... do you think she's just in an aquarium? Like, that's her thing now. She's part of a traveling freak show. Like, Lio hate? Dude... I mean, especially this period of Lio is just fucking insufferable. It really is. Abby Drops, how you doing? Bro. Probably an alcoholic on the streets. I don't know, fuck it. Maybe we'll deport her. Who knows? I've never seen her. What does she look like? Have you ever seen an ugly whale? You know, like in nature documentaries, occasionally like an animal that like most animals are like, oh, yeah, that looks like an animal. But occasionally you see like a really ugly animal. Imagine an ugly whale. That's what Peaches looks like, okay? Like a bit malformed, a malformed whale. Or like a seal that's been beaten.
It's just kind of how I operate.
After this,
can we get Lyo tasing creepy as a cleanser? Yeah, maybe we'll throw it in. I'll make a note. Thank you for the Tsukai Rise.
he would apologize and log off indefinitely. In the aftermath of Spoctor leaving, opinion on him was still split. Some people felt he was level-headed for how he stepped away, others thought he deserved to leave. I feel drawn towards the latter. Spoctor put up a facade of genuine intentions, but he was very obviously biased. A lot of the points he made were just to appeal to the crowd or to those he was working with. It wasn't fair coverage, and he positioned himself as an expert despite clearly not knowing a lot. Even his Creepshow art video basically shows him just confidently LARPing as a lawyer. Spoctor's career shift wasn't maturing, it was skinwalking. Left untouched, his channel would fade into the background for the next few months, but no one imagined that he'd be gone for long.
A manatee? Have you guys ever seen the film Tusk? You know, it's a film about a guy who gets like turned into a manatee, like he gets like, it's a body horror film. He gets like stitched into a manatee suit. And it's like fucked up body horror. That's what Peaches looks like, okay? It's a walrus. There we go. It's a walrus. Yes, that's what Peaches looks like. Peaches looks like someone stitched her into a walrus costume.
Sometime along the line, he'd probably pick things back up, maybe if it was just for fun. He'd destroyed his reputation, not his life. Back in 2019, new allegations had been made against Spoctor. They never got far, only from a girl claiming to be a former associate of Spoctor known as Shyal. She had contacted a small commentary YouTuber named Manis, who made a video documenting her claims. Shyal claimed that she had discovered that Spoctor, who was 17 at the time, had been sexually interacting with a 14-year-old fangirl of his named Spooder, and that they went way back to when Spoctor was 16 and Spooder was 13. Shyal claimed Spoctor and Spooder's relationship continued past Spoctor turning 18, only ending when Spooder had a mental breakdown. Shyal also claimed that Spoctor possessed a flash drive containing explicit pictures of Spooder from as far back. Also claimed Spoctor turning 18, only ending when Spooder had a mental
began when they were like 16 and she was 12. Is that accurate?
breakdown. Shyal also claimed that Spoctor possessed a flash drive containing explicit pictures of Spooder from as far back as her being 13. In a screenshot of a message between the two and
yes? You don't get to extend the... Okay, anyone defending this is fucking mental. Like, you can't extend the age gap from 16 to 12. What the fuck are anybody who's talking... Yes, wood chipper. Actually wood chipper. Are you fucking kidding me? Bro, I don't... What? What?
In September 2019, Spoctor claimed to have crushed and snapped this flash drive before flushing it down the toilet. But surely this couldn't be true. I mean, Spoctor had been cleared last time. Well, that's how those who initially saw this video took it as. Despite the far more incriminating screenshots along with context, there was not enough proof that the girl was actually the age that Shyal had claimed. So Manis's video was overlooked, bombarded with dislikes, and forgotten by the community. But unknown to Manis, Spoctor was watching and panicking. In January 2020, Spoctor joined a call with the names Junkie and Ghost, made as a result of Manis's video. Inside said call, he admitted to a sexual relationship he had with Spooder that began when she was only 13 years old.
Okay, 13. That's still really bad. That's still really bad.
Spoctor then confirmed that for some time after he had turned 18, he had the flash drive containing Spooder's nudes on his desk. Keep in mind, at this time, he was still 18 years old. That flash drive had only been destroyed a few months ago.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. What the fuck are you guys talking? What are you getting at here?
Something that's bothering me. You like, you've known this girl for a while.
Yeah, I have, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, and
Malcolm defended Spoctor because they're both minors. This shit is so brain burnt. It's so brain burnt. Like, you understand, right, that like statutory rape ages exist, and there's like an understanding of like high school ages, but there's also the age gaps diminish the younger you get. This is like a really hard concept for some people to get their heads around, apparently. But like, if you've got somebody who's 30 dating a 21-year-old, you've got a 9-year age gap, but it's like, that's probably like, might be a bit weird, like, of like where people are in their lives, but that's not illegal, and most people are gonna be like, yeah, whatever, who gives a shit. But if you've got somebody who's like 16 dating a 13-year-old, that's the sort of shit that's like actually really fucking weird. I don't know if I'd call it pedophilia, but like, that's really fucking weird. It's just like, why defend it? It's like, at the age of 16, you should know that dating a 13-year-old is fucking insane. I'm sorry, I don't know what schools people were going to where they were like, that's normal. But like, when I was at school, if you were dating somebody who was like, you wouldn't even be in the same school bracket, by the way. You'd be in like lower school versus upper school. It's like fucking weird. Like, what are you doing? Like, that's super bizarre. Can you, like, someone going to their mates and their mates being like, hey, yeah, this is our friend John, he's dating a 13-year-old when you're like 16. Bro, you get beaten up. I swear some of these people just didn't have, like, weren't in friendship groups. Shit's weird, man. Like, dude, my god, fuck. It seems like it shouldn't be that hard. It seems like it really shouldn't be that hard. Just like, there's something, like, again, you don't have to call them a pedophile, but it's like, yes, that's weird. And especially if you're a content creator and you're like doing this, like, you're like in massive communities and this is becoming normalized for you. Weird. Teenage dating freshmen was always looked at as negative, so anyone defending it sounds a bit suspect to me. Yeah, I feel like this isn't... I feel like it's like people trying to rewrite narratives, and I don't ever remember this being normal. In fact, actually, do you know what? When I was at school, and I was like 15, 16, there was a girl in the year below me who liked me. And she was a cool girl, right? So she's a year younger than me. And I remember feeling like it would be weird to date her because she's the year below me. And I remember that vividly, because I remember, like, we got on really well. And, like, I was at boarding school, so she was also a boarder. And yeah, I could only have been, like, 15 at the time. And she was only a year younger than me, and I thought that was weird. So I don't know what this, like, narrative is. I don't know whether it's just like there's something weird in American high schools. I don't know, man. I've seen other people defend this, but also I see an awful lot of people who are the sort of people who defend this who seem to, you know, not have had many relationships when they were younger. I actually said this when I heard about the Ponder stuff to begin with. I was like, there's something weird here with defending Spoctor's language towards the 14-year-old, even though he's 16. It's like, again, I'm not calling him a pedophile for it, but I do think it is kind of fucking weird. That's all I'm saying. And I think part of it as well is, like, there seems to be this habit of treating minors, because Spoctor was a minor, like they're adults, and like the other minors involved are in adult relationships. You know, like, when teenagers are dating, right? When teenagers are dating, teenagers obviously have sex. I lost my virginity at like 13, 14. I lost my virginity like quite young. But at the same time, like, nobody would think that was like, that wouldn't be like polite conversation. It didn't make me an adult, right? And at the same, like, treating these conversations like teenagers can have are like having healthy sexual relationships is weird. It's a weird thing to do, bro. It's like, why are you getting involved? This is Beckett lore I didn't need. Dude, it's Britain. And the person I lost my virginity to was the same age as me. Like, the same year. Dude. Like in my school, knew a senior and a 13-year-old was not okay. Pretty sure it shouldn't be that hard to grasp. It being weird. Yeah, you don't have to call them a pedophile. It is weird though. Hate to say it, but when I was in high school, my friend was dating an 18-year-old when he was 13. I was the only one in my friend group that thought it was hella weird. Bro. Yeah, I feel like it's an uphill battle with this conversation. It's like bizarre. I say this when minor to minor interactions occur. You look at their developmental milestones. They are 13, 14-year-old is going to share the same milestones and what is as a 16, 17-year-old. Yeah, I mean, again, it's about development. And, you know, young people develop rapidly. But there's still, like, gaps, right? Yeah, I can't comment. My exposure to that sort of subject was the ACC stuff like this. It was literally discourse in my high school friend circle at the time. We were all isolated art teens, though. Yeah. Sleep well, Serena. Okay, anyway, rant over. I feel like part of it as well is people sweep, and this is exactly what happened with Spoctor. Like, people will selectively sweep for certain parts of, like, a drama because they want to favor one side. And there's definitely stuff going on with this, like, Chuli Lyo stuff, where, like, I've sat here and I've obviously got my own concerns about what's happening within the ACC and the wider Ponder drama and the witch hunting and everything else. But it feels like no one gives it, like, I don't believe that I don't believe that that's what their take is, because you can't on the one hand spend all this time complaining that Lyo Convoy is evil because he bullies children and then have a story about where like somebody who was a minor has had all these issues in the community and then be like, oh yeah, but isn't she overblowing it a bit? It's like, which is it? Either was Lyo reasonable and rational and fine in what he was doing, or is Chuli now becoming a problem? Because both these things can't be true at the same time, retards. Like, there's obviously this is obviously a conflict. Like, dude, you're just inconsistent. And the same as with the Spoctor stuff. Looking through it, it's like the Spoctor stuff is very much good. I should be clear, I haven't heard Malcolm's take, so I'm just saying this generally from what I've heard. I've seen much more of what Sai is saying, where it just seems inconsistent. I don't know what Malcolm said. Like, with the Spoctor stuff, it's like there was a want to defend Spoctor, so everything just became, well, what can we do to twist that defense to work in Spoctor's favor, which probably shouldn't have fucking happened. And this happens over and over and over again with dramas. It's fucking so frustrating. They don't like Lyo, so they have to hate Chuli. Yeah, it's just like, dude, you can hate Lyo and like Chuli at the same time. It's just weird. I think you have an interesting conversation. I think you'd have an interesting conversation if you talk to Malcolm. I mean, Malcolm knows where I am. This isn't even like a hard criticism for Malcolm. I just don't really get it. I don't understand. Just be like, I don't understand why you. I kind of don't understand anyone who's looking at this shit and doesn't think it's kind of like really fucking weird. Anyway. Fine, completely fine to think it's weird. It's completely fine to acknowledge it's bad, but I feel like you can even acknowledge that some people are overloading this. Yeah, and again, this is where the middle ground comes in, right, Puffy? So, like, again, I'm not calling Ponder a pedophile. I'm not calling Spoctor a pedophile. I'm just saying it's weird and you can call it weird. It's like this black and white thinking with dramas is super fucking frustrating to me, because it's like you can have a more middle ground take of this shit is just slightly weird. That's fine. That doesn't say it's totally doable. You got a choice, bro.
Like, very early on, we all first started talking to Spooter when she was like 12.
I'm sorry, what?
She was like 12.
You're sat here in a call acknowledging that you're talking to a fucking 12-year-old. Like, is that not weird? Like, if you're 16 and a 12-year-old messages you, you're not like, oh, probably, it's a bit weird, you're fucking 12. Like, it's not something you'd be like, what the fuck?
12, 13, yeah.
12, 13.
Yes.
Hey, Thuman.
Okay.
Yes, I want to know like the full story, basically.
You want to know the full? Is that all this is about?
Yeah, that's it.
I really don't want this getting out because it's just a bunch of like shit that I want to move past because it's a mistake I made, and I want to be able to move past it. That's all this is because you guys know I'm a stupid fucking idiot and I do horny shit.
Yes.
But I'm not a fucking pedo. And I know I'm not a pedo. Yeah, I was like 16. She was 13. It's only a 3-year age gap. Her and I, very close friends. Naturally, how I acted back then, there's this fling that started, you know? Like, obviously...
Her and I were really close friends. Again, would you not get bullied for that at school? Like, I know I'm harping on the high school age thing. I feel like I feel like I'm going fucking crazy like I have to. If you were 16 at high school and you were like really close friends with like a 12-year-old, wouldn't you get bullied for that? Like, I remember people who were like 2 years younger than me, and like the relationship would be like more brotherly. Like, this is somebody who like I'm mentoring a bit. Like you're like looking out for the younger student. That's more the relationship you'd be fucking used to. But dude,
since I was 16.
She's not in high school and you called her a crazy fangirl, you raptor fuck, Lamal. Thanks, Vargy. I have to keep mentioning he was cheating on his girlfriend who was who was age of 13 with the 30 who was of age with the 13-year-old. Okay, what the fuck? Where I'm from, you would be called a pedo. Thank you, Thuman. Yeah, dude. I think you'd get called Nancy. Yeah, dude.
And it ended when I was 17. Did it get graphic?
Yes.
Admittingly.
My title is a lie. Beckett hates me. That's not true, Priestess. Thank you for the 2. Dude, we'll get a coconut stream one day.
Yeah, but you know, it's all gone. I don't want it anymore. I don't want to associate with it anymore. It's disgusting. Even I look back on it, I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Especially after I turned 18, I was like, I had the drive. It was like sitting on my counter, and I looked at it and I was like, why do I still fucking have this? Because it was not too long after her and I were stopped talking.
You guys aren't in it.
Wait, so the drive was on his computer? And then he moved it to a flash drive and said he broke it and flushed it down the truck. This dude, even this story at the time is fucking bizarre.
No, we're just on good terms because it's better to be on good terms with someone that hated you. Besides, as I get older, I start looking back on it and I'm like, I look at my sister and I'm like, she's 15 and I'm like, what the fuck's wrong with me?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My sister is her age and I'm just like, I just want to be able to.
I'm sorry, what?
My sister is her age and I'm just like, I just want to be able to forget about it.
If it
Again, Spoctor seems to realize how fucking weird this is. And this is like a big part. This is like the same as the North stuff. It's like, you've got somebody who knows how weird this is because you're talking about the same online drama of people doing stuff that you yourself are fucking doing, Spoctor. It is actually indefensible. I'm sorry, the Spoctor drama is actually indefensible. The best you can say, which is probably true and fair, and it's a position I am taking, is that I think that, like, you can overblow this shit to an extent, but absolutely the idea of Spoctor being like ostracized and like, dude, you're a freak, it's completely reasonable. It's just obviously reasonable. Even Spoctor, if it wasn't about himself, would say that. Fuck me. And it only gets worse. Yes, because he knew it was bad, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to people about it. Dude. Fuck.
It was just between...
Malcolm's take, by the way, at least the gist of it, is that the age keeps changing and that demanding we hold a 16-year-old accountable for their actions at 16 is whack. Okay, firstly... Okay, so there are a couple of layers with this. And again, I'm going to engage with that comment, Puffy. I just want to say, if that is a misquote, if that's not what Malcolm said, then this obviously doesn't apply. But, firstly, as adult content creators, we probably shouldn't be like talking about a 16-year-old sex life. It's fucking weird. I completely stand by that, actually. And there's part of the reason with the Spoctor stuff why I've kind of ignored it, is that's part of the reason. That said, though, part of the problem, I'd actually agree with Malcolm, is that the ages have seemed really inconsistent to me. So it's really hard to follow the Spoctor drama and like accurately come to a take, because the information is all over the fucking place. I'm actually not surprised people have got like the wrong part of it over time. And like, I think that's fair. At the same time, this is a creator in your community interacting with other minors in your community, and it is completely reasonable to look at those actions and go, what the fuck are you doing? Right? Like, that actually is reasonable. I don't know if it should have been... I don't know about... Okay. I don't know if the Spoctor stuff had happened now, and I was around as a content creator, I probably wouldn't cover it, because I'd be like, this is just... I don't want to talk about a 16-year-old sex life. Especially if he was a minor at the time. I'm talking about, like, the first stuff. But, like, as you move on over time... Yeah, you can't just dismiss it and just be like, well, it doesn't matter because they were 16. That's just not how anything works. You don't magically become accountable at 18. I'm sorry, like, what? You don't magically, like, know right from wrong. Like you turn 18 and suddenly, like, it's like iDubbbz. Like, you hit 30 and you learn empathy. It's not how anything works. It continues past his 18 though. Yeah, and this is the point where you kind of talk about it. When he's like 18 and then he's got the drive, then he's like talking to people about it, right? So yeah, that's basically where I say. I think there's an awful lot of Lyo bad, therefore anyone Lyo going after must be defended, which is incredibly stupid as a thing to hang stuff on. Because Lyo can still be a dumb retard, and you can still go after people who Lyo also doesn't like, okay? In the same way, by the way, like right now, there is a lot of conversation around manga common. And like, I know people who've come to me and said, what do you think about this manga common stuff? And I'm like, I think that it is largely stuff that manga common himself has addressed. So that's it. Unless there is more that has not been addressed, he's addressed it. He's taken accountability for it. If you're not happy with his apology, that's up to you. But I personally, I'm like, sure, he's taking accountability. Sure, fuck it. What else do you want? That's how I feel. I don't even like manga common. I have my own opinions about manga common and the fact that I think he's a bit fucking annoying. But that's about it. Slug with the 5. Fun fact, Falgi admitted to role-playing as Sonic the Hedgehog on Mondays and having sweet lovemaking with Shadow on Tuesdays. And he's a furry. Well, one of those 3 statements is probably true. As someone who calls Lyo Man bad, even I need the full picture before defending a freak. True. True. Anyway. Guys, we're like 3 hours in and we've got through like 40 minutes, okay? Me brutal.
You guys, when you were like 3 years
Minors.
apart, minors.
Yes.
As long as like that video that Manus made doesn't go out even further and no one says anything, because I'm not gonna look at it. I'm not gonna do anything. I looked at it, I'm like, whatever. I'm done with this.
When I was a minor, I had a lot of flings with other minors. I mean, but I'm 18. I'm strictly 18 plus. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Literally, it's destroyed. I fucking crushed it. I wiped it, I formatted it, and crushed it.
Can you take a picture of it and show us that you did crush it?
I flushed it down. Dude, this was. Do you know this was like ages ago, right?
This was like.
This was ages ago.
Yeah.
This was like the beginning of 2019.
Pretty much.
All right then.
I don't know.
Besides, even if you ask for pictures, what would I do? I could just take another buy a flash drive and crush it and say, "Oh, here's your proof."
Here's your proof, basically.
Yeah.
In this call and throughout various other conversations, Spoctor has directly lied multiple times, and to this day,
Malcolm, if I recall, by the way, has 0 problems with Spoctor not having a platform. Again, if I recall, there's also stuff, but you can call him to discuss if you want. Yeah, again, like, this isn't even directly, like, at Malcolm. If anything, I'm more talking about Psy. I think the Psy stuff's just weird, and her endless obsession is just sad. That's it. like I think Malcolm's pretty open about the fact that he just hates Lio, and so it's pretty much the take I'd expect. But me personally, yeah, I think you can call the actions that Spoctor took. Look at this Nosferatu-looking motherfucker. I think you can call these actions weird. I think it is absolutely fine to call these actions weird. I don't think there's anything inconsistent about it at all.
These lies have created excuses for him to be forgiven. The main claim that he says in the call and repeats to Shyal and a video archivist named Nice Stories is that he and Spooder were just friends. Any sexual interactions he had with her were long ago, and what was shown here was the last of it when he was still 17, not yet an adult. These are all blatant lies. In Manus's video, he shows a number of flirty and sexual DMs between Spoctor and Spooder. The date on them is seen as after Spoctor would have turned 18. Spooder would have still been 14. Not only that, but conversations—
Wait, what?
There's a number of flirty and sexual DMs between Spoctor and Spooder. The date on them is seen as after Spoctor would have turned 18. Spooder would have still been 14.
Yeah, how are you going to defend this? I mean, actually, I mean, at that point, I mean, this is kind of nonsense, isn't it? You're 18, flirting with a 14-year-old? Like, how far are we pushing this age gap thing? Wood chipper. Actually, wood chipper. Fuck, no, fuck. It's, dude. 18-year-olds can't flirt with 14-year-olds. I'm sorry. Dude, it's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous position.
Not only that, but conversations leaked on Kiwi Farms just before Manus's video showed that Spooder said after Spoctor turned 18, he was still on calls with her and reminiscing on their relationship together. But hey, Manus, Kiwi Farms, you might be thinking that these are all unreliable places and claims. So how about a confession from the man himself? In DMs with Ponder Sprocket all the way back—
Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to get over this period in my life now. How long ago did you guys share pictures? I'm 18. I gotta grow the fuck up. How long just after I turned 18 was the last time? So you sent pictures after you turned 18? No, I was kind of hesitant on that, but she sent something. So so Spoctor, as an 18-year-old, received child pornography. Is that what this is saying?
Back in mid-2019, Spoctor confirmed that he'd received nudes from Spooder whilst he was 18. How long ago did you guys share pictures? Just after I turned 18 was the last time. So you sent pictures after you turned 18? No, I was kind of hesitant.
And he apparently asked for it? Did you ask her to send something? Stupid me. That seems like a soft confession. Bro. Yeah, again. Unironically, if you're defending this, you're just defending nonsense. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck. This, like, it seems like we're sort of like pushing the pendulum to the other side where like 18-year-olds aren't doing anything that bad. Sure. Dude, this is nonsense. This is just nonsense. It's just, what do you mean?
And that, but she sent something. This immediately dispels the major defense that people have made for Spoctor, that he was still a minor at the time and still naive. He absolutely knew it was wrong, and his lies to cover it up are evident. Hell, even in the DMs with the Nice Stories, he tells them that the flash drive never had any illegal material on it. That's another lie, and I don't think I need to explain to you why what he did was wrong. It's a given. So, to clear up any confusion, Spoctor started dating a 13-year-old when he was 16. Their relationship continued up until Spoctor was 18 and the girl was 14. She was mentally ill, socially isolated, and the only reason Spoctor broke up with her is because she had a mental breakdown. Yet he still kept in contact with her. After he turned 18, he continued to sexually DM her and receive explicit pictures from her, and kept explicit pictures from when she was 13. Spoctor has directly lied about the nature of this entire situation to other people. Spoctor's admission call stayed hidden for years until April 2023. Fegos, the recorder, shared the recording out of guilt to the YouTuber Lyle Convoy. He would soon release a video titled The Darkness Behind the User Spoctor Tech, including this call. The reveal didn't contain all the information we've seen here, but enough to condemn Spoctor. The flash drive alone implicates him, and it definitely hit hard at the community and Spoctor's audience. He was the guy who, for them, had beat the allegations. His previous situation was treated as a gold standard of sorts. Little did they know, Spoctor
Lost in Worlds with a 2. Teenagers are a huge grey area. Leave them alone. I mean, yeah, a lot of this is stop talking about teenagers. That's true. Also, Cammy. So true, Cammy. Dislike this fucking stream. So true. Also, economic stream when? I would love to do an economic stream. Unironically, I would actually love to do an economic stream. I'd totally do that. Thank you, Cammy. So fucking based. Okay. Fuck me. Oh, dude.
Spoctor hadn't learned from his close brush with death, and was still the sick freak they once believed him to be. Spoctor soon made a public statement about the situation, in which he made a number of direct comparisons to what had happened in 2018.
Oh, look, running allegations you can't substantiate against somebody backfiring to being used as defense. Unfortunately, in this case, I mean, well, fortunately, in this case, it didn't fucking work, but, bro. I think everyone, okay, I think there should be a requirement. This is a new rule. Everyone who wants to be a drama commentary streamer has to go over the pyrocynical drama. Everyone has to go over the pyrocynical drama in detail and learn why it went, like, tits up for everyone involved. You have to, like, understand where the fuck-ups were before you're allowed to make content. That's the new rule. That's the new rule. If you can't understand why people fucked up the pyro drama, you're not allowed to be a content creator. Listen. Based. This is what we're doing now, okay? That's the litmus test. Can you figure out how people fucked up the pyro drama? And if you can, you're allowed to be a commentator. That should be like the barrier to entry.
This isn't my interpretation. He directly says Lio and Peaches were just as bad as Pentagon and Stories. He also talked about how people didn't understand the situation and noted that he and Spooder had grown past everything. She was now stunned at anyone attacking Spoctor. Spoctor also notes that he and Spooder had both been groomed when Spoctor was 16. He ends up acknowledging that the age gap was extreme, but he was young, didn't know any better, and it wasn't easy for him to tell right from wrong.
Okay, also, want to be really clear? I completely disagree with the argument of 16-year-olds don't know any better. I'm sorry, especially if you are a commentator on the internet talking about online drama, you know better. You actually do. This idea that 16-year-olds are like mentally challenged is like, yes, kids are dumb, sure. But it's like, you obviously know this is wrong. Although, like, you obviously, also, he was 18 at the time, also knew it was wrong, so you're fucked. You're fucked, bro.
Spoctor would sign off with a foreboding warning to young influencers, and soon after deleted his channel. His statement was not well received at all, and there are good reasons for that. The premier point was the comparisons to Stories and Pentagon that was so dishonest when you look at the two situations side by side. Stories and Pentagon had been planning out an expose against Spoctor for months. Lio shows proof that he only received the information a few days before he made his video. Stories and Pentagon conspired to intentionally obscure Stories' age to make Spoctor look worse. Lio showed a video where Spoctor, of his own volition, admitted to everything and was cracking jokes about it. There are very little similarities here, apart from Spoctor being accused of inappropriate behavior. It feels very much like a desperate callback to the time he was innocent. Also, the screenshots he provided show a very different reaction that Spooder has. In the community tab, she's painted out as mortified and bewildered, but here she just says she doesn't really care. Even in these DMs, he doesn't really give her that much information about it all. His other major point states that he was groomed around the same time as Spooder when he was 16. This seems unlikely, especially considering his propensity to lie. But presuming that it did happen, that doesn't excuse him. In fact, it only adds to the fact that a lot of groomers and predators begin as victims of those same crimes. And Spoctor's statement said a lot, but at the end of the day, the allegations were all true. It's very clear that he shouldn't have been around minors with a record like that, especially if he stated that he didn't know how to tell right from wrong. Again, I want to stress that not only did Spoctor run a Discord server of recovering minors from a cult, but he got incredibly close with one of them whilst working on videos. After Spoctor left YouTube, he rebranded his Discord account and was found again on Twitter under the name of SphinxTech, still going to conventions. There are also videos of him wearing masks for puppy play, which I believe is linked to sexual interests like BDSM. Spoctor's bio still describes him as a software engineer and former influencer. His account still exists to this day, and you can find it, but its activity has been very here and there. The last tweet was on April 2nd, 2024, but the last retweet was of a post from the month before this video's gone out. Wouldn't be surprised if he's still keeping an eye on things. His story was a lot. You can say that it was avoidable, incredible, fraudulent. But above all else, what I found was a recurring theme of false narratives and failure of expectations from everyone. From the beginning, people like Pentagon and Stories presented their experience as something it wasn't. Their true intentions were revealed to be malicious. On the other end, there was Spoctor. We first saw him as a sardonic prick making fun of kids, only for his embarrassing private messages to be put on blast everywhere. His voice itself began disguised and manipulated. Then he switched to showing himself more as a considerate person, understanding yet neutral and fair. That also turned out to be a complete front, with the bias getting heavier. And even to the bitter end, he tried to present his degeneracy as if it was something it wasn't. Perhaps too fitting for someone who made content through the character of a lizard. With Spoctor, the truth seems to have been far too often camouflaged, hidden in plain sight. Yet the theme of false narratives doesn't even end here. It's been a long while to get to where we are. We've covered over 6 years of history so far. But what began as a surface level look into Spoctor's career has led into finding a cover-up regarding Spoctor's relationship with a minor. Turns out that several large creators in the ACC turned a blind eye to what happened, and in some instances, enabled and advised him. And in part 2 of this video, we will be discussing these leaks.
Fuck, are we actually going to see the DMs? I'm actually really interested. I'm actually really interested. Okay, hold on a second. Somebody sent me something. We're gonna go to part 2 in a second. We've just talked a lot about Malcolm, and apparently Malcolm talked about me. So we'll have a quick look. Spot Wheel Weller, member for 3 months. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Seething. Just want to stop by and say have a good time and good day or night. Much appreciated. Okay, hold on. Have a look at this. Oh, okay, it's actually not timestamped. That's really unhelpful. Dude, if the person who wants to send, like, who sent me this wants to actually tell me the timestamp, just tell me the time. Okay. Kickin with the 20 Swedish crowns and a star. Thank you very much. I think we'll have a nice cami sticker. Thank you guys so fucking much. That is super based. Much appreciated. You guys are fucking killing it today. Crazy. Crazy times. Hold on, let me reset the goals. I'm trying to get this timestamp. I'm interested now. I'm interested. Dude. Timestamp needed. True! Let's go. Okay. Hold on. Okay, cool. I think it's around here. Thank you guys so much. I am proud of you. Let's have a look at this. Take the take.
This is another video. This is another example of Lio doing pedo hunting. Where is this from? This was posted 2 hours ago. This is truly when did this happen? Like, does it say in here when it happened? And it looks like this is a positioning to target Ponder. And I've noticed an uptick in people talking about Ponder. And I gotta be totally honest with you. I listened to a little bit of Falgy's stream the other day, and it just made me mad. Falgy's really annoying. Ponder didn't really do anything that necessitated like these levels of crash out. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like everybody is conveniently turning their sights to Ponder. I know that A-Space made a video on Ponder. Beckett did a video on Ponder. It seems like the tides are turning. You know what I mean?
I fucking hate, like, okay. Malcolm is such a fucking tourist. Bro! I've been getting flack for being too nice about Ponder. Like, I've literally been getting flack from everybody because I've been too nice about Ponder. The tides aren't turning. It's been, like, what? A year? The conversation around Ponder started during the Lio stuff. It's down to people like Akumu. There's been a massive push for it. And also, do you know who's been Ponder's biggest defender? Fucking Lyo! Like, Lyo has been trying to stop this happening. Like, Lyo is fuck it. Lyo is actively sweeping. It's one of my frustrations with this, by the way. And I've said to Lyo, and I've said publicly, that he needs to be less fucking involved. Because he's, like, not helpful, actually. Like, it's really weird. Falgi, I've said to Falgi publicly, I think that Falgi is too caught on every single fucking detail about the Ponder stuff. And, like, it's too all over the place. And I said this to him when he watched Akumu's video. I was like, dude, you can't just hit everything. You need to crash out, like, a little bit less. So it's real interesting watching Malcolm be a fucking tourist about this shit, because he's not involved in the community, so all he hears is stuff from the outskirts. It's actually just kind of fucking annoying. And this is part of the problem as well. It's like, well, what did Ponder do? There's a fucking laundry list of stuff, and the problem with Ponder is very much the fact that these are, like, it's the double standards that Ponder applied to people is what is generally what we're talking about, and most people are just going, it's negligence from somebody who was actively against negligence. That's pretty much it. Also, you didn't make a fucking video. I talked about Ponder for like an hour because it was a main thing and got a ton of criticism for it, by the way. Because people were like, Beckett's not harsh enough to Mally. Beckett's not being harsh enough about Ponder. Like, you can go through my Ponder stream and like, chat was calling me a sweeper for the Ponder stream. Like, this is such a fucking wild thing. It's actually, Lyo has tried to stop this happening over the last, like, year and a half. Actively. Lyo has swept. I don't think Lyo would even deny this. He has actively swept for this shit. The reason this is picked up is nothing to do with fucking Lyo. It's to do with Akumu and Chuli. That's why. And this is exactly what I said when the SCC stuff started happening. The SCC stuff started happening. So here's the actual timeline of why this Ponder stuff is happening. The SCC stuff happens. Doodle Tones, Heated, and Nezzy get fucking mauled out of the community and like driven off the fucking internet. And because everyone was looking into Cloud Palace and the stuff that was going on the surrounding servers, I said at the time, this is going to catch multiple people. One of them is going to be Ponder. And for people who are friends with Ponder, who are kind of celebrating Heaton, Chuli, and Nezzy getting, and not Heaton, Nezzy, and Doodle Tones getting taken out, you realize that people like Ponder are also going to get caught in this. I cautioned against this. I said it was going to fucking happen. And I've tried to treat Ponder, honestly, with like kind of kids' gloves, because my goal has always been to get Ponder in a call with Akumu. That has been my stated goal for like a year and a half. Probably not that long, probably about a year. But like the drama's kind of moved on past the point of Akumu now. Like, dude, it's so fucking retarded.
It feels like the tides are turning and everybody's looking at Ponder, and I don't pretend to know why yet. I'm not quite sure. I can't really piece it together in my mind. Why? Why the convenient timing of pivoting to Ponder?
The convenient time... Dude, it's not about convenient timing. If anything, it's massively inconvenient for everyone. Okay, one of the things that's kind of fucking insane, and I will say this, and I sound annoyed, and I am, because like it's like if you're not sure, like this stuff has been. This is 3 weeks ago. The Ponder stuff's been going on for like a month and a bit now, right? It's been going on for fucking ages. Like you've had time, bro. It's not just randomly pivoting, it's just you haven't been paying attention. Convenient for who? It's just fucked so many people.
I'm sure there's a reason for it, but I just can't think of it. Ponder has dirt hidden, then blast it. And that's that. Okay, Infinity Rose. If you can confirm it right now. This is this gay shit that I cannot fucking stand. And I cannot stand you fucking gutless, like, worms. It disgusts me. If there is dirt on Ponder, why is it not public? Why are you guys waiting until right now to drop your secret hidden nuke on Ponder, coordinated with everybody together as one? Why? If it is serious dirt that Ponder has groomed somebody, that Ponder is a molester, that Ponder has, physically assaulted somebody, that Ponder has raped someone, that Ponder has facilitated in, the exchange of CSAM or anything like that, you sitting on it condemns you more than I think that you realize.
I mean, I don't disagree, but this whole drama is people coming at... What? The fuck are you talking about? Like, Akumu has been talking about the shit with Ponder for, what, 5 years? People have been sweeping for Ponder, but that's not because people have been sat on information, it's because people didn't have the information. Because people didn't have access to the servers, or they weren't looking hard enough. Or like in the case of some of the DMs that came out, I think it was Ponder was the one fucking supplying them. What? I think this is one of the things as well. I saw some takes of like, well, Akumu's being weaponized to finally go after Ponder. Like, dude, what the fuck do you think Akumu's been doing for years? That's been his whole thing.
Because what's probably going to happen is everybody is going to come out with their big hit piece fucking video, their big nuke. And it's going to be, for the past few years, everyone has known about this, but no one has said anything about it. Why?
Well, that's actually also not true. So, with part of it is true. The Fago stuff is theoretically true because of how the community handled it. And, like, you can look at that and go, well, what the fuck were you doing? That's true. But the other stuff is community members who were involved in this actually just aren't around anymore. So there's no one to come out and say stuff about it. Like, Lyo wasn't in Ponder's server and had no fucking ideas about it. The, like, ACC girlies had no idea about this, like, random shit. In fact, like, most of the time, it was, again, stuff that Ponder directly has been confronted with and people going through her videos. But it's stuff like the Goat Katu shit, for example. It's like, no one sat on the Goat Katu shit. It's just nobody took a critical eye to it. And, like, you can be That's all dramas. That's like looking at iDubbbz and looking at the way like the old content cops works and whether they were like legitimate or whether they were like him playing a role, or looking at iDubbbz's relationship. It's like, well, we've all seen this unfolding over time. Dude. Did I F? I think I'm still here. My stream says I'm still here. I'm still here. Are we back? Okay, cool. Little F. Whatever. I'm kind of getting frustrated with these ACC's tourists ignoring hours of content and going, we don't know. Part of the, like, again, I'll admit that the ACC stuff, his tone is dreadfully dull. That's okay. It's an insult Malcolm's tone. Giga with the 5. Why is everyone talking about this Epstein guy now all the time? Very interesting timing. Almost like this info was obscured from the masses. Dude, like, part of it is as well that I'll accept with the ACC stuff, it's impenetrable. But it's this weird, like, conspiracy theory thing of going, Lyo was stopping people talking about it. Lyo, like, it's convenient timing, so Lyo can get out of it. Lyo was sweeping, bro! Lyo has been actively called out by sweeping by other people involved in this, by the way. Like, unironically, myself included. Like, dude, I caution, like, let information come out and then have a fucking take. But the idea that Lyo himself is doing anything other than trying to protect Ponder for the vast majority of this entire drama over the last year is fucking mental. It's insane. He's tried to get Ponder into a call with Akumu to sort stuff out so Akumu wouldn't make the video. That was what a lot of people have said, what a lot of people have witnessed. I've been accused of doing this, by the way. I had a different motivation. I just wanted Akumu to have all the information so he could come out with a decent video. But at the same time, yes, because Lyo was well aware that if people started digging once Akumu's video came out, there'd probably be more stuff, because there's always more stuff. And he didn't want to see Ponder get, like, fucking burned at the stake. Ponder was given something like 7 months to fucking respond to stuff by multiple people. There's DMs between me and Ponder. There's DMs between me and Ponder trying to get, like, information out, like, because I was trying to, like, help her talk to help Akumu have a conversation with her. fuck. He just wants to hate Lyo so bad. Malcolm is so far invested and emotional about this. He can cause damage that way. Lost in Worlds with 5, thank you. I mean, this is the problem as well. I mean, unironically, the correct take, the actual real take is you can still criticize Lyo in this drama. That's what makes it so absurd. It's like if you did the fucking like background work for it, you'd realize Lyo is still very much in the wrong. Lyo has actively been handling Ponder with kids' gloves, so you can still look at Lyo and be like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just not that hard. But actually, it's a conspiracy. Lyo wants everyone to go after Ponder. He wanted the opposite. Go Rise with the 10. Who knew about the Spoctor stuff in Ponder's server? V Omega, Pred gone, Junkie, Pred gone, Faghost, Freak gone, Chaos 5TT gone. Oh, like, come on. Most of these people were gone before Lyo arrived. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about drama years ago. And you can have that criticism as well. It's like you're dredging shit up from years and years ago when people were very different people. Like, one of the things I've said with this Ponder stuff is Ponder is no longer a drama creator. Like, and that probably, like, from a effect of the platform side should be taken into account in coverage. Dude.
Why? Why? If Ponder is genuinely this evil fucking bitch that is out here hurting people and shit, you sitting on it makes you complicit, and you're just as much of a piece of shit. If you have the hidden nuke and you're sitting on it, unfortunately, when it detonates, you will also be fucking vaporized in its wake. Because it was every single person that does this, it really fucking irritates the shit out of me because I can't understand being just like this sniveling, like spineless cunt. I just can't imagine it. Like with the Demon Mama and the Xander Hall thing, she literally sat on that until Xander Hall pissed him off or pissed her off. Xander Hall pissed Demon Mama off. She literally sat on that.
Okay, but hold on. How can you criticize Chuli then? Because Chuli got more information or was like reminded of things that happened in that server, which again is like years ago, and then has actively burnt Ponder. Chuli has actively burnt Ponder rather than just trying to protect her friend, which is what everyone expected Chuli to do. So how can you be critical when Chuli is like, again, with the Fagos stuff, very much the wronged party? I don't, and again, like, okay, maybe this is a pointless criticism because Malcolm doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about at this point. Maybe he knows more now. I don't know. I'm trying to not to be like completely unfair, but it's like, I rarely boot up a stream to talk about something without knowing at least something about it. Or like the background information of what the fuck is going on. So it's like really fucking weird watching creators discover things in real time or just give takes when they've got like no information on it, bro. It's like, you sound retarded. What the fuck am I meant to say? It's like, I don't know why everyone's going after Ponder. I don't know what's that. I don't know, man. Like, spend 20 minutes going through things. But Becky, Chuli is Lyo's Discord kitten, morons. Thank you, Kara, to the show. I mean, again, I've said multiple times through this. In fact, actually, I've said on stream that the strongest argument of seeing Lyo possibly returning to his old ways is around Chuli. And I think if people are like pointing that out as a concern, I think it's probably a viable thing to point out. You're like, oh, yeah, okay. So Lyo has a history of this found family shit and getting overly involved in people's lives and turning himself into internet dad. And then you look at the Chuli stuff, and if you're coming to that conclusion from the Chuli stuff, I actually kind of don't blame you. I don't think that's Chuli's fault, and targeting Chuli over it's a bit fucking weird. But if you wanted to go at Lyo over it and be like, hey, I thought you were done with this found family shit, and why are you getting back involved in being like the fucking middle internet dad in these internet dramas? I think that's a completely reasonable fucking concern and take. Like, I've said it myself. But the problem is, it's like, you're so unplugged with this tourism stuff. If you hate Lyo this much, why are you this unplugged? Surely you should be, like, bang up to date on what's going on. Are Chuli and Ponder Lyo's new kids? No, Ponder isn't. And Chuli isn't either. But, like, Lyo is helping her a lot. So, like, people are naturally going to draw those illusions. That seems like a reasonable illusion to draw. Ponder, like, Lyo seems to be kids gloving Ponder, and I'm not really sure why. I think it's partly because, like, I think it's partly because he doesn't want to see Ponder like lose everything, right? I think he's aware that Ponder doesn't have like a real job. Ponder only does YouTube. Like if Ponder gets cancelled, it doesn't just impact her. It impacts her like internet popularity. It impacts her actual income. Like I can see those concerns. I think that's kind of like bullshit because again, Ponder's like Ponder's not shown that concern. Ponder didn't give a fuck about like the shit that was happening to Akumu or to Goat. Like. Again, that's what we're talking about. It's a fucking hypocrisy. You don't got a job. No, Ponder just does YouTube. This is Ponder's life. Okay, this is it. Rotting. Good evening, Rotting. I literally just like sort of like moved my glasses up. Little tip of the glasses. Rotting with the 10. Nah, basic research is dead. Crash out and then get corrected live mid crash out, dude.
Until he made her mad, and
wait,
Xander Hall was Xander Hall
killed
about his fucking family, dog.
Yeah, we're talking about Demon Mama. I mean, again, this is... Unironically, I agree with Malcolm here. The Demon Mama stuff was fucking wild. Demon Mama sat on a load of information, and then when it was convenient, used it to go after Xander Hall. And that was fucking crazy. But, like, at the same time, that's not what's happening with this drama. Are there people who've probably sat on information regarding Ponder? Sure. Are there mainstream creators who've done it? No. Again, like, so I think Gamer said, like, earlier, it's like, oh, well, Beckett, you had conversations with Ponder. Yeah, I had conversations with Ponder, largely asking questions that, like, Akumu was asking me, sometimes in real time, to get answers out of her. Like, and at the same time, if you go back and look at other comments I've made on Ponder over the last, like, 12 months, there are things like, well, Ponder's been open to talking to me about these things, and that's like, that's something that should be, like, considered when people are trying to gun for her, because people forget that there was a whole section gunning for Ponder back in, like, I think it was, would it have been November last year? There was, like, I can't remember. It's when Akumu started dropping some of the news segments. Anyway, okay, what was the other one? Hold on, there's another timestamp. And 3:59.
To talk to Ellie about why she didn't say anything. However, the other people, it's been a known problem that back in the day, everyone used to look to Ponder to fix everything. And it seems like when she chose to sit out this time, everyone else took it as an invitation to do the same. Manga comment even says that everyone should publicly denounce Colin's actions and refuse to defend them, which is immediate.
Wait, is Colin Spoctor? Which one's Colin?
Shut down by both Brandon and Liam. That's actually unsurprising, given that Liam had just under 2 months prior fed the fake story to Ponder Clan and I that they had sexually assaulted 2 girls who later took their own lives and had us believe it was true. I can't imagine why Liam would be hesitant on taking part in publicly denouncing horrible, illegal things that the accused party has admitted were true.
So, yeah, Liam is Faye Ghost. Okay.
True. Yeah. I should note that I went on to Manga Common's Twitter to search any tweets he made in this time space to see if he ended up saying anything, and Homeboy just didn't. Love that, Common. No point in stopping there, since somehow things get even worse.
Colin is Spoctor. Okay. Yeah, so far, this is, a big fat nothing to me, because we have a dude and a chick who are dating, high school age gap, like, nothing fucking insane, nothing to write home about, and then exchanged explicit images. He still had them. When it was brought to his attention, he deleted them. Like, again, the freak shit here is keeping the nudes, I think. And just forgetting that you had them on your phone or whatever is, I don't know. So
okay, so Malcolm, I don't think Malcolm's seen Toastify's video at this time, so like I don't know if that's okay. Right, kick him firstly with the sticker. Thank you for the 20 Swedish crowns, much appreciated. Okay, here's the problem with this take, and it's okay. I'm actually going to defend Malcolm. Because he's just being a tourist and he doesn't understand why the chat logs are actually as bad as they are. So the chat logs aren't bad just because of what Spoctor did. The chat logs are really bad because people knew about it and then went to the extent of cancelling him later. So this is like, the chat logs are bad. Everyone in the community agrees, what Spoctor did is bad. Everyone in the community agrees that what Spoctor did is bad, including the people in that chat, and they knew about it years ahead of time. That's the issue with the chat logs. So it's actually nothing to do with Spoctor. Those chat logs would still be just as bad if it was another drama. If it was something to do with, let's say somebody had chat logs about, God, what's a like good example? Let's say somebody had chat logs about something minor, like somebody like, fucking lying about something, right? Like somebody made a video, they lied a load in it, and they knew they lied a load in it, and there was a load of chat logs of a load of creators going, we know that they're a liar, but we're not going to do anything about it. And then years later it comes out and none of them have mentioned it. Everyone pretends they never had that conversation. They've got no foreknowledge. That's why it's bad. It's to do with the credibility and consistency of these creators at the time. That is the problem with it. I don't know if Malcolm knows that, like, we're dealing with an 18 and 14-year-old relationship. Like, I've not seen Malcolm cover that. So if Malcolm has no idea, and to be fair to Malcolm, to be totally fair to Malcolm, the ages are really fucking confusing. So, like, I will give that to him. But, like, this is part of the problem. This is why I didn't want to do touristy shit with the Spoctor stuff. It's such a confusing fucking mess. And the Ponder stuff. It's like, I don't understand why all these people are really fucking angry. I don't understand why Chuli's angry. Yeah, because you're not actually involved enough in, like, knowing this community or what the stuff, what's actually occurred to actually have a valuable take. Your take makes no fucking sense, bro. Because you haven't done any of... It's like, you've turned up to the test, Malcolm, without doing any of the reading. And you're like, I don't understand why this Harry Potter kid is a wizard. I don't get it. Isn't he an orphan? What happened to his parents? It's like, bro, you haven't done any of the required reading to have a take that's of any fucking value. And as somebody who hates Lyo, you should really fucking do that, because the things you seem to be criticizing Lyo for are the opposite to the things that Lyo has actually done that are also worth criticism. It's just... He's starting the anime at the 3rd season. Yeah, he's basically starting One Piece at, like, episode 700. It's just like... And that's like, again, to be honest, I will give Malcolm this defense, though. I don't think Malcolm is sweeping for, like, noncery or anything else. I don't think Malcolm's in possession of all the information. I just don't think Malcolm knows what the fuck he's talking about. And again, it's like, okay, I thought it would be much worse than this. I don't really, like the earlier stuff which he said about Falgi and me and everything, I'm just like, he doesn't know what my take is. He's got no fucking idea, so it's whatever. I'm not offended or anything. It's just like, you're wrong about where my positioning is or why any of this is happening. And for this stuff, you just don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, maybe it's better. This was 3 weeks ago, so maybe he's learned over time. But if I've got any criticism for Malcolm, and I have said this before, it's that Malcolm learns everything on the fly, and sometimes that can lead him to have some pretty fucking weird takes. Okay, that's a Malcolmism, okay? I think everyone's aware of that. To be fair to Malcolm, hating on Lyo is a safe bet. Yeah, again, like, I think that's fine. I think the biggest thing I have as a criticism for the Lyo haters is that they're looking for any angle to hate Lyo, and often that can end up helping Lyo. It's just like, dude, you can just do a little bit of research. I guarantee Lyo's done something fucking stupid. Like, I promise you. Like, Becca, I need a new game to play. I'm in a Tolkien mood. Shadow of Mordor? Shadow of Mordor. I think it's probably a safe bet. Actually, you should play Hell Is Us. It's not like Tolkien-y, but, like, you should play Hell Is Us. Plus, Malcolm trusts Sai way too much. I mean, dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on with Malcolm and Sai. It's whatever. I take Beckett doesn't sweep enough for me. No, I actually don't. Like, you can... It's probably a sign that Falgi doesn't fuck up too much, because I don't sweep for him. I'm mostly just mean to him. Return to Moria? I've never even heard of that. Anyway, okay, cool. Right, we'll watch a little bit more of this. Actually, do you know what? No, we won't. Because I don't want to shit on Malcolm, because, like, Malcolm's, like, the biggest crime here is that Malcolm just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just being a tourist, and it's kind of just boring to shit on him for being a tourist. It's like, it's funny and dumb, but that's about it. Like, that's enough of a fucking Malcolm tangent. So, dude, you just don't know what you're talking about. It's a waste of time. Is Ponder irredeemable? Okay, firstly, no one's irredeemable, ever. Well, pedophiles, sure. Pedophiles are irredeemable. We'll go for that. And pedophiles, rapists, and certain murderers are irredeemable. Okay? That's it. You know, lock him away, throw away the key. That's pretty much it. There are certain things, just like whatever you do, you fucked. But is Ponder irredeemable? No, I don't think so. I think the biggest thing with Ponder is a lot of the stuff with Ponder would be solved with apologies and an acknowledgement that she was a fucking idiot and negligent. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. The only people who can safely decide, the only people who can really tell you whether, like, Ponder is, like, irredeemable or whatever, are the people that she actually, owes an apology to, I guess. People like Goat Katu, Akumu, and Chuli. Like, that's pretty much it. Play Baldur's Gate 3, that's a safe pick. Ponder will always be cringe. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, again, Ponder, like, the criticism around Ponder is that essentially Ponder has never acknowledged any of the shit she's done wrong, and now everything's coming to the surface, and a lot of people are being like, what the fuck? Barely anyone talked about the Goat Katu video and the problems with it. That's a community issue. But, like, yeah, like, that's the baseline. And it's why I get accused of sweeping for Ponder, because I'm not out here with the fucking pitchforks. People are like, well, should Mally be, like, attacked and things? I'm like, well, I don't know. Mally's not really making content anymore and is just chilling out and doesn't want to end her friendship over internet drama. I think that's fine. You could probably make an argument that Mally's being, like, hypocritical because of what Mally said to Lyo in the mod call, because Mally said that everyone should abandon Lyo and stop being friends with him. And Mally has taken some hard fucking lines against Lyo, make no mistake. So there's probably, like, a pretty strong argument for hypocrisy. But I'll be honest with you. Like, I think that, like, that's the strongest thing with Mally is, like, I'm going to be hypocritical and be friends with Ponder. Yeah. It's whatever. You've got one real instance, basically, of Mally showing that hypocritical side, and it's like, yeah, you can be critical of that. I'm sat here right now being critical of that. I think that's something worth criticism, but that's about it, right? That's about it. I said this when I covered the Sashley stuff. It would have gone unnoticed because Ponder hid it, which shows she knows what people are upset about, but that's all Ponder, not others. Okay, I should be clear as well. I want to provide a little bit of defense to Ponder. Ponder has been deleting drama videos because Ponder has been deleting drama videos every time she releases something new because she wants to get rid of the drama content on her channel. She's been doing that consistently. If she wanted to get rid of the drama videos, she would have done it like a year and a half ago. That's not what she's doing. What Ponder is doing is every time she gets criticism on something, and the Sashley video thing, like, I know a bit about how that was deleted, is like, well, people are critical of this, so I need to delete it because she's an idiot. Like, that's the opposite of helping. That's one that Akumu pointed out, just saying, yeah, Akumu's not in full possession of the information behind the scenes of what happened with the Sashley one. So the Sashley one was actively pointed out to Ponder in a call. I don't care that I'm leaking this. People can bitch at me later. The Sashley stuff was actively pointed out to Ponder in a call, and she deleted it in real time. Nobody asked her to. She took that, like, she just got the criticism and then deleted it at the time, and then it got re-uploaded. It was very, very fucking dumb. But it wasn't because she was trying to hide something. It's because she's a panicky fucking idiot. Like, I'm just trying to be accurate. That is all. She deleted the Goat Katu video because I told her she was weird towards Goaternet. Yeah, thank you, Thuman. Thuman is actively, like, Ponder deleted it because of Thuman. Not because of anything else, like, it was because of Thuman. And Thuman didn't ask her to. Ponder's just doing gut reactions, which make her look bad because she's a fucking idiot. Not even a week after Akumi used clips at the Sashley video, the video was taken down. The thing is, though, like, Deep Sea, the reason the video was taken down was nothing to do with Akumu. It was entirely to do with Ponder being confronted about it because of Thuman. I even asked if she took it down because I mentioned it, and she said yes. So, like, again, It's just about being accurate, and it's so like if you want to, like we're talking about Spoctor here, it's so important to be accurate, guys. I know you've got strong feelings of you want to burn people at the stake sometimes. I get you. I do it too. But it's so important to be accurate, because every time you're incorrect, it will be used to start chipping away at whatever narrative has been built up against somebody, and sometimes it can be used to actively break a story apart where there's actually legitimate things within it. Yeah, and it's fine. And Ponder hasn't gone and DMCA struck the re-upload, right? Ponder is fine with Akumu having that video up. If Ponder DMCA strikes through Akumu's re-upload of her video, then we can talk about it. It's weird that Spoctor thing is getting brought up again. It's the community boogeyman, I swear. True, Lazy. How are you, by the way? We need to talk about Star Giant. Please make a note and DM me. We need to have a conversation, because there's lots about the Star Giant stuff I don't know, and I figured we could do a joint stream on it. It'd be really fun, because we haven't hung out in ages, and I miss you, Lazy. You need to be accurate, or you can start a telephone that hurts stories and credibility. Yes. Again, it's the same with the Malcolm stuff, right? My criticisms with Malcolm, despite hearing what chat said, largely come back down to the fact that Malcolm's a bit of a tourist and doesn't really understand what the fuck's going on, which on the grand scheme of criticisms for a commentator, I guess can be a bit bad, but overall, who gives a fuck? It's just Malcolm not knowing what's going on. It's sure, whatever. Lost in Worlds with the 5. Not everyone needs to be burned for this. At the PDFs and awful people, Ponder is on the lesser end. She just needs to address her mistakes. Yeah, pretty much. Miss you too, Beckett. Won't be around for long. Scripting stuff for October based. No, Lazy, me first, I asked. Dude, look at Fauci trying to steal my friends, and he wonders why I'm critical of him. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous, bro. Dude, you can do Fauci first. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't care what you... Listen, I don't care about breaking the Star Giant thing. Do Fauci first. It's fine. I'll be nice. Go on, Fauci. Have fun. Oh, it's so mean. From what I'm hearing, at least Malcolm isn't going on hard as truly as Sai. Am I hearing this correct? I don't know. I think, I'll be honest with you, I think Malcolm just doesn't really understand. I was more concerned hearing chat's descriptions of what Malcolm was saying, and I did say that if this is not accurate to Malcolm, then it doesn't apply. The truth is Malcolm just doesn't really know what the fuck's going on. That's about it. That's my take. Malcolm doesn't really understand the drama. He's just being a tourist. It's whatever. Sai, on the other hand, is just fucking a deranged freak. That would be a deranged freak. Again, who cares? Okay, cool. Let's go. Video 2. We've only been going for 4 hours, and we've got 2 full videos left. Guys, I can stream till 10 a.m. in the morning, so theoretically, we can go for another 8 hours. Oh, fuck. At least he's just being a tourist and not being delusional like Sai. Yeah. Listen, I think being Chud's a tourist. Chud's a tourist with ACC stuff. He knows more than Malcolm does, but he's still a tourist. I think tourist is the least of your concerns. It's kind of whatever criticism, if I'm honest. Mental note to me to do a little thing of Lio being released from Toby's lion statue, all Spyro. Dude, that'd be so good. You have 3 videos, actually, but I will tell you when you need the 3rd one. Fuck me. Okay.
The second example of non-contact...
Do you think Ponder... Oh, what? Oh, my voice. Do you think Ponder has lied at all? Yes. Yes, she has. Kicking with the 20... for a star. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And you guys have hit the goal. Please enjoy these lovely stickers. You guys are super fucking based today. How'd you keep doing it? Starbird with the 5. Ponder needs to apologize to Chuli Akumu, the person in Sashi drama, Goat Katu, and Spoctor's victim. Genuine apology and then move on. Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. The weirdest... The silence is the problem from Ponder. Broke the goal? Yeah, I love when we break the goal. Breaking the goal is super based, okay? 11 out of 10. You guys are killing it. Let's fucking go. Absolute insanity, bro. Okay, let's go.
Contact abuse is not taking proper measures to prevent a child being exposed to sexual activities by others. Penegrin didn't tell the people doing the art for Spoctor that he was too young to be accepting. despite knowing that he was asking people for it. She didn't make a video, she didn't tweet about it, she didn't contact DeviantArt about it, she sat on her arse and made a vague journal that revealed and did nothing. You guys understand why I looked at this video and thought this was such a juicy tidbit? Expose one deviant weeb and you expose them all!
Another person in the ArtCC has been outed as a bad... I can't do this. I can't do this. Hello, my name is Toastify. Let's get you caught up.
Okay. That's a fucking great intro. Dude, Toastify is such an underrated talent. He really is. He's absolutely fucking banging.
Last time we went over the career of Spoctor Tech, a YouTuber of 300...
Listen, I'm not saying colonialism was good, okay? I'm not saying that colonialism was good, but I am saying that if it wasn't for colonialism, we probably wouldn't have Toastify, and therefore it might be a fair trade. I'm just saying.
1,000 subscribers who made videos about animation and art community drama. If you're an old head, you may know that Spoctor was once made in 2018 over grooming claims. At the ripe old age of 16, he came under attack from 3 creators, Atari, Pentagram, and Stories. Spoctor was soon vindicated, in part thanks to Ponder Sprocket, a tiny creator who pointed out various flaws in those initial claims and the audience's reaction. Ponder saved Spoctor's career, and would make her own in the process. Along the line, Spoctor would get into more controversies and leave the internet. Months after he left in April 2023, a call from 3 years ago leaked. In said call, Spoctor admitted to having a relationship with a fangirl of his named Spooder. They started dating when Spoctor was 16 and she was 30.
We're gonna go
This
ahead.
was no small for all. Alright,
We've
the
just
best
watched
way to
this.
convey this information is to take you through my eyes, the way I saw it. Because when I started researching the idea of a Spoctor video, I could always see some open-ended links that signified a...
Still miss my super chat? How does that keep happening, Kai? Hold on a second. Where are we? Where's Kai Rise's super chat? Wait, where? Oh, didn't Mally clarify that on your... yeah, I read it and then didn't read it out. Mally mod cool stream? Yes. Yeah, I think she did actually, Kai Rise. I think you're right on that. I need to go back and watch the stream. I do have vague recollections of that happening, actually. Side note, because it's a ping comment, Stories and Pentagram had the Spoctor story but thought she was crazy and didn't want to run it. Oh, okay, interesting.
A lot more. To start off with, people knew about Spoctor and Spooder's relationship long before Manus...
Toastify accidentally showed cub porn on stream tonight. Yeah, I know. Listen, the jar video's an interesting choice.
This video. In fact, you can go back to 2018 and the Stories Atari Pentagram drama to see her first mentioned. In their group chat, Stories, one of his accusers, listed Spoctor's quote-unquote victims. This includes herself and Spoctor's ex-girlfriend Ghosty, 2 allegations that were basically disproven. But she also talks of his weird fangirl named Spooder, but she allows it, SMH. Pentagram responds, remembering how Spooder joined a mob against someone with baseless claims. She then says that she won't be looking into Spooder because she thinks she's an idiot. Good reasoning, Pentagram. Another reminder that Spoctor being guilty does not give these morons any retroactive purple hearts. Back then,
True and base take, Toastify!
then, no one blinked twice at this screenshot, as the narrators were already proven unreliable. Its only use was to highlight the irony of Pentagram disliking others for jumping on accusations with no evidence.
That while the original exposed video claimed that Spoctor had been doing this to many people, and they had heard about it from these people, it was actually only Stories and Ghosty. There was one other person Stories made note of who wasn't actually making any complaints against Spoctor. So that was also a lie. Also, can we just appreciate the Pentagram saying that someone hate mobbed against an alleged pedophile despite there being no evidence, and uses that as a reason to say that they shouldn't use her and she's a simpleton? And yet...
Moving ahead, when the call of Spoctor admitting to having illegal images was first leaked, many people were implicated. This includes, of course, Junkie and Ghost, 2 of the 3 stooges in that call, and 2 of Spoctor's closest friends at the time. But the weird part is that a lot of other people claim to know about this flash drive admission. This includes smaller art creators like Holy Majesty and Flat Eye Sky. Even Spoctor's Discord moderators confirmed to Liar Convoy and Hopeless Peaches that they had some knowledge about it.
What the fuck? And even when they were called Spoctor's main by then, that was 2017, right? Yeah, and yes, and we found it hella weird as well. And I call herself Spoctor Slut, but Pega stopped her. You didn't say anything, you were a mod. You thought Spoctor was an adult. New Spot Spooder was 13 and thought this was acceptable? How old did Spoctor say he was? Spoctor gave people like he liked mods. I don't know if I was mod at the time. What the fuck? Okay. Phoenix Dragon Tamer with a 5. Do you Jar put that stuff... Wait. Do you think Jar put that stuff in his vid knowing it would affect streamers, or is he just dumb, straining as moron? I think he's just dumb. I think he's just dumb. That's it. Okay.
About it. So, two of Spoctor's closest friends knew, as well as some small fringe creators and Discord moderators. Obviously, these links don't add up without some messengers in the middle, and that's where we begin. To Spoctor, Ponder Sprocket was the person who saved his whole career, and for the art commentary community, she's seen as a reliable pair of hands with a mature view. But in the 2020 leaked call we saw with Spoctor, Phagos, and Junkie, we can make out Spoctor
Spooder was called Spoctor's sex toy by Spoctor's Discord. Fucking what? Bro.
Basically pleading and begging for Ponder to come and rescue him.
So like, what is Ponder saying? She didn't even like talk to me about it at all.
Yesterday, she was reading through the messages that you and her had. It seemed like you were trying to get her to defend you in the future in case this comes out.
Yes, because I'm terrified. Think Ponder's gonna do anything?
I don't think it is, unless like you make a video about it.
I do want to talk to Ponder though. I want to clear things up.
What the fuck?
If I can at some point, but if she'll even respond.
I wouldn't say Ponder would do that because that's not really in Ponder's nature.
But I do want to talk to her about it.
I would.
The audience saw this as a pathetic attempt to placate Ponder, and thought it to be him just reaching out again. We all thought Ponder was never coming down and saving his ass for him. Well, what that call doesn't show is that in the last 4 months, Spoctor had been telling Ponder about everything. Let's have a read of this first conversation from the 7th of September 2019. Just a quick note, most of this was...
She was too busy attacking Akumu. Yeah, see, this is where the major criticism comes in. Malcolm. Ponder is somebody who actively went after people all the time and was making drama videos on people while actively sweeping this under the rug. Stuff that she knew was wrong. She was the adult in the room. That's why it's a drama. That's why it's not a nothing burger. It's because clearly Ponder knew stuff was going on like this and Phagos and actively chose to not only like cover other stuff, but to ignore and cover up the shit she was aware of. And unfortunately, I Have Memory Problems doesn't really cover multiple months of conversations. It just doesn't work.
It was already edited, and then someone managed to find the images in the actual DMs between Ponder and Spoctor. For the sake of my ease and your comprehension, these images will be popping up in the bottom right corner when they're referenced to, but I won't be reading them out. Image attachment. Wait, what? Boy, that's suspicious as all hell. It's, an old friend. Did you end up contacting them back? I'm trying, but I'm kind of...
Wait, hold on. Spock, I need to talk to you absolutely urgently on Discord or on whatever you have where I can speak to you properly. I just found out that your Discord account got deleted for a second time not long ago while I was gone, and that something absolutely awful is planned against you in the immediate future. I need to speak to you. I don't know what to think anymore, but please just add me on Discord.
An old friend. Did you end up contacting them back? I'm trying, but I'm kind of scared.
I think it's mentioned later in the video, but technically Spoctor's first engaged with Spooder when they were 12 years old. Yeah, I mean, Spoctor himself says 12 in the first call.
Because this might be about something I did a couple of months ago, because I'm stupid and I hurt a couple people. What happened? I was in a relationship, and well, I cheated for a month. I made up with my ex and everything, but the person I was cheating with isn't as happy. I wanted to tell them, but they're always so scary when they're mad. So you think the person you cheated with might be up to something? Yes. Can I ask who they are? Like social media? Yeah. On Twitter. Do you have an idea of what they might want to do? They might just pull a stories on me. Okay, then first things first. If you have any open conversations with this person, anywhere you can think of, go and screenshot all of it. Our convo was on my banned account, so I'm locked out. I have a few things already, but that's all I can salvage and use. Okay, a little bit is better than nothing.
The 14, 15-year-old. Yeah, it's always the same fucking language with these people. I'm scared. I'm scared of these people. I'm scared, guys. I'm so afraid. Dude, what's going on? Everyone has memory issues now. Everyone always does. Thank you, Elise. Elise? Elise? Are we going with Elise? Fuck. You guys need normal names. Thank you for the two.
What I got is pretty alright. I can show you. Sure. Give me a minute then. I'm in the bathroom. Lol, no worries. I'm a stupid kid that gets himself into trouble, aren't I? Most kids do. The internet and cancel culture has just made it so that a lot of what would have ultimately been nothing mistakes can blow way out of proportions, especially if someone is being exposed by another kid.
Oh, dude, okay, this is fucking damning, though. You are going after minors, Ponder. At this time. At this time. Like, dude, you, like... Where is any level of fucking introspection?
She's 15, case in point. It's a 3-year age gap, yeah. A bit iffy, but we'd been friends for a long time. This wasn't any abuse of power, it was all consensual. Yeah, if you guys were friends for a while, that's more understandable. She's very mentally unstable. All her old friends can tell you stories. Her exes hate her, her old friends hate her. Okay, I got the screenshots. What the heck is with all these crazy 14/15-year-olds? Before we delve deep into the...
Wait, what? What the fuck? Bro, Ponder. There seem to be points where you should probably have the introspection to look at this and be like, hey, maybe this is fucking crazy. Maybe, maybe being involved in this is weird in itself. Oh, fuck. You'll need normal names like Pink and Neon Nova. True Pink and Neon Nova. Thanks to the two. Okay.
What the heck is with all these crazy 14/15-year-olds? Before we delve deep into the DMs, a few things become pretty clear. For one, Spoctor is obviously hiding the context of parts of the situation.
Poisoning the well and the kid he asked nudes from. True. And I mean, let's be fair. It sounds freakishly similar to some of the Avi stuff, right? Like the shit Avi was saying about Chule. It doesn't repeat, but it certainly rhymes.
Situation. In his hands, he's framing it as a cheating scandal and playing his part as the sweet, innocent victim widow baby. He even lies by omission, saying that Spooter is 15, which is true at the time, but she was 14 when he was messaging her, which would obviously sound much worse. His guilt is evident from the way he talks about the situation. It's yet more confirmation of Spoctor's constant lies, and something to keep in mind through this first conversation. Ponder's reaction is pretty blasé though, all things considered. She's heard that Spoctor dated a mentally ill, socially isolated 15-year-old, and her reaction is to put more blame on the girl for being crazy, rather than Spoctor. Already, she's subtly putting him in the victim position, without even questioning Spoctor's side of it. Anyways, let's read on. I don't know. Send over the screenshots when you're good. Okay, never mind. The guy finally responded. What'd he say? They're trying to get police involved. Question mark? On what grounds? They're just trying to track me? I don't know. No idea. I've deleted all the pictures. Track you? I guess. Well, even if they did manage to go to the cops, for one thing, the cops would want to see the entire chat. Maybe not all cops are super tech savvy, but they're usually very concerned about getting a conviction, so they're going to focus on elements of the case that would prevent that. Are the pictures in question sexual in nature? What do you mean? You said you deleted all the pictures. What were the pictures? Yeah, sexual in nature. Okay? Was it both parties sending pictures? Yes. Do you remember if she asked for them? Of course, yeah. Okay, then she's
Okay, so let me get this straight. Ponder was in a chat with Spoctor where he's admitting to be in possession and creating child pornography with a 14-year-old, and you're like, well, let's talk about what the cops... Dude, I think this is the point in the conversation where I'd just be like, you're fucked. You don't... I think I'd probably, for me, maybe keep going with the conversation, but I'd leak this shit. You're admitting to be in possession of child porn. It seems real fucking simple. In Lyo's video, Lyo asked Ponder about if Spot to talk with them about this. Ponder mentioned an 18-minute call, none of these DMs, apparently. Dude. Rotting with the 5. In the third Ponder Sprocket video, Ponder makes a comment about starting a video, then taking a step back because it might have been petty and unnecessary. Oh, fucking hell. Oh... She'll help hide what Spot did, but not help Chuli with Hitten. Yeah, or with Faghost, or with anyone else. It's fucking wild.
falling into the same trap that Stories put herself in. If she were to go to the cops to try and get you for that, she'd have to show the entire chat, which would just expose her asking for the same thing. Okay, I don't think this is how this works. If the minor is asking for stuff, that doesn't really excuse the whole... whatever. Any idea what state this person lives in? Oh, wait, so is she going to police? A police in training. Oh, okay, that's a tad telling, but alright. From some dude in a Discord server. That sounds suspicious as all hell. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to get over this period of my life now. How long ago did you guys share pictures?
Spoctor should have went to Chud. Thank you for the 13 months at Coping, Gatterberry. So fucking true.
I'm 18, I gotta grow the fuck up. How long ago? Just after I turned 18 was the last time. So you sent pictures after you turned 18? No, I was kind of...
Wait, why is she asking about the state? Because Ponder is playing lawyer, and what she's asking about with the state is age of consent, essentially. However, it's really important to note that everywhere has the same age for production of pornography, right? So, for instance, in the UK, the age of consent is 16, but a 16-year-old cannot produce pornography. So, like, this is like an irrelevant question, because you're not asking, did you have sex? You're asking, are you in possession of CSAM?
Kind of hesitant in that, but she sent something. Did you ask for her to send something? Stupid me. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. I know, but I'm not...
It's gonna be a bit of a problem. Like, talk to a fucking lawyer, not Ponder. Jesus.
Not doing that anymore. I'm asking everybody their age before I talk to them. That's good at least. Okay, so from what I can
What? I'm asking everyone their age before You knew what their age was. You knew what their age was. What do you mean? The fuck? Dude, I fucking lose my mind. What? He admitted it to her? Yeah. Yeah, I know. But I talked about it in the last video, so I didn't want to redo my outrage. Stops being special then. Oh, fuck.
Tell so far, the fact that you destroyed the pictures is a good thing. I'm not sure how...
The fact that you destroyed the evidence is good for you. Well done. Bro, Ponder with lawyer advice. Listen, if you've done something illegal, make sure you burn the evidence. Don't worry. Also, by the way, it's like I know Ponder means this because she's an idiot. Like, oh, well, it's a good thing you did that. That's morally good. It's like, but it comes across as like you're just deleting evidence. Well done, buddy. I don't think that's how she meant it. Oh, fucking idiot.
Things would be handled across country lines. I'm also not entirely sure if there's some law that protects minors who are in a relationship with another minor before one turns 18, and how the sending of pictures is covered under that.
Wait, I'm also not entirely sure there's some law that protects minors who are in a relationship with another minor when one turns 18, and the sending of pictures is covered under that. It's illegal, Ponder. It's illegal. Well done. It's illegal. That's illegal. You can be arrested. Again, I will say this over and over again. You can be arrested for producing pornography of yourself. If you are underage, it is the production of CSAM. It doesn't matter. You will end up on the fucking registry. This has happened to minors. What the fuck are you talking about?
That. I imagine that it will be specifically your state laws that come into play here, so you might want to look into that. Alright, thanks Ponder. No worries, though seriously kid, you really gotta stop with the online photos. Even with people your age, you don't know who you can trust with stuff like that. And if you're going to keep growing your YouTube channel, stuff like that is definitely something you want to avoid. I understand, I need to chill out. Impulsivity takes over me, it's in my blood. Maybe have a little sticky note on your computer screen to remind you when you get lost in something. Okay, dude, first off, that advice is killing me. Put a sticky note to remind you. What's he gonna write there? Don't jerk it with kids? From these DMs, it's already kind of annoying how much Ponder is already putting on Spooder. Without even trying to contact her for a side of it, Ponder has inferred she's a crazy suspicious ex with tendencies of false accusers. I don't want to be too harsh because it's easy to be a hindsight Andy and look back on this with what we know now. She did not know all that we do, but from what she did know, her actions seem really puzzling and really biased. I understand a lot of context has been taken out of it, but it seems as if she's taking Spoctor at his every word. The one time she does challenge challenge him, he admits to getting nudes from a 15-year-old. Let's go ahead to the next set of messages, this time on the 16th of December. This was when Shyal was going around with information about Spoctor. Someone's trying to out me for that I talked to you about a couple of months ago. Checked back on the chat to refresh. So this is about that person? Like, yes, but the kick is she's not the one accusing me. I'm legit now on good terms with... Someone else is trying to get me on her behalf. Nothing has come of it yet, but I just wanted you to keep your eyes peeled. Turkey Tom DM me about it. Ah, okay then. It's dumb. I'm gonna try and settle it privately and be done with it once and for all. I mean, usually people speaking on someone else's behalf when not asked to do so is XD. That's probably the best option. Keyword try. Apparently she hates me a lot. Why? And has stated before that she wishes I would die and wants to watch me burn. What the fuck? Oh yeah, it's cause she had feelings for me and I didn't return them.
These messages are really bad. Bro, dude, there's no defense for this. This is fucking terrible. Turkish Thomas mentioned, true, dude. Well, he would have been, this is like 2019, he would have still been ACC then.
Is this person also a young teenager? Because that kind of sounds like a teenager's extreme. She's my age, 18 or 17. Not sure which one, I think 18. God, I'm just so not a fan of that. They didn't want to date me, so let me ruin them. Yeah, it really shows how invested you were in liking them as a person, XP. Ha, I'ma try. Fingers crossed that it goes well, man. They blocked me. ... I'm hoping you managed to screenshot / save the conversation leading up to that point. There was none. Image attachment. So there's at least an admittance that she's not listening to both sides. Oh my...
Okay, so then, dude, what? With Zap? Dude. Turkey Tom was part of the ACC. Yeah, the Turkey Tom started in the ACC.
My god. I can't even speak on the double standard that's being presented here. Yeah. Is she saying anything publicly? No. Alright, well, I guess at this point, if she's not saying anything publicly, the best course of action is to try and keep an eye on her. Maybe if you're aware of someone else who knows her, or you know what kind of circle she runs in, you can contact people in those circles to try and either re-establish contact, or try and hear what she's up to.
Bro, Ponder is like actively just trying to manage Spoctor's optics for him. Dude, dude. Lyle just started streaming his response to Jar. Jesus fuck. This is not good, man. Where have we seen those tactics, Beckett? True. This is really fucking bad. You're like, okay. So here's like the baseline problem with how Ponder's like handling these conversations. Ponder knows and has been told, and apparently not like digested the information, that Spoctor, after the age of 18, received nudes from a 14-year-old and is now siding with him against the people calling him out for this. This is more similar to Jar than some would like to admit. Is this as bad as Cinny? Yeah, probably, actually. Yeah, actually, fuck it. Yeah, it is. It's not quite the same as Jar because it's not got, like, the fucking sleepy time calls and shit. It's not quite that level where Jar is, like, pinning it in the same way. But it is scarily similar. I think that is fair. Man, Ponder really was SCC, and it shows. Yeah, this really reminds me of some of the stuff, but like, I think a better comparison is actually the Doodles and George stuff, right? Where Doodles actively handled George's defense over a 2-year period.
I don't know her social media, but she's trying to get big YouTubers on it. Of course she is. God, like the same tactics too. I imagine that's how Tom heard about it. Yes, that's how we find out. Image attachment. But yeah, we're dealing with this type of person. See if they can get screenshots of the conversations where this girl admits that she hates you and wants to ruin you. That shows a premeditated bias. Bro, how are you speaking about premeditated bias when this conversation is so biased towards Spoctor already being on his side and talking about, oh, they don't want to listen to both sides, as if you made any attempt to contact the other side in the previous conversation. I can't believe this. she's messy. Like, it's along the same lines as a certain someone going in and trying to craft evidence to fit her already decided narrative. I imagine we don't know exactly how much this girl has, or what exactly she's trying to use. Image attachment. I know what she's trying to use, I just don't have the material itself.
Hold on, let me read this. I hope no one ever develops feelings for you again. I'm sad I had the displeasure of finding your channel when I was going through a rough time, and I wish you the worst of times. You don't deserve my sympathy. One day I hope you wake up, look in the mirror, and feel all the pain you've inflicted on others. I hope somewhere blank gives you an incurable STI. I hope some whore gives you an incurable STI. My DMs are open whenever you have more bullshit to spout out. I'm done with you for now. Have a nice life. Dude.
Image attachment. God, this was like a year ago. I'm gonna grab a screenshot of her bias. Is there any way to get an expanded version of these screenshots? Because it doesn't inherently showcase who she's talking to and the context for the...
It kind of makes sense reading these messages why there was a narrative spun that Spoctor hadn't done anything wrong, or like shouldn't have been cancelled in the way he was, because that narrative does very much seem to come from Ponder, and right off the bat Ponder is like planning out Spoctor's defense with him. It's starting to, like, I actually can't really blame people that much for not really understanding the Spoctor drama when right from the, yeah, Ponder's just doing narrative control. Like, okay, here's what you need to discredit her. Here's the angles to take. Bro, what the fuck?
The rest of the potential conversation is removed. Right. 2 image attachments. Damn, I wish I could nab more context, but they're on my banned account. Oh, okay. You know any other server she might be in? I'm working with a mutual of hers, who she vented...
Did Spoctor come back? If not, why the hell are we talking about him? I need to learn about the Spoctor drama, but mostly we're talking about Ponder.
About me too a lot, and he hates her now, lol. Oh, pfft. So he can provide more screenshot context, I'm guessing, to really substantiate her dislike of you. Yes, okay, that's good. I'm asking him specifically to nab the one of her saying she wants to take me down. Image attachment. There is this. What website is this on? Twitter. Email me about this. Ah, okay. But I never actually found the DM. I still have the email. Okay, good, keep that. Okay, so her Twitter is... Let me check. Likely. Oh, well I found the DMs. Question mark. Image attachment, image attachment.
Hey, what's your problem? Dude, when someone is pouring their heart out to you, at least be nice and not absolutely crush them. You should know lots of people associate level of happiness with you. Oh, Jesus. You should be more emotionally mature and handle this with more care. You need to start seeing people behind the screen as real people who feel and have lives. Hey, look, I'll keep this short. I just want to tell you how you affected my life. My happiness was tied to you. I was already fucked. My parents thought I was stupid. They threatened to pull me out. Dude. Fucking DMs, bro.
I sent a DM and got blocked instantly. You should know lots of people associate their level of happiness with you. I'm getting really bad vibes from that one line alone. Okay, well screenshot all the DMs with that account just to be sure. Even if it seems innocuous, having a full log is good. Image attachment. He came through. Not sure if implying you're an incel. XD. Lol. Speaking totally candid though, the wording for a few of this girl's messages does sort of make me think that she might not be entirely emotionally stable. She's not. Maybe go through as many of your accounts as you can and try to find any interactions you had with her, even if most of it was on...
So, okay, hold on. So Ponder, somebody who has actively said that you can't just attack the victim. This is what Ponder said about like the George stuff, right? Dude, she said in the call with Doodle Tones recently, my take was you cannot take the line of attacking the victim. You can't do that. But she's in these DMs with Spoctor going, okay, you need to go and find anything to discredit the person who's accusing you. Dude. Ponder didn't even try to question why there were no responses from him. Account deletion is too convenient. Or question why this girl was reacting like that. Yeah. Okay, I'm a little confused. At first, he said it was someone that he was in a relationship with, and then someone he liked, but he didn't like them. Is this even the same person? Like, it's like he's talking about multiple girls at the time. So the person he wasn't in a relationship with and didn't want one is the person who's calling him out. Then he's like talking about the girl he did have a relationship with, you know, the fucking 13-year-old.
on your deleted account, we might still be able to piece things together. If there's any sort of indication that she's unstable, and that's causing her to blame you / vilify you for things within her life, and that's her reasoning behind trying to go after you, at the very least it calls any sort of claim she might make into question. I'm not generally fond of that tactic, but in this case, it looks like that's actually probably a thing, and the possibility of it should not be ignored. Image attachment. Should I? Image attachment. If you're gonna...
What you're attempting to do isn't going to work well for either of us, Siren. I'm willing to talk things out, though. You can try and cancel me, but there's just a huge gaping hole in your past that you want to dig out, and I want to move past. So if anything, yes, you have my attention now, but if you want to go after this adventure you seek, I will not roll over like I did for stories. I am here if you want pleasure. I will not yell, and I'll talk with you. Dude, do you know who this reminds me of? And I'm not just bringing their name up because I want to bring their name up. This genuinely reminds me of Toon Critic. This is almost like the conversation Toon Critic wanted to have when he was caught, like, ERPing with a 14-year-old. He was like, oh, I need to talk to them and smooth things over, and then, you know, we can be friends again and stuff. And the way, like, yeah, it's really, like, some of the language is really similar as well to the way that Toon talked in the call. Right. Every time.
Message her, don't come out with anything that sounds potentially threatening. It might just spur her on. Indicating that she has stuff in the past that she wouldn't want revealed is something she could easily interpret as you threatening to reveal her past if she doesn't shut up about you, which she could potentially use against you. Should I clarify that I'll defend myself? Image attachment. Think. I want to get through to her. That's all my goal is. Okay, in that case, clarifying the potential need for defense might be a mistake.
We're supposed to be considerate of Ponder's mental health, but look at how she regarded the child's mental health. I want to break things. Yeah, it's like, she seems emotionally unstable. You should probably use that against her as a fucking wild thing for somebody who's meant to be, like, all concern and therapy talk and considering people's, like, emotional states. Yeah, this is a problem. Ponder is another person. And I'll say this constantly, it's why I've fought with a few people about things like Hassan, for example. I think it's a grift. I think one of the other things that probably should be listed against Ponder, if you want like a kind of checklist, is it's kind of a grift. If you don't care, your actions show it. And you can pour out your heart and say how much you give a shit about something, but often you're like, if your stated goal is to like, oh, I want this thing, and then all your actions are against your stated goal, you don't really believe that.
It could just cement in her mind that there's something you need to defend against. Try to be as open and receptive within the message as possible, and really lean on a willingness to talk and hear what she has to say. What you're attempting to do here isn't going to work well for either of us. I'm willing to talk things out though. There is just a huge gaping hole in her past that you want to dig out and I want to move past. You have my attention now. I'm here if you want closure. I will not yell and I'll talk with you. I've gone through a lot of changes now that I've left the circle of the internet, and I feel it's right for us to hear each other. Thoughts? Image attachment. Oh, youch. This doesn't prove much though. Yeah, that sounds good. Did her Twitter just? That's also so weird, seeing that this was from February, and yet she drew you fan art in January. What? Oh my god. Okay, welp, screenshotting now. What? What happened? I have the page loaded already. I was on her Twitter already. Did she delete her Twitter? So even though it's gone now, I can use the loaded page. Maybe? Yes, well, give me a bit, I'll send stuff to you.
What the fuck?
Damn, she did. It's gone.
Hold
if
on.
she did, then yeah. Screenshot, and yes, I've gone through a lot of changes now that I've left the circle of the internet, and I feel it's right for us to hear each other. Thoughts? Image attachment. Oh, youch. This doesn't prove much though. Yeah, that sounds good. Did her Twitter just? That's also so weird, seeing that this was from February, and yet she drew you fan art in January.
Bro. People fall. This is fucking agonizing. God.
Use the loaded page. Maybe? Yes, well, give me a bit, I'll send stuff to you. Damn, she did. It's gone. If she did, then that's both good and bad, because now she has no surface level digital footprint. Yeah, anyways, I recorded the main Twitter page. Unfortunately, I couldn't see her tweets and replies, nor could I go into her media, but there was at least one fan art piece from January that was seen, and another from earlier, which wouldn't have been included. Also, Dulu says hi. Hi Dulu. Ponder then sends a media file link to a file named 2019-12-16 _19-06-42.mov. Surprisingly, I enter this link into my browser, and it still actually works, and there's a recording link to it. Here's that recording.
Recording. Done. And we can go through...
Hear me. I'm really gay, I'm sorry.
We'll just scroll through this whole thing. Spank me, mommy, I've been a bad Nazi? Alright.
What?
That was one of her tweets.
No, I know that, but like, why though?
I don't know.
Why does this person like the things that I like?
Okay. So, I think we can mostly probably just go to...
Baby Julie, yeah, like, dude. Spank me, daddy, I've been a bad Nazi is just a banger tweet, I'm sorry.
2017? Oh, god damn it. Okay, that's as far down as I can go.
That's it.
Alright, so can I see tweets and replies? Nope!
People...
Can I go back?
People
nope.
I hate are
Alright.
not allowed to like the things that I like.
That's all we got.
Spoctor, thank you. Ponder. Here's the recording of the Twitter. Figured it would be easier than screenshotting. Alright, here you go. I request you don't interact with it unless we have to, but I felt like you'd want to see when they try to strike me.
My new bad name based.
You can give me personal thoughts if you wish, but yeah, Lamau. And then Spoctor sends Ponder a drive link titled accusations.mp4, and that signifies the end of this conversation. Again, this is all Ponder gathering evidence for Spoctor in preparation, and coaching him on how to respond so he doesn't annoy her. She's directly advising him on how to respond. I mean, she says Shyal doesn't sound emotionally stable, and then coaches Spoctor on how to find her being emotionally unstable to smear her credibility. Spoctor and Ponder were so intertwined on this particular issue that he sent his pre-prepared defense video against Spooder's allegations, which I didn't even know fucking existed until now. And that's telling. On at least the 30th of December 2019, Ponder was aware of Manus' video. In the DM, she seems to agree with the take that what Spoctor was doing was bad, presuming she didn't already see it in these lost images. But put yourself in Ponder's position for a second. You've been talking to Spoctor, knowing he has new allegations long before this video came out. Spoctor came into your DMs, asking for advice, and you gave it. You knew that Spoctor solicited nudes from this underage girl, and that she was some mentally ill, socially isolated teen, facing an 18-year-old prone to impulsive sex, but you brush that off and say it's another warning, another learning moment. Spoctor then asks you to help, and you advise him on how to handle and smear the typical crazy ex. Then a video comes out that shows Spoctor admitting his crimes to this girl, as well as his sexual conversations when he had turned 18, and him admitting to crushing a flash drive. You later learn that Spoctor admitted to having sexual pictures of her when she was 13 on that flash drive. Spoctor has been far more of a freak than you ever imagined. He lied to you to obscure that, and now he's begging you for another conversation. What do you do?
Okay, how long is this Manus video? 11 minutes. Okay, fine. We'll watch the Manus video.
New format time. And, oh, holy shit, I really look like Delusion.
Skip the intro.
And I'm anxiety.
You don't know who Spoctor Theory is. He is, from when I was introduced into all this. Somebody named Shyal DM me, asking me what I knew about Spoctor. I gave him my response. I honestly know nothing about Spoctor prior to this. The most I knew about Spoctor was through Simply Dad's video that he made on Spoctor and a couple other creators. From what Simply Dad has said, Spoctor sounds like a cunt, so I've always kind of associated Spoctor as being a cunt. Anyway, Shyal apparently was involved with Spoctor, both mutually aged. I think she was like 17, he was 17. With her, it started when she was 17, same as him, so there's nothing illegal there. So this is deleted user 3F, whatever. Same conversation down here as up here. These are just taken at different times. At the time, she was, her @ was blue dipstick, and right here it's Shyal. Alright, so here's the truly disturbing part. This is the screenshot between someone named Toast and Fish. So Fish is a 14-year-old girl, and Toast, I don't even know who the fuck that is. That's just a friend who knows about the situation. Let me just read it off so you don't have to. I mean, like, when was the last time you did stuff with tech? And then Fish's response, just the other day we had a call and did, you know. And it just felt weird and I faked an orgasm to end it quicker. I hate when I'm stuck in.
What the fuck? I'm sorry. What? Okay, so... Okay.
From what I know,
knows at this point Tech is dating Jeff.
Tech isn't into Jeff, but who knows at this point? Tech is dating Jeff, confirmed.
Okay,
To her.
you reach
Moans
your
cutely for him. I don't even know what the fuck that is. And then she says, I'm gonna fucking just bang my arms. Toad says, please don't. Why shouldn't I? I'm shaking and I just want to stop because I'm here to help you through this. Who get wrapped up in relationships like this. They think that there's no way out. They think that this is the only safe solution is staying with them, whatever. And this is a lot different.
This is the video Ponder confirmed she saw. When did this come out? Okay, so this is December 27, 2019. Second, what were we at? So this is like days after the conversation she just had with Spoctor. This is like 10 days later. Get ahead to where, like, actually. Okay.
This is an online relationship. This is, you can get out of it whenever you want. It's close your laptop. As simple as that, basically. But I know there's a lot of other sides.
And remember, Ponder sees this and it prompts the famous fiendish cavern group call. So okay, so Ponder is well aware of the context, has seen this video, can piece it together, has the fucking group call, and then nothing else happens. So Ponder has the full ability to break this story and chooses not to. Jarfiner dropped the Tower of Babel. Honestly, not impressed. Thank you, Archer, for the 5. Wait, is that what it is? Is that like... Dude, we'll watch it next. We'll watch it next, okay? It's up. It's up. We're gonna do it.
Psychological barriers, I guess, that prevent her from doing this. Again, this is a 14-year-old girl with a underdeveloped brain. It is very easy to manipulate their mind. There are only a few things doing all this than with another girl. Deleted user, Spoctor. I already came clean with Jeff about it. You did it again. He said no. After you promised me you wouldn't, he said no, this was before you. She said okay, but we've been buddies.
2019. In August? In August of 2019? What?
And I never told her me and Jeff were a thing, and that's my fault again. Then why is she saying shit now? Because she found out now. And then the other half of that is the screenshots I just read.
Creepy background music? Yeah, it's either Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill 3. Can't remember which.
Them over to Spoctor to read, and this was his response. Spoctor's response to all of this, all these screenshots that I just read to you, was I'm sorry about all of that. That was his response. All the shit I just...
Holy shit, this dude is just Toon Critic. This is just Toon Critic.
Read, he just said I'm sorry about it. Fuck, there it is. I mean, come on. How the fuck are you gonna admit to it? It didn't look that bad because of the, you know, the whole blurring out. But no, she really knew what she was doing, and she even fucking brought it to him, and he fell right into that trap and fucking responded to it. It also follows up with
So Ponder basically has a confession. Okay, we're gonna listen. He used a few girls for moaning calls, constantly cheated on his partner, always said he changed but never did, received nudes that were saved onto a flash drive of a 14-year-old girl while he was 17, had her blame herself for having feelings for him, and is an incompetent person in general when it comes to solving problems. Here's the problem with this one as well. This bit, 14-year-old girl while he was 17, Spoctor himself admits that the last time he received nudes was when he was 18. So the timelines here aren't even right because this whole thing's been going on for so fucking long. Dude. The tech only continued the relationship for about a week after 2018 until Fish had a mental breakdown. I believe they have a 4-year age gap. That would mean they began this when he was 16, she was 12, which lines up with what Spoctor actually says if it went on for 2 years. Dude. Spoctor has engaged sexually with multiple minors. He did e-sex with them. Okay, yeah, sure. But it's really difficult to pin the age. It's really difficult to pin the ages, and I just want to focus on, like, like, what we can know for the confirmed ages and confirmed gaps, okay? That's where I'm at. I don't want to do, like, supposition, because that's really unhelpful. Fuck me. Okay, let's carry on.
Rocket, Ellie Momeli.
I'm saying he's a pedophile. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm really careful with that word. You should always be really careful with that word. So this is... dude. This is one of those borderlines thing where I'm like, well, dude, you're 18 getting fucking nudes from a 14-year-old and having e-sex with them. It's pretty noncy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't really know what else to say about it other than, yeah. Dude, fucking wild. Becky getting actually annoyed. Do you know what? I've got this ringing in my ears. I've got this ringing in my ears of the people who are like, I don't think it really matters. It's only a 4-year age gap. It's high school age gap, guys. And I'm like, I think you people are sweeping for noncery. I think it's real fucking creepy. Like, I think as people involved in these things get older, you can get a bit more understanding. You can be like, yeah, sure, whatever. But like when you're dealing with somebody who's like something that starts with somebody who's like 12, right? There should obviously be a line in somebody's head at the age of 16 that doing something like this with a 12-year-old is fucking weird. I'm sorry. It should just exist. I don't care about this whole, well, you know, there's only a 4-year age gap. It's high school. No. This started when she was 12 and continued on till Spoctor being 18. He was a legal adult in possession of who received child pornography as an adult. The fuck are you on about? Like, dude, what would you tell the past you didn't know about the ACC? Would you warn past self how deep the rabbit hole goes? Nah, probably not. Probably still be here, dude. Like, ACC drama is generally really good. I don't mind not being a tourist. Okay. At the very least, it's a massive red flag. Yes. Yeah. Anyway.
Caden Monroe, Chaos 55T, Manga Kamen, and V Omega.
Ellie is the master of wrong place, wrong time. Okay, here's my problem with this as well. And I'm really not trying to take shots at Ellie. But, like, this is why I'm against the witch hunting, right? Because what's been said about Ellie is that Ellie didn't really know the context of what was going on. It's like, well, we've only got Chuli's word for that, which is fucking crazy. I'm sorry. It's like, it's why you have to be so careful about this witch hunting stuff. I'm prepared to, like, cut out almost everyone else in this fucking conversation and go, well, you've got no idea how much they knew, other than Ponder and Manga, because you can see Manga's responses. And, like, going on what you can see is so important. Because otherwise, like, I think if you're one of these people, and they do exist in this fucking drama, who are like, anybody who knew about this should be fucking burned at the stake. And people have said this about Manga Common, by the way. They've said it about Chaos, and they've said it about Caden. And there are other reasons that these people might be burned. But if your stance is anyone who knows should be burned, congratulations, you're burning Ellie. Like, and be careful about the shit you throw out there, is all I've been saying for the past, like, I feel like I've been saying it for like 2.5 months, 3 months now. It's just, it genuinely is starting to fucking annoy me. Like,
in this call, all these people were told of Spoctor admitting to having illegal material.
The only person who could possibly get a pass is Chuli, because Chuli herself was like 15 at the time.
And they came away from the whole situation thinking they could not defend this. We don't have the call recorded, but Manga Kamen's chat messages, as he had no mic, tell the whole story. Okay, we need to talk about something. I could use some help in here. What happened? Spoctor actually did a bad I'm trying to keep myself calm right now.
It's like, here's the thing. I've heard people say, again, Ellie didn't know anything. Well, Ellie is right here in the fucking chat. I'm literally pointing at my screen. I'm not even moving my mouse. Ellie is right here in the chat going, oh, Spoctor did a bad. Ellie is actively acknowledging it. So, again, just be fucking careful. Otherwise, you are going to be throwing, like, fucking Ellie under that bus. So unless you're comfortable with doing that, quit the fucking witch hunting. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Now, thankfully, I'm listening to music. ... Sighs. God. Today's been a roller coaster of emotions. Jesus Christ. My mic's not working for some reason, but Jesus Christ. I do not blame the anger, Ponder. Well, thanks for that quick summary. Slaps forehead, shakes head. Well, that's an interesting way to start the year. Yup, well, what we can do is address it fully. Yup. I do think that what we should do is publicly say that we cannot defend this. I'm not saying same. Cut that out. Hell. Give me a sec, trying to calm myself down. What? I saw it already like a few days ago. Their new comment literally is them saying, don't let the CC know this, you'll be a victim of their antics when they come at you, they can't accept the proof. Also, I have Spoctor's old/deleted account added to my friends list. The said deleted user does not match up with his. His deleted icon was bright teal and goes by a different code. Chaos, we're in the call. He did it. I have it confirmed that he did it. I told her it's fine. Ow.
The Omega sitting there having a panic attack in the corner because the lights might come on and expose them early. Genuine question, why does Ellie get so much leeway? I have never heard an explanation as to why. I don't know, Quake. I have no fucking idea. Go and ask Lio about it. Go, listen, I don't know Ellie. I've got no strong opinions on Ellie. Go and ask other people who are giving Ellie that leeway because I don't understand it. And I will admit it's a little bit fucking weird that there's all this heat in certain directions, and I'm like, but what? Why? I don't understand it. It seems like Ellie is always involved in these conversations and communities. Her name comes up constantly, but everyone's like, oh, but it's just Ellie being what? Like, bro, I don't know, guys. Seems a little bit fucking inconsistent.
Okay. Oh, yikes. The other person in this group chat was Chuli, who I'm not going to be as harsh on because she was under 18 at the time, and also the person who eventually blew the whistle on this all, gave me all the information, which I really appreciate. It isn't just that aspect though of whistleblower immunity. I think it's much harder for most people under 18 to
base take, Valji. I know you're just agreeing with me, but base take. No, I mean he's right. FC shows what was wrong with the standards of the space. Weird LARPing minors with adults, yeah. I don't think Ellie is a creator. She's more of an orbiter from what I know. Friends with a lot of artists because she's an artist, I guess. Well, here's the... Okay. We're not talking about just creators. We're talking about things that happen in the community. Faghost wasn't a fucking creator. He was an editor. Right? Sure, he had his own channel and things, but he's mostly just an editor. There are plenty of people who are just community members that people will get burned for. The whole fucking Cloak and Dagger shit was all random community members.
handle situations of this nature. Anyways, from what we can see, it seemed as if everyone pretty much knew this was wrong. They all seemed like they couldn't defend this. But as Truly told me, no one wanted to make the first move. Everyone here was very much in Ponder's orbit and took the follow the leader mentality. And I guess tunes change, as evident from Truly being seemingly sent over to parlay with Spoctor on the 12th of February. Hello? Hellos. Yucky adult talk, lol. So this is very awkward to say, and I don't even know if I'm using my best judgment in telling you this, but I think it'd be better if you know beforehand. But back when that was happening last month, she was having a really hard time thinking of what to do and went to FC about it. She in this conversation is Pondus Rocket. So we kind of all know what happened, but FC? Fiendish Cavern, the server. Oh yeah. We all agreed that, like, it was bad, but we all thought it was best that you weren't, like, persecuted for it. I figured as such. I'm pretty sure she'll let you back in, but I just wanted to let you know, instead of you finding out on your own and being really confused and worried. Who is able to let me in? Only Ponder. I can let her know right now if you want me to. Yeah, go ahead. Alrighty. Okie dokie, I went ahead and let her know. God, my anxiety always spikes when the top...
This doesn't make any sense. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Some of this doesn't make any sense. Julie was in that call. As was everyone else. Chaos was like, oh yeah, this is actually a nothing burger. Ponder is actively confirming it in the chat. Ponder is saying he did it. So everyone in that call is aware of what he did. How would you doubt, like... What? Also, if Faghost was... Like, when did Faghost have this call with Spoctor then?
Topic is brought up.
Sorry, I'm just trying to work out some of the timelines for this. Again, some of the timelining around this and people's, like, ages, motivations, who the fuck they were, how much information they had, is real fucking confusing at points.
I'm sorry, it's fine. And so they let Spoctor back into the server and welcomed him back with open arms. I survived. The lizard is back from the war. The war in my mind is still in action.
Holy shit, Ponder! You know he's guilty, bro! Fuck me. Okay, cool. This is actually... No, this is just actively Ponder just sweeping, protecting him for it. I don't know how... I actually don't know how you fucking respond to this. Actually, this is unironically really bad. This is worse than I thought it was.
PTSD is a hell of a drug. Haha, good one. Oh geez, there's quite a bit of people in here I know. Welcome back to hell. Here's your hell card, have a good time. Didn't even collect his kneecaps for the taxed. Tisk tisk. And that's how it stayed. Spoctor was around in the server, his career remained mainly untouched, and that's because the people involved didn't want to put out the information. In the server, the sentiment was clear. What Spoctor did was bad, but he shouldn't be persecuted online by publishing this information. This wording is idiotic, and I sometimes think it's influenced by past events, because immediately putting Spoctor in the position of the victim is crazy. The callouts would not be persecution, it would be protection for others. Let's acknowledge the other factors into play here. Spoctor was an art commentary channel with over 100,000 subscribers at the time. He primarily made videos on communities filled with children like Gacha Life or the animation meme community. The girl he dated was a mentally ill and socially isolated 14-year-old who he had kept her nudes of from the year before. She was a fangirl of his, and he was still in contact with her. Even later down the timeline, there are still more red flags that should have been acted upon. In 2022, Spoctor opened up and ran a server for minors recovering from an online cult. He ran this public server with a former member of the cult who was a minor, whom he became incredibly close with. My question is, where do you draw the line? In my opinion, I feel that Ponder needs to be held on the same level that Junkie and Faghost have been for the situation. Ponder learned about the situation far before even Manus knew what a Spoctor was, and seemed to view it all as just silly drama. There was not even any attempt to contact the other party, just a full belief of Spoctor's word. Then she helped in a move to smear and discredit the people bringing this up, and when it finally came out that Spoctor wasn't as perfect as he had been, and had obscured some of the facts to her, she failed to act, and even let him back into her server. As much as you want to have a go at Julie, Ponder, who was much older than her, had the final say. She was the only person who could invite people into the server. She even continued to have conversations with Spoctor privately for at least another year. Even if you don't think that these people were obligated to put this out against Spoctor when he was still active, why didn't she tell people after he'd already been exposed? Why is it that after Lyle Convoy asked her about the conversation with Spoctor, she only revealed one part of this, the call they had after the Junkie Faghost call? To be clear, she was holding onto vital information, which is still new looking back today. Remember, Spoctor's main defense to others...
Like, again, to answer the question, Malcolm, no one knew about this. Like, it's bad enough that Ponder sort of saw the video and then didn't do anything. Like, you can kind of see that. But this, bro... This fucking... How they even get... Did Ponder... Dude, I would have denied the DMs existed. Holy shit.
Was that he was still a minor when it happened.
So it
Bro, I would have claimed AI. Like, there's no way. Like, what? What?
Just took place between when you were 16 and 17.
And she was 13 and Stu at 14, and she's 15 now.
Yeah. So now you don't have any involvement with any kind of like any of that stuff.
Not with minors, no. Fuck no.
Yeah.
Not with anybody under the age of 18. Fuck no. Because I'm 18 now, I gotta be a fucking adult. Even if they're 17, it's still like, no.
If it was just between you guys when you were like 3 years
minors.
apart. Minors.
I believe Chili and Lio confronted her recently and she gave them up. Holy fuck.
Yes. But yeah, when I was a minor, I had a lot of flings with other minors. I mean, I'm stupid like that. But I'm 18. I'm strictly 18 plus. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Literally, I ask people, like, I don't even make friends with minors anymore.
Why would Ponder stay quiet, offer the silent retweet to Lyle's videos, and slink back into the shadows? Why wasn't any step taken to handle this beforehand? And why did she never tell Lyle after everything was already done? It's striking going back to his video and seeing the comments, again disgusted at Spoctor's constant attempts to contact Ponder like a dog humping a leg. But the reality is that Ponder defending him was just the logical next step in their conversations. Sometimes I forget that she's not young like everyone else in this community, and she's approaching her 30s by now, but that brings up an entirely new perspective. Maybe Ponder just thought what Spoctor was doing was all fine. You may remember Ponder's first Spoctor video from 2018 going at his false allegations. In my first video, I gave this video props for establishing suspicion and giving Spoctor a lifeline. What I didn't mention is that whilst the video seems fairly consistent, the lows it has are abysmal. For example, this amazing clip, which might give her new light, to her surprise at how these new 14, 15-year-olds were acting. Back in her day of 2018, they were way easier.
And even then, Spoctor is talking to one of his peers. He's talking to another teenager. I had teenage friends in high school who were younger than me that I had dirty and silly conversations with. I still have friends younger than me, some in high school, who like having gross and sometimes sexually gross conversations because it's fun to joke about that stuff.
Okay. Ah, bro, dude, what? Okay, let's take this apart at points, okay? Firstly, that's inappropriate, but also doesn't cover what Spoctor was doing. The illusion doesn't even make sense. What the fuck are you talking about? And how is that not, how do you not record that? Edit it into a video and reflect upon it and be like, wow, that sounds really bad. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Spoctor was 16 at the time of these conversations. He turned 16 a month before this screenshot was taken. A 16-year-old is allowed to flirt with a 13-year-old. I actually told my mom about how so many people thought a 16-year-old flirting with a 13-year-old was pedophilia, and she couldn't believe how dumb that was.
When a different person who was 13 years old was venting to him, he told them, go touch yourself or something then to them. A 13-year-old. Why the hell would you say that to a 13-year-old?
Considering the knowledge of this is coming to us not from the actual conversation, but from someone's recounting of the conversation.
Ponder had some fucked up takes like saying minors showing adult features of viable partners, then when explaining pedophilia and teaching minors BBLG and where to find it. What? Okay, you're gonna have to cite a source for that. What? What?
To them. A 13-year-old. Why the hell would you say that to a 13-year-old?
Considering the knowledge of this is coming to us not from the actual conversation, but from someone's recounting of the conversation, I would like to posit that he was joking to lighten the mood, or that they misunderstood. Also, shut up, I did that at 13, grow up.
Here's probably the worst clip from this entire video. I actually felt I needed to include it in my first one. For context, Spoctor is facing an allegation that apparently he was 16 and acting really weird with a 12-year-old. Ponder's defense isn't to just say this claim is completely baseless, no. Her approach is that if this happened, this is all actually legal and normal, and 12-year-olds and 16-year-olds are in the same age range.
Instead of Spock being the mature one, just saying stop it to a 12-year-old, he lets her basically give him boners and shit. Are you kidding?
What? Same age range.
Instead of Spock being the mature one, just saying stop it to a 12-year-old, he lets her basically give him boners and shit. Are you kidding me? The 12-year-old was hitting on him?
Let me read that message. Then there's the other kid who was 12 at the time who kept calling him daddy, trying to turn him on, it said. Instead of Spock being the mature one and just saying stop it to a 12-year-old, he lets her basically give him a boner and shit. This isn't anywhere near as bad as the other stuff, but Jesus Christ, he's such a cocky asshat. Like, he's constantly go up to my friends and, bro, what? What are we doing? Fuck! I mean, dude, I'm actually gonna lose my mind. I'm actually gonna lose my mind. Fuck, I'm still stuck on Ponder saying she still has friends who are high school she has dirty conversations with. Yeah, like, bro, I'll be honest with you. If I found out anybody who I was interacting with was under 18, I would just end that friendship. Like, again, I always point to this. There is one time I've had a 17-year-old on stream in the entire time I have been streaming, and it was incredibly controlled. It was to talk about a political thing that I had an issue with. I told chat to shut the fuck up, and that was it. And then we were on for 2 hours, and then they immediately left, and that was it. And we just had a conversation about this fucking thing that had happened in a debate, because I was like, it's fair enough. I'll let someone respond. It's like one time. And actually, that person reached out to me recently. I say recently, the start of this year when the Destiny stuff happened. And they were like, oh, it's cool, we can talk now, because like I think they were like, I'm like 19. And it was like, even they knew, they like remembered my rule. I'm so you have to be so careful about it. It's not even just to protect yourself either. It's like, I don't feel comfortable having drama conversations about people who are with people who are under 18. And actually, you can go back. I don't know if any of these VODs will still exist, but I think I had this discussion with like Zonya, because there were people in commentary, like I think it was like Dingo and Bunk, who were like under 18, and I was like, nah, man, it is fucking weird to have these people on panels and like be interacting with them regularly. It's like it's weird. And I'm not a fan of it. And I got like people like, no, it's fine. Like, yeah, sure, they're 16 or whatever, but you can have those. No, dude, what the fuck are any of you doing? Stop it. It's weird. Stop it.
He lets her basically give him boners and shit. Are you kidding me? The 12-year-old was hitting on him? Something that is legal. This is actually natural. Younger teens tend to be attracted to older teens because they're more physically and mentally developed. You know, the opposite of pedophilia. Guys, the legal defining trait of a pedophile, and I've discussed this before in my Spawn of Cringe video, so if y'all didn't have a problem with it there, you don't get to fucking pick and choose, is someone who is at least 16 years of age and whom is sexually attracted to those at least 5 years younger than them. Was Spoctor...
What sort of definition is that? What sort of definition is that? Hold on. At least 5 years younger than them? What do you mean? Bro, okay, no, fuck this. If you are 18 and having these conversations with a 14-year-old, you're a fucking nonce. I'm sorry. What the fuck are you doing? No, fuck off. I'm so sick of these age gap conversations of, well, actually, the definition of pedophilia is fuck off. Dude. Oh my god. All right, no internet until you're 30. No, dude, I'm starting to feel that way. Okay? Thank you for the 2, Metal Man.
Actually looking at the 12-year-old? Was he seeing them? Was he getting turned on by their appearance? Or was he getting turned on because someone was feeding into his kink? People who are sexually attracted to children are sexually...
This also adds to what her view is on the Slashley video, stating that 11-year-old is allowed to have a DGL daddy-daughter kink. She makes another statement about a minor engaging in kink here. Dude, you can't have a daddy-daughter kink if you're literally the daughter. You can't, that's not a kink, that's just pedophilia. It's not a kink if you're a pedophile. Hydra Dancer with the 10. Said this before, but when I was 7, I had a crush on an 11-year-old. The older kids thought it was weird that my crush was even being humored. If children in grade school know better, there is no excuse. Yeah, and I keep saying this. I feel like people do this high school age thing, and I don't know what fucking high school some of y'all went to. I'll be honest. I don't know what high schools you went to. This isn't fucking normal, bro.
Attracted to a lack of sexual development features. Someone in Spoctor's legal age group feeding into his kink either audibly or with text isn't him being attracted to a child. Holy! This is twisted.
Okay, just to be technical, Spoctor was attracted to a child. Like, actually, just technically speaking, Spoctor was attracted to children. That is an undeniable fact, okay? Spoctor was attracted to children. That's just reality. I'll keep saying it, because there were children who he was having sexual conversations with. He is he is just factually attracted to children. I don't know what else to tell you.
The narrative to the nth degree.
This video is over 1 million views, by the way. I would say these are all unfair to bring up, considering this video was made 7 years ago, but as of a few months ago, Ponder is still hearting comments that praise the video and how good it is, so that only makes me think she still stands by these arguments to this day. It's worth making clear that the only reason we have these DMs is because Ponder relinquished them, but that was after 5 years, and took a confrontation from Truly and Lyle Convoy for it to ever happen. I should also note I obviously don't think Ponder is a pedophile or a groomer or a predator. Moving on to Junkie and Ghost, they're freaks. Been kind of proven. Next. As for the other people on the server, I think the criticism is mostly fair. I mean, they got confirmation of evidence and claims that were already public at the time. And these people should also hold some responsibility for the fact that Spoctor was welcomed back in with open arms into the server. Yes. I want to make it clear, Manga Common has since issued a response document and apology video about the whole situation. Ellie Momeli also stated she was very briefly in this call. I think this section mostly applies to the situation. Ellie Momeli also stated
I didn't know there was specifically a CP drive. I didn't know the context of the video, and I do not recall how much I was around. I just known there was a video that had come out and that it was more serious allegations. I'm not saying I wasn't in the call, but I don't remember being there for that long to hear it was a CP drive. I don't believe you. The fact that you have a message there saying that Spoctor did something actually wrong and you knew the general allegations around Spoctor, I actually just don't believe you. I'm sorry, I just don't. Oh wait, hold on, dude. Architect Reviews done the RSI Apollo? No fucking way! Okay, this is a complete sideline. This is a complete sideline. Okay, so, firstly, also, Lanza has a new video out, and you should watch it. It's really good. He's very proud of it. But, okay, Star Citizen. Right, the RSI Apollo's come out, and Architect Reviews the RSI Apollo hospital ship. I obviously haven't seen this, but Architect Reviews is, like, fucking awesome. He's, like, an actual architect who does, like, ship reviews, and they're really good. And I'm actually now excited to watch that. Okay, sorry. I'll turn my autism off for, like, 2 seconds. Anyway. Dude, okay, but anyway, I don't know if I just don't think I believe Ellie here. I just said, what the fuck? Also, I'll be real. What the fuck was Ellie and her sub 100 spouse supposed to do to the table? Lol, but yeah, should have said something. I mean, yeah, it's like the general thing of, dude, you should be aware. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro?
She was very briefly in this call. I think this section mostly applies to Ellie and Manga Common, actually. I think everyone else in that screenshot has already been run off and exposed as some kind of a sexual degenerate. Alright, listen, we're getting off topic. I want to stick to the theme of Spoctor as closely as possible. For full transparency, let's look at some of the more miscellaneous claims here about who knew. When Lyle Convoy's video finally came out, one person who did reveal everything that he knew was just a robot, or at least everything that he knew according to him. Jar revealed that he had seen Manus' video when it came out, but had no idea of the flash drive or any allegations beforehand. He felt the video was weak because of the lack of verifying evidence and age checks, and actually wrote and edited an entire video going at these new false Spoctor allegations. He was only stopped when he actually told Spoctor he was making a video, and Spoctor basically shat himself, not wanting any attention to come to those allegations. The issue was that Jar already had a video editing sponsor on the video, so Spoctor filled in on short notice and edited an entire video for him. Again, it's telling how far Spoctor would go to minimize attention towards that video.
That's fucking wild.
Though he seems to be known nowadays for his defenses of nonces, I don't really have any info that he knew anymore. He seems to be very much at the scene of the crime. On the other end, Turkey Tom is a name both mentioned outright in the DMs with Ponder and in Manus's original video. The Ponder DMs seem to paint an idea that the victim came to Tom with some information and he informed Spoctor. The Manus video says that Manus went to Tom and Tom then confronted Spoctor. When researching my original video, I asked Tom if Manus and Shyal sent information to him, and he said that whilst he did remember being cordial with Spoctor back in the day, he didn't remember anything about having a conversation about his allegations. The issue with asking if Tom knew is that we have no DMs of Tom's. We don't know what he knew or what was shown by Manus or Spoctor. Tom could have gotten a ton of evidence and a confession, or a simple note in silence.
Okay, so my interactions with Tom are fairly limited, but I would say I'd actually put money. I'd put money down that if Tom knew about the Spoctor stuff or had the information to go live with the video, he would have just done it, just from how Tom tends to be with dramas. I would actually be very, very surprised if Tom had had anywhere near the information that Ponder did. I think he'd just go live with it. Because part of the reason I say that, by the way, is Tom is a fucking like Tom, even back then, seemed to understand quite implicitly, content is content. Tom would have snitched with a swiftness, yeah. You can see that in how he handled the pyro stuff. Tom actually, if anything back in the day, wasn't careful enough. So I'd be very surprised if Tom wouldn't run that. So yeah.
Looking at this kind of stuff, I'm always trying to keep to the mindset of beyond a reasonable doubt, and I can't tick that box here. Hey, it's Future Toastify here. Sometime after editing this video, someone managed to retrieve the actual image attachments from those DM exports, hence why in the readout I have to edit them popping up. One of them that was extracted was this DM between Turkey Tom and Spoctor, where Tom seems to be a sort of middleman between Shyal and Spoctor, trying to set up a conversation between them. This is more, but still not much, because we don't know what he was told here. We don't know the basis on what he's setting up this conversation for. I had another conversation with Tom, and he stated vague memories of what he heard about Spoctor before. He said that he still couldn't remember a conversation with Spoctor about his allegations, but acknowledged that Spoctor and Manus both saying it, as well as these DMs, signifies that there was a conversation about something. He just doesn't know what. He outright denied knowing anything about Spoctor messaging Spooder or having her nudes on his flash drive. Again, I can't in good faith nail him if I'm not 100% sure he knew. It's worth noting that just like with Julie, Tom was around 17 at this time, and wasn't anywhere as close with him as others were. When researching, I also heard...
Wow, another I don't remember. In Tom's case, like, again, we're talking about something that happened, what, 6 years ago? Yeah, I think it's fair enough that he doesn't really remember, to be honest.
Harley TBS's name come up as someone associated with Fly Die Sky, one of the people who claimed to know about the accusations, and when I asked Harley, they said they only heard of it when Lyra released his video. Harley noted that they were...
I should be clear as well, because there's this thing with, like, I don't remember. I was thinking about this the other day. You know, I don't remember the names of at least 2/3 of the people I've actually had sex with. I genuinely, I sat down and I thought about it. I can't even remember what their names are. I've had situations where friends have brought up to me, like, one night stands I've had, or like even at one point like a girlfriend I had for a short period of time that I have no fucking memory of. And I mean, to be fair, the thing that sort of spurred this conversation was some of the shit like with this, but also like I was seeing one of my IRL friends and we were talking about some stuff like a month or so ago, and you know, like, you do forget things. Like, yes, okay, I was a massive slut, okay, I slept with a lot of people, I don't really remember many of them. Dude, I've got vague recollections one night of walking through a field because I'd left some chick's house. I don't even remember the chick. I know that we'd had sex because I remember drunkenly stumbling through a field. And like, dude, I was like fucking 17. It was a long time ago, okay? So I think when it comes to like, oh, I don't remember this. Yeah, sometimes you just forget things. Life is complicated, okay? I can't remember. So I remember more the fact that I was chased by a horse. I was chased by a horse. To be fair, actually, in that occasion, part of the reason I remember that is because I walked in the wrong direction. I was heading in the wrong direction. I ended up at a gas station. I had to get a lift back in some dude's car. and he had like 2 fucking like Great Danes. They were massive. They were huge fucking giant Great Danes. And he dropped me like 20 minutes from my house. And I walked home. I stole a flag. There was a flag up like a telegraph pole kind of thing. Like, so I climbed up a pole, stole a flag, got back home. It was like 7 in the morning, just as my dad was waking up. I was like in the kitchen making like a cup of coffee, pretending that like yeah, I got back at like 1 a.m. What are you talking about? Like yeah, I've been here the whole night. I don't know what you mean. How are you still alive? That's a genuinely quite good question. Oh fuck! Still don't remember what who the girl was though. Is it Rachel? Maybe it was Rachel. That's a possible. Okay, she may have possibly been named Rachel. She was like a punk biker chick. That went to my college. Possibly, could possibly be Rachel. I'll be honest with you. Actually, I say that. I'm not sure I ever. I don't know if I even ever slept with Rachel. I can't remember. That's a genuine question that's gonna bother me now. Did Rachel and I ever sleep together? Fuck. Oh fuck. But anyway.
Were friends with Fly Die Sky a while ago, but didn't hear anything, even though Spoctor and Fly Die Sky were both in Harley's private server. Again, there's no supporting proof or testimony to suspect Harley, so there's really not a lot to say. It's no secret that this video's focus has mostly been on Ponder, and it's hard to shy away from such a subject with how much has been given. It was never the intention.
It's always a Rachel. I have 3 ex-girlfriends named Emily, guys, okay? I don't think you guys understand how much of a fucking whore I was. I have 3 ex-girlfriends named Emily. Like, 2 of them knew each other.
Just wanted to make a Spoctor video. It seemed like a natural next step after Birdie, but I feel like I can't ignore the amount of ignorance, seemingly willful negligence that was put out here. And what was it all for? Everyone seems to have unanimously agreed that what Spoctor did was bad, so why not let nature take its course? The most generous theory is that it seems a lot of these creators had a long-lasting suspicion from Spoctor's last allegation. Spoctor was the perpetual victim, and he seemed to embody that sort of mentality as time went on. It became a sort of apathy towards it all. It's kind of a living testament how false allegations harm real victims. As for Ponder, I've said it before, but I really don't know if there's any coming back from this, at least for me. It's the fact that she knew what Spoctor had done and still invited him back to her personal server. It's the fact that these pieces of information, Spoctor trying to smear.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Someone asked earlier, is Ponder redeemable? And like anyone's redeemable, right? But I think I think she's fucked. I think she's actually fucked. The DMs are really, really, really bad. They're really bad. There's no other way to put it. The DMs, the actions with the DMs, and the Fago stuff. Yeah, Ponder's fucked. This is fuck. I hate to say this, and it's so long ago, but this is as bad as the Cine Bear stuff. This is as bad as the Cine Bear stuff. It's probably on about the same level. Yeah. That doesn't let Jar come back, by the way, because he's still done that. It's just like, yeah, you just, dude, you're fucked.
Mia Shyal, Spoctor confirming he got nudes before he turned 18, Spoctor describing the girl as mentally ill and socially isolated.
Were the Emilys the same person, just with different wigs? No, they weren't. They weren't. They all sucked, though. They all sucked. Every girl I've dated named Emily sucked, okay? Listen, I've talked before that many of my relationships going badly. Actually, that's not fair. One of the Emilys, I dated her twice. One of the Emilys did not deserve to date me, okay? I was a total dick to that Emily. The other 2 Emilys were schizo bitches, though. One of the Emilys didn't deserve it.
Isolated. These were important pieces of information, and Spoctor's career should have blown up long before it did. Even after the fuse was lit and he's already gone, Ponder didn't even come out with it either, and was even asked about it directly. I mean, the messages are right there. I understand that as time has gone on, Ponder may have drifted away from the internet, but is it really that much of a hassle to just scroll up a little? Ask yourself this one thing: what possible advantage would there be to hold on to this? I keep asking myself if Ponder's motive was blind friendship, pure self-preservation.
I think, okay, from having like heard some of the behind the scenes stuff, knowing people who know Ponder, having spoken to Ponder herself, I think it was blind friendship stuff. I think Ponder had no standards for her own friends and was just very hypocritical. I don't even think it was a clout thing. I think it was like Ponder was malicious doing this. Okay, I was gonna say I don't know if that's the case, but the shit about like going after the girl's mental health and stuff, yeah, that's malicious. That is malicious. There's no other way to put it.
Or just apathy to something she didn't think was a problem. Listen, we could go on about Ponder all day, talk in depth about FCK or Akumu or Feghost or stuff like that, but my intention going into this was to make a Spoctor video, and that's where my stop is. However, I'm obligated to note that the Ponder stuff will probably be spinning into its own kind of hole. Truly is currently working on a much more expansive video regarding Ponder that goes far deeper into her behaviour and the Fiendish Cavern server. From what I've heard, it's a pretty sizable chunk of whatever's coming out. As for me, this is where I hope my sort of Spoctor series ends. It's fascinating how just as Ponder made a career by saving Spoctors, dredging up Spoctor's career may have killed Ponder's. History's got a
lol. Okay, yeah, that is a beautiful symmetry. Ganzabari with a 5. I always say an eulogy isn't for those lost to failure and to try again, but I think this may be too peaked at this point. Is that, how the fuck do I pronounce that? Fuck. I'm too dyslexic for your super chat, Ganzabari. This is hurtful, okay? I'm having a jar moment.
What a funny way of...
Dude, we're like 5 hours in and we've got another video. I'm gonna die.
working out things.
Oh, fucked. Oh, it's fucked. Okay. I always say a eulogy isn't for those lost to failure and to try again, but I think this may be too fucked at this point. Yeah, okay, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Thank you for watching, and until next time, stay safe and stay toasty.
Okay. Guys, dude, we are like 5 hours into this stream. It is 3 o'clock in the morning. It's been long, bro. Oh god, are you guys ready for Jarten? I might need a little break, actually. I might need a little couple of breaks. Well, I'm going to finish this cigarette first, and then we'll have a little break. We'll have a little musical interlude, and I'll go and get, like, maybe something to snack on. This is an hour and 14 minutes. Okay, thoughts and opinions. Also, guys, while we are paused, please remember that you can dislike the stream and also subscribe. And also get a membership. I am working on a video. I will at some point release another video. Holy fucking shit. I will actually go and like release a video at some point. Fuck. So please like, subscribe. And if you are a molding member, your name will be read at the end. If you want to hear me say your name in a video, preserved for all eternity on YouTube. Become a molding member. To have a jar moment, you gotta be on coke and Adderall. True. Kai Rise with 2. Show Lio tasing creepy. I need a laugh. True. Kick him with the 20 Swedish crowns. Time for jar 10. Also true. Also time for a goal. Please enjoy this pile of stickers. Holy shit, guys. How do you have so many stickers? What are you doing? What an insane time to be alive. Also, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Am I YouTube featured? I'm YouTube featured right now. What the fuck, guys? YouTube featured? Cope and see, YouTube featured. Unbelievable. Sponder is done. I don't see a way she can come back. Yeah, I'm actually with you, Speedy. This is fucking wild. YouTube featured, guys. The YouTube featured Cope and Seed stream. Well, let's fucking go. What is YouTube playing at? What's YouTube playing at, guys? Listen, I think that's worth more stickers. Let's go for listen. Let's go for another sticker animation because I'm YouTube featured. And also I need to find this tasing video. Okay. Holy shit. YouTube featured. Damn, YouTube feature must have gone downhill. True and accurate. Holy shit. Where is it? Thank you guys so much.
Recording?
Yep.
I'm Batman, and this is Creepy Reading. He's a dirty, filthy criminal, and he's going down.
That'll never not be funny. That'll never not be funny.
All right. Holy shit. My fat knuckles of justice saw you taken care of.
My fat knuckles of justice. He's such a fucking loser.
Wow. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but all right. Randy. Stop recording now.
Dude, awesome. Awesome. And YouTube featured. And YouTube featured. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Holy shit. I don't like the creepy reading, so I laugh. That's fair. That's fair. Wait, creepy reading is white? Bro. Oh, fuck. I'm going back to bed. Night, Zane. Can't believe someone working at YouTube is camping the Beckett stream just to feature him. True, listen, I have fans everywhere. I have fans everywhere, guys. It's a crazy time to be alive. Okay. Dude, we gotta do an hour and 14-minute jar video. It's gonna be agony. It's gonna be so fucking painful, isn't it? Knowing about the FCK and doing nothing. Oh, how, dude, how long has the jar been working on this? Hold on, let me refresh it as well.
Of his ink, no matter how perfect.
Okay. Dude. I don't think I... fuck. This video was edited by me. I want to thank Akumu. Shyal's Tower of Babel. Has 1,800 views at time of streaming. Still less than this stream. Oh my god. Oh my god. Will you watch Lyle's 9-minute video on Ponder? No. Is there anything in it worth watching? Is there anything in it worth watching before I say no? Jar's claimed Tower of Babel was just in his head, yeah. He copied Akumu's homework? Yeah, of course he fucking did. Jar can't... Listen, Jar can never do his own work. Ever. He's fucking useless. Apparently, Jar broke his promise to Lyra, so Lyra was going through with his promise to Jar. Interesting. We might have a look at that. Will you watch Lyra's video? No, that is a based answer. Glad to deliver. Okay, listen. I need 2 minutes. We're gonna have a quick break, and then we're gonna get into this video. I'm gonna put on a song. I don't know what I'm gonna put on. What am I gonna put? Let's go this. Let's go this. This will do. We'll go negative XP. I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we will get into the jar video, okay? Go and grab a snack, guys. Go and grab a snack and a drink. And then we're going to do jar. Holy fuck.
I'm hoping that I'll be somebody one day. Not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on. And a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, and trying to be like everybody else. Cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town, going nowhere, hellbound. I'm chained to the same lame brain, wanna be daydream. Just a loser with a bad team, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. somebody one day. Not just a lost cause, nowhere town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse. And kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
Okay. How much silence were we sat in? Dude, I was selecting what water I wanted, okay? I've got like 2 different bottles of water, and I was like, which one? Okay. 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 Right. Jar has done a video. I'm excited. I'm excited. You guys excited? I'm excited. Let's do a Jar video.
Perfect someone may seem, everyone has skeletons in their closet. Ponder Sprocket started in the SCC, which stands for Sideshow Commentary Community.
Happy birthday!
The community is even older than the gameplay commentary community, but most people don't know that because they never really became big. Before they had originally drawn avatars, they used characters from media. Most of the time they didn't even use PNGs of these characters. This community is almost as old as YouTube itself. A lot of people came and went over the years, but none of them have stuck around longer than Ponder. Even before I started my first channel CO author, she was around. I even joined a Google Hangout with her before anyone knew who we were. She showed me this cute.
Okay, well now you just sound like you were stalking her for years. What the fuck is this? Is this his tough voice? I don't know what this is. It's like, okay, I appreciate this brief history lesson on the SCC, but at the same time, I'm just like, bro, you were SCC. And, dude, the definition of it's kind of light as well. But, oh, dude, I don't know. I don't know, man. This is a weird start to his video.
Little Batman Superman animation she did, and it made me realize that she had genuine talent. Unfortunately, she wasted it. But before I get into all the bad stuff Ponder Sprocket has done, it should be noted that Ponder has done a lot of good things, and they shouldn't just be discounted because of her mistakes, such as her.
Unfortunately, dude, I don't think Jar's in a position. This is part of the problem with someone like Jar making a video like this as well. You're in like no position to criticize anybody else at all. The fuck?
Helping to expose Cosmodor, defending Spoctor back when he was innocent, along with Dolly Guts as well. I think we all need to give her a hand for that one.
That's very funny, Buzz. This is serious!
Because of this, tons of people have looked up to Ponder as a guiding light despite her protest. She was put on a pedestal, and a lot of people saw her as an objective.
You know what's kind of crazy about Jar's video style? Have you noticed how similar to KP's video style it is? I'm only just like, it's just, I don't know whether it's just the random meme that's kind of got it for me. But he is freakishly similar to KP.
Person. According to herself, she didn't really like the spotlight, but she wouldn't be in the center of everything if she didn't make videos on things that were guaranteed to get her a lot of views. She really milked the first Spoctor drama and the Madame drama for as much as she could. And when I say she milked the Madame drama, I mean she really milked it. Whether it was her intention or not, Ponder caused harassment to be sent to a minor for over 4 years.
Bro, how many videos on Timos Boss do you have? The fuck, bro? Also, wasn't Weren't you, like, bitching like crazy at Lin, who was a minor? Aren't you also somebody who's gone after... Dude, there's no consistency here.
Years. Despite how many times she was shown to be in the wrong, she did not correct her mistake until shortly after my first response came out. In my first response, I directed people to Akumu's second video on her. She took the video down at long last, now that the broader commentary community knew about it. Yes, that was all part of my plan all along. Or maybe I'm just acting like that to sound cool. The point is, I think my video really shook things up. So what was the lie?
Holy fuck, bro. No one, she didn't take the video down because it, I'm not gonna make it through this. This is actually retarded. Actually, guys, I'm the one who got Ponder to take the video down. It was actually me in my response video, you know, the response I made to defending a pedophile, that video, guys. Dude. This video has too many views. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, bro.
Ponder told about Akumu, and why did it go on for so long? You might have heard of the Madame drama, where a Leafy clone who called herself Madame attempted to dox a minor, who did artwork for her for free. After the artist talked a little shit about Madame, she attempted to dox the minor's phone number, but luckily it was a fake number from a free phone calling app. Even users like D'Angelo Wallace got involved in this drama.
D'Angelo Wallace made an entire Twitter thread about me, and then quickly deleted it when it was proven wrong, and then when I pointed it out, he's ignored it ever since. He's refused to address it. D'Angelo Wallace quote retweeted that tweet sometime around the 27th with a thread tagging Slammers and claiming I was going to dox her. That's where this tweet comes from. It was D'Angelo's reply to someone who replied to his thread. Unfortunately, he purged all of his tweets regarding this, which is rather strange, though there are some remnants I was able to find to prove it at least once existed, such as this person and others who replied to his initial tweet.
Akumu, back when he was 16, made the point that Madame didn't dox Slammers. She just
I'm sorry, wait, hold on. Is this just a retread of Akumu's video? Listen, I've already watched Akumu's 9-hour fucking video, okay? Akumu doesn't love you, bro. I'm sorry. Akumu doesn't love you, Jar. Holy fuck, bro.
Attempted to dox her. Yes, this point was super autistic of him to make, but he was a minor at the time, and he was also a super small channel. I think he had less than 100 subs at the time. As someone who has also tried to set the record straight on people who are getting hated on by the commentary community, I know what kind of stuff Akumu was dealing with.
Actually, Akumu and I are just the same guys. We're totally, like, on the same page. Do I need to message Akumu and be like, did Jar talk to you about this video, bro? Dude, this is gonna be painful. I don't even know what commentary I meant to add over, like, other than like, Jar, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What is this? How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? What? Bro, smell blood in the water. Jar, I'm not going to make more dramas. Also, Jar, digging his own grave even deeper. Bro just couldn't stay away from drama. She downplayed my action. My bro, you of all people, mister. Naruto turns into sexy girl, so it's perfectly fine to share inappropriate images with minors. Have no fucking room to talk. This is touched. True, Manish. Thank you for the 2. Dude, Jar not doing his research again. The minor was not talking shit about Madame. The man called her out for not crediting them. Wait, didn't Jar say that he was never gonna stop covering drama? What's Jar's response? And bro, you're such a weaselly little loser. You said you wouldn't do any more drama videos. He's name a drama channel who didn't go back to drama. I mean, I sure as hell, dude. He's fighting in the comments that he's getting called out for doing drama. I thought you promised you would not do drama content, not defending Ponder, just saying. Didn't Lyle also promise to stop doing drama videos at one point? The way I see it, I can do what I want. I also did a few drama videos on the old channel and no one cared. Bro, well, since you want to be dumb and go back on your promise, I have to keep mine now. Bro. Dude. Beckett, do something. He can't keep getting away with this. I love this. Listen. If you love Jar doing this as well, give me money. Remember, every time Jar makes content, you need to give other content creators money to just to like hurt him. It's not even because I want it. I'll do something else with it. We'll call it listen. A portion, because I'm not going to count, a portion of anything donated during this Jar video will be put aside for like maybe the October like thing, okay? That's how we'll do it. For the October art competition. Actually, is that suited up with the payment? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm trying to make this more reasonable. I just want to hurt Jar. I just want Jar to suffer, okay? That's literally it. That's the only reason I'm doing this.
He was called a simp and bashed by much bigger channels than himself.
These people said that I worshipped Madame, and yet I never talked about Madame remotely in a good light, nor have I called her my queen. Oh, this boy is not ready for the hell he has now brought upon himself. I had really hoped the Nezzy/Ponder videos would have convinced him to keep quiet, but then again, that would require him to possess a level of restraint he clearly lacks. Break out the popcorn. Ponder, Sprocket, and Nezzy Monster never lied about anything, lol. What did they lie about? Also, I hope you react to their video because they do have many good...
Okay, we're going to set a new rule for this. Every time it's just Jar playing Akumu's video, we're going to skip it. Because I've already watched it, and Jar, like, is just copying Akumu's homework. This is fucking outrageous. Gets better with the 2. Should we send Smaggle to him? Dude, that'd be actually pretty funny.
I know this was dead last, but I enter for a relevant
person as possible. People twisted what he said multiple times in order to make
Phoenix Dragon Tamer. Sorry, Phoenix Dragon Tamer with the 5. Jar, I did drama videos on the other channel and no one cared. Yes, Jar, no one cared. Take the fucking hen. Okay. That's fucking based.
Him look as bad as a person as possible. The smart thing and the normal thing for everyone to do would be to ignore his video. After all, he was a super small channel. But they wanted to talk about the Madame drama more, and his video was their excuse to do so. It's almost like they did this for clout or something. They took Akumu's 32-minute long video and made over 2.5 hours worth of content out of it. Out of everyone who spread lies about Akumu, Ponder was the big.
This is the most delusional video I've seen out of Jar in ages. Actually crazy. What the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, actually, what are you doing? I'm almost stunned. It's like, Jar is, like, incapable of actually reflecting. I think he may actually be one of the most retarded. I think he's more retarded than Boblax is. Why do you always cover people with a skinwalking problem? A lot of commentators have a skinwalking problem, okay? A lot of commentators never develop their own fucking personalities. The problem, okay, so let's actually like analyze that seriously as a serious comment. Because unironically, one of the reasons there's 2 reasons, primary reasons why people skinwalk. The first is because copying what's already popular or already has done well is just fucking easy and you know you get the clicks. And 2, the other reason that people skinwalk is because it's really easy to get approval. You see, like having your own personality as a commentator is going to probably get you a lot of shit. It's probably going to get people to dislike you more because A, it's something different, and B, not just going with whatever the crowd says gets you shit on. You had the name right the first time. It was pronounced like Phoenix. Okay, cool. Right. One time my dyslexia works out for me. Fuck. Thanks, Phoenix. It's what children do. Yes. People like Jar never developed. Okay? I'm so thankful for the fact that I'm hanging out with a friend later and not having to sit through this hell of a video any longer. Dude. Well, hopefully you've enjoyed the rest of the stream. Fuck.
Biggest by far. She had roughly 100k subs at the time, and he had around like 100. No, not 100k, just 100 subs. They falsely accused him of trying to dox Summers, who was a minor at the time, when in reality he was just trying to confirm a claim someone was making about a court case.
Instead of letting the intro play out, Nezzy Monster and Ponder decided to dissect it. claimed that I'm cutting context, lying by omission, and then attempted to provide the context I supposedly left out by using my other tweets to piece it together, coming to this grand conclusion that I was asking others for her dox information or to dox her for me. There's a multitude of issues with this. One, he deleted a bunch of tweets.
Because Akumu thought it would be a great idea to remove the tweets that these people were responding to.
And when we say remove,
Oh fuck yes.
The only tweet I did much.
this so much worse.
I actually zoned out for a second. Sorry.
This person.
Extreme amount. I didn't catch this until now. D'Angelo Wallace, a channel who has an extreme amount of subscribers at the time, told people to feel free to report a minor's Twitter account. This video isn't about him, but it shocked me that he got away with this. Now I know what you're gonna say. Come on, Jar, he just said feel free to report, not that they should report his account. This is clearly a dog whistle.
No one's going to say that, Jar, because nobody cares. But also, dude, you're just rehashing random shit other people have said months ago. Okay, actually, unironically, is this just first section entirely Kumu's harassment? We're gonna skip the whole thing. It's like 20 minutes long. I don't need it in my life. I actually, like, there's nothing of value being lost here, okay? And I'm just basically sat here zoning out, hearing Jar basically skinwalker Kumu. Shut the fuck up, bro. How have you made this? How have you made a 20-minute section more difficult to get through than than Akumu's actual 9-hour videos on it? From the future, hey, Cartoon Shihei then. From the future, this is the worst video he's ever made. It gets so much worse. He has a full-blown Sephiroth moment. What the fuck? Okay, also, I have to put up the censored thing, okay? Because he's going to show fucking animal porn. So we'll put up the censor banner. Keep ourselves safe, okay? Based. What are the timestamps for this shit? Hold on, I got the timestamps here somewhere. Some of it's not that bad. Some of it's not that bad actually, but some of it's really not good. Dude, where's the boys group chat? Where's the boys group chat? What the fuck? Why can't I find it? Did it change the picture for the boys group chat and now I can't find it? Hold on. There we go. They didn't change it. I just can't find it. I'm just retarded. Okay. So at 26 mins and then an hour and 4. Okay. Let's go.
Yeah. Back in 2017.
Also, another heads up. The flashes the porn on screen again at random points after bringing it up. Holy fuck. Okay. Maybe we'll just keep the banner up. I don't know.
When I met Ponder for the second time, she made 4 videos involving me with a thumbnail that makes it look like I'm about to get SA'd. Look at...
I mean, dude. I don't know if Jar can complain against this, because he was a horny fucker. He was a horny fucker the whole time. So complaining now is just kind of retarded.
At that face.
He was fine with this. He didn't care.
I do not look like I'm enjoying it. I don't care about what people do with my avatar in their thumbnails. It's not me, it's just the character I use to represent myself. But people from her community, many of which are her friends, would for sure flip out if I made a thumbnail like this about them. Replace me in the thumbnail with Mal and replace Ponder with me. Can you just imagine the level of backlash I would get for doing something like that? But the point I would like to make with this video is...
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, but you'd get backlash because you and, like, Mally and you hate each other. If I put a thumbnail out... Hold on. Let's go back. If I put a thumbnail out of me and Mally like this, like, let's just replace Jar with me, I don't think I'd get any backlash for it. Because everyone knows that Mally and I have an ongoing in-joke with each other. Like, the important thing is, you autistic retard, the context at which you're in, like, engaging. That's what matters.
Level of backlash I would get for doing something like that. But the point I would like to make with this video is that she twisted a point of mine in a way that I couldn't wrap my head around. It was a point involving the fetish of one of her friends.
That's going to be a running theme throughout this video. I'm going to be constantly saying, no I don't, or I never said that.
Oh noes! Alleged controversies surrounding someone that in no way affect anybody else, nor do they affect the quality of her content. The very horror!
Sweetie, you might want to keep watching the video, because my problem isn't that she has a diaper fetish. Now, does Doodle Tones have a diaper fetish? The answer is, I don't know, and I don't care.
What? What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know? Everyone knew. You'd been following Doodle Tones drama for years. You knew that Doodle Tones had a diaper fetish. The fuck?
If she does or does not, I wouldn't think any more or less of her.
Okay, well that's a hell of a fucking statement, isn't it?
Which is why it's so necessary to bring it up.
Literally, the next part explains this. What I do have a problem with are the people saying, "Oh, what do you mean Doodle has a diaper fetish? Oh, where did you get that from?"
I'm kind of sick of the bitchware meme at this point.
Are you serious? Right here.
The fact that people legitimately believe that Doodle Tones had some kind of a diaper fetish is so monumentally stupid that it's almost not even worth talking about. But this is the guy surviving the internet, and we cover internet history, so...
Who is this guy? Who the fuck are you referencing, Jar? Who is this random black man? Also, what the fuck, bro? What is this guy saying? Hold on.
Fetish is so monumentally stupid that it's almost not even worth talking about. The fact that people legitimately believe that Doodle Tones had some kind of a diaper fetish is so monumentally stupid that it's almost not even worth talking about. But
who the fuck is this guy? Listen, why are you responding to a retard? Like, if you seriously didn't know or doubted that Doodle Tones had a diaper fetish, you're just retarded. Like, what else am I meant to say to it? Is that Dreadlock, Lamau? One of Doodle's fans? I mean, well, yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of Doodle Tones, it's pretty self-selecting, really, isn't it? One of Doodle Tones' defenders during the Medica fights, holy fuck.
But this is the guy surviving the internet, and we cover internet history, so we have to talk about it. Needless to say, everybody ran with it, and it earned her the embarrassing nickname Doodle Diapers. And no, I don't know who came up with that. It was either Jesus with Bazooka 79 Lives or something.
It was Doodle Tones. Doodle Tones was the one who came up with fucking Doodle Diapers. Holy shit, we cover internet history and law here. Another person who can't do their own fucking research. Jesus Christ. It makes me so angry. It makes me so angry, dude. You guys suck. He really has a talent for inserting random unrelated drama into his videos. It's because he strawmans. It's because Jar's entire thing when he's annoyed at people is he'll find whatever he can to strawman. It's why he sided with Vincent to try and go at me. Because the best he could do was finding some random schizo guy on the internet to defend him. Lai just basically showed that Jar tried to use Cindy's victim to make a comeback. Holy fuck, there's no way that's true. That's fucking insane.
This was in the fucking video. How the fuck did you miss it? You even put this clip in your video. My argument had a beginning, middle, and end. I explained everything. I showed a guy denying that there's any evidence that Doodle Tones has a diaper fetish. I showed evidence that she does have a diaper fetish, and I even explained that her having a diaper fetish is not the problem.
Yeah, Ponder really has a habit of sweeping for her friends and downplaying their actions.
Bro, you defended a pedophile. You defended a pedophile because you wanted to build a friendship with them. How the fuck are you gonna make a video attacking Ponder for sweeping for her friends? You swept for a pedophile, Jar. Dude, what? What, bro? Is there any self-awareness? This is unreal. Dude. Jar, please never stop making content. This is too ridiculous. You're fucking crazy. You're actually out of your mind, bro. Unbelievable.
Come on, Jar, this video is several years old and you're still butthurt about it?
Yes, of course he fucking is. Jar is incapable of moving on with his life. I promise you, when I get into drama, eventually, when I get into some serious drama eventually, Jar will make a fucking video on me, and it will save me. That's the irony. Jar, like, I am already less annoyed at Ponder watching Jar's video, and I've only watched about 5 minutes of it, okay? I think, do you know what? If it's a choice between Jar being right, if Jar, like, gets some kind of win, maybe we should forgive Ponder. I don't care anymore. Bro. I mean, Ponder also defended a pedophile. Her situation is worse because she considered Spoctor a friend worthy to defend from that. Do you know what? I actually disagree with you. I think you can put them on level, but the motivations are different. Okay? Because Jar defended Cinebear because he wanted to use her for clout. And they weren't even friends. He didn't even have that excuse, so it's still worse. I'm sorry. And in Jar's case, Jar had already made an attack video on Cinebear and was just going with the fight. There's so many layers on which, like, Jar kind of hangs at a worse level than Ponder on this. Sorry. Sorry, I just, like, Ponder defending her friend and, like, having the information. Jar had the information. At least with Ponder, you've got, like, she was defending Spoctor because he was friends. Like, Jar just wanted the clout. But dude, I know we hate Jar more, but Ponder is worse. Are we really scaling pedo defenders? Yes. Yes, we are. We are power scaling pedo defenders. Okay? Okay, I'll put it this way. Okay, how's this? Chat. How's this? Ponder would be worse. Ponder was worse until Jar made this video, okay? Ponder was worse until Jar made this video. Can we do that? Is that good? Jar could have won by saying nothing.
Actually, no, I don't really care. I'm just bringing this up because I'm going to establish a very clear pattern of behavior with Ponder. A pattern that has been going on for nearly a decade. If you have been following the Doodletones drama, then you would know about the George Raccoon situation. He was a groomer and Doodletones defended him, yet Ponder still left a positive comment underneath the video. Once it was pointed out to her, she quickly removed it, and acted like nothing ever happened.
It's almost like a bunch of people who throw out serious accusations aren't actually qualified to make these accusations. Now, when I was shown this comment, I was like, this is divine comedy. This is beautiful.
Dude, you had 2 300-page documents. What you mean? What you mean? Ponder, unfunny millennial white woman. Jar, autistic retard built like a brick shithouse. Okay, Jar is not built like a brick shithouse. What is this fucking narrative? Okay, Jar, listen, Jar just has like no body fat. That's not the same thing. Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead past the fucking Akumu clip.
Accused Kumu of deleting tweets to hide what he was doing. It turns out all this time she was just projecting. One of Ponder's friends during the Toby drama made multiple videos, some of them were about me, and he kept on bringing up Black SpongeBob, acting like it was the most racist thing ever. It's literally just a black PNG of SpongeBob. Someone, that being Call Me Nil, found out that he drew cub porn 5 years ago, back when he was in his late to Call Me Nil.
Hold on, what?
It's literally just a black PNG of SpongeBob.
I'm not showing it to you, but I'm just Bob. I want to see how bad this
Someone,
fucking
that being Call
censorship
Me Nil,
is.
found out that he drew cub porn.
I mean, the censorship's not great, but actually also
Black PNG of SpongeBob. Someone, that being Call Me Nil, found out that he drew cub porn.
What? What is this?
5 years ago, back when he was in his late to mid-20s. Bro forgot to remove the stuff off of his Ink Bunny account. Never forget about the Ink Bunny, or the DeviantArt. He claimed it was due to him
Dude, he just flashes a random one up at the end. Why is this in here? Sorry, I showed one of them and I needed to make sure it wasn't too bad. That's why, that's why I checked. The one I accidentally showed when I clicked onto the video, it doesn't show anything, it's fine.
Being essayed as a child, and this was his way of coping. Needless to
did chat tell you that Lyo challenged Jar to a boxing match? Creature Clash is back on the menu. Oh, dude, based. So my thought is Ponder sided with friends while Jar did it, thinking he could get clout. Neither is great, but one is a tiny bit more understandable than the other. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at with it.
To say I and others had a hard time believing that, but Ponder showed up to defend him. Now listen, if you were essayed as a child and you need to draw cub to cope, that's one thing, but post...
What?
a hard time believing that, but Ponder showed up to defend him. Now listen, if you were essayed as a child and you need to draw cub to cope, that's one thing.
That's not one thing. No, listen, no, I'm sorry. Anybody who uses the defense, and God, fuck, was that Ponder's defense? That's insane if that was Ponder's defense. There is no defense in the world of like, oh yeah, this person was sexually abused, therefore they have to draw cub porn. No, actually. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, that's not an excuse. That's not a reason. It's as bad as the Doodle Tones was groomed into liking diapers. Firstly, no, she wasn't. And secondly, no, she wasn't.
But posting it like he did is another thing. A lot of people draw to get out their frustrations, but it's not necessary for them to also post it. When Spoctor got cancelled for the second time, she confirmed that she knew what he did, and she told him that she wasn't going to defend him this time.
Spoctor came to me.
The reason I see Ponder as worse is due to the fact that if they were friends of hers, she'd defend them, and now we saw the extent she'd go to level the heinous shit accused. Okay, Deep Sea, I completely agree with the condemnation, but the problem is... Sorry, that sounded really aggressive. It's just because I'm talking quickly. Deep Sea, the problem with the condemnation is that's also exactly what Jar's done. That's why it's not worse, because Jar's done exactly the same shit himself. So there's no fucking difference. That's the problem. Jar's only interest is whether he is friends with people and whether they can, like, do things for him. So it's really just not that different. So I agree with the condemnation of Ponder. This isn't sweeping for Ponder. Completely fine. It's just, yeah, it's the same thing. I disagree with Ponder, also a moral flag. She would judge other morals while having so much shit in her closet. Yeah, exactly. Same. Completely agree with you guys. Same with Jar. That's a problem. There's just no difference.
To me, basically being all like, yeah, I'm gonna be exposed for having CP. And I did not like that conversation, and I had
be meaner to chatters, it's funny, like unnecessarily mean. I can't, I'll turn into Chud. Okay? I can't steal Chud's personality. He hasn't got that much of it to begin with, like fuck. Wasn't Jar defending Spoctor in the Cine video? I don't quite remember the details, but I think he did. I mean, like, yeah, he was actively, because he was defending Spock. He was like, Spoctor should have like just continued making stuff through it. He should have just ignored it. Yes, but Jar was actively still defending Spoctor to Cinebar in his call with her. So bully me harder, Crabber. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I had to run this by Chuli because Chuli reminded me of this. I didn't remember it happening. Weirdly, you know, when you don't remember something,
Listen. Time to skim Chud, time to become the new God King. Do you know, I get accused of being, like, more into trans people than Chud, than any, like, loads of people, like, Beckett just loves trans people. I have never dated a trans person or even had sex with a trans person ever. And I get accused. Listen, I'm not saying transphobic or anything. I just think it's really fucking weird. I'm like, bro, how am I getting these fucking accusations? Keep going at Chud. Fuck it. We need to up the Queeman twink allegations, okay? And furry allegations. I want to see if how Ponder addresses things. Nothing will make everything better, but I don't know. Curious as to what she'd say. Yeah, I mean, again, addressing stuff goes a long way sometimes.
someone could be all like, oh, actually, you remember this? And when they bring it up, all of a sudden, those memories can come back. I fucking love that about the human brain. But one of the things that
Curious, you ever see Ponder's Hypnotist Sappho vid? I haven't, Hydra Dancer. Thank you for the 2. I'd be interested, actually, though. Dan Beckett never dated a trans person. How transphobic. True. True. I should be cancelled, really. Do I actually have any IRL trans friends? I don't think I have any IRL trans friends. I have lots of trans friends online, but no trans friends that I know IRL.
I did immediately after Spoctor came to me was I went into a call in my server with my friends, told them what Spoctor told me, and I asked for advice. And you want to fucking know who was in that call and who encouraged me to just let Spoctor get exposed and let the video gain traction?
Faye Ghost.
Faye Ghost actively told me.
Oh, is Jenny not IRL? Yep. Well, Jenny's Jenny's an internet friend. We've met in IRL. We've hung out and things. But like, I don't have any people I've met who are trans who I've not met online. Does that make sense? That's what I consider like IRL, right?
Me that it was not my fucking job, that I was already too stressed, something, again, all of my friends knew, basically, that I was stressed as shit.
I myself knew about Manus's video, and I disagreed with it. But I didn't know about him holding on to the nudes of a 13-year-old past the point he turned 18. But with the way Ponder is talking, it sounds like she did know, she just didn't tell anyone and attempted to cover this up. This is yet another example of her knowing something bad her friends did and trying to downplay things. But despite how angry she may sound in that call with Lyle Convoy, believe it or not, she only kicked Spoctor from her Discord for 1 month, and then she let him back in because, a minor asked her to.
If you had paid attention to any of Hitten Mitsuru's drama with Colin in the past, which stemmed from her drama with Joseph, then first of all, rip your sanity, and secondly, you might remember that she mentioned how Colin was confronted in Ponder's server.
But you did, Jar, you watched the Mantis oh, fuck! Yeah, how are you still defending Spoctor? Because, yeah, you guys are absolutely right. Sorry, I would have completely fucking missed that. So, Jar is still defending Spoctor to Cinebear last year. And is fully aware of this shit. Can we keep skipping clips? Yeah, sure. By the way, the outro is about 10 times louder than the rest of the video. Don't play it. Holy fuck. Bro. You can't make a drama takedown video on somebody who's objectively done the same shit as you. If not less. Because, like, Spoctor, like, Ponder may have defended Spoctor, but Jar's defended 2 pedophiles. What?
Now, a conversation got had in Ponder Sprocket's Discord server with him and
we
herself.
Allowed sooner since and her and the fuck. I was a fan.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Holy fuck! This is just this is just someone else's video.
Saving his.
This is just Chuli's video. You're just playing.
On the one hand, now I'm one of those people who's a bit iffy on the whole Spoctor situation. On the one.
Holy fuck, bro! I'm gonna crash out. What do you mean?
Best.
Now I'm one of those people who's a bit iffy on the whole Spoctor situation. On the one hand, he could be totally innocent and just forgot he had those nudes. On the other hand, he could have kept them past the point he turned 18 and realized, oh shit, I'm an adult now.
Didn't you just show Chuli's video with the DMs in it? Hold on. This has come out today. The DMs are out. They're public. What do you mean? You say that you see the Mantis video. What? Bro, this is fucking unreal. You can't, oh my god, you actually can't criticize Ponder. You can't criticize Ponder for something that you are actively doing in this fucking video. I stand corrected, Jaren's words. Bro, this is so fucking dumb. Holy fuck, I'm gonna crash out. This is so fucking stupid. This is so stupid. Did Ponder tell him to do this? Is she paying him? Is this a psyop? Am I being psyoped? This is fucking ridiculous. This is so stupid. What else am I meant to say? Oh, bro. Legitimately funny.
I should probably get rid of these. And on the other hand, he could be even more guilty and is still holding on to those nudes to this day. In my video on him, I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. Unfortunately for him, he just ran away from the internet, which made him look totally guilty. But with what Ponder said to Lio, it sounds like she thought Spoctor was 100% guilty. Yet she still allowed him access to minors. What the fuck? But believe it or not, there's still more bad things Ponder has done, and this is not even the worst of it. Akumu revealed a recording where he told Ponder what was happening in the FCK server, and she didn't.
Jar checking for the money to enter his bank account before he shoots himself in the foot again. It's actually kind of fucking unreal how bad Jar is at just making content. Like, I actually don't understand it. We're leaving the banner up. There's like, okay, just because everyone was like, oh, there's a banner over the video the entire time. It's because he randomly flashes up fucking porn all the way through it. But there's nothing in this. It's all like stock images. Like nothing, there is nothing visually of value in this fucking video anywhere. Fine, Beckett, Joe is worse than Ponder. Thank you guys. Thank you for the 2 on it. Listen, I told you. So listen, I'll move the banner down a little bit so like at least you can see that there is a video behind it. But like, holy fuck, guys, this is actually unreal. This is actually a video. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm glad he's made it because it's going to give me like a bit more content for the evening. But it's just pointless. it's actively a video that is turning people more against Jar than Ponder in a situation where he could have just shut the fuck up and taken the win. This guy is actually incapable of doing anything. He's incapable. It's impossible for him. Fucking unreal.
Nothing about it or tell anyone about it.
Okay, so here's screenshots from the server, and then here's Kashi.
It's like the
We listened to the full call of this. We listened to the full call. I do not need to hear Akumu's call again. Okay.
Pink pube dick or something like.
What time to let it play?
The most homey way possible.
Okay, right. Okay, shut up. Is this just the call? Holy fuck! Did he just include the call? Did he even do any fucking work for this video? This is awful. Kick him with the 20. Just comeback, a clip compilation. It's literally, holy fuck! It's literally just a clip compilation. This is. I'm. Hold on. I'm literally. Look, guys. Look how long this fucking is. This call runs from 32 to 37. Like, it's 5 minutes. It's a 5-minute clip of the call. You absolute fucking hack jar. Dude, maybe it won't take me that long to get through it. I'm speeding through it. We're already halfway through. I thought this was going to take me like an hour, but I'm just skipping the clips because it's a waste of fucking time.
Friends who was in the Discord suspicious. Anyone
environment up, but that was going on for months. You could leave. They didn't leave.
He said he started editing his own videos. I believe him. He's been any other greatest examples of the pot calling the kettle black other than this video we are currently mocking. This is fucking unreal.
Until post, the
I'm glad I didn't put this in its own stream. I wouldn't have got a full stream out of it. He literally takes several people's video and then talks like a snarky cunt about each clip after each clip ends. And even with a job that he's that simple, he still fucks up every bit of the original commentary he has. Dude, unfucking real.
The death of that group, but
listen, it's not required for anyone to expose their friends, but to talk to no one about it is very suspicious. She could have passed this information along to someone else so they could do something about it, but she didn't. She could have asked for the FCK logs from one of her friends who was in the Discord, but she didn't. Apparently,
wait, no she couldn't. What? No, she actually couldn't. Ponder had no information on the FCK other than what Akumu had just told her. It doesn't become relevant until the FCK starts being talked about in the community months later. But at the same time, she could have at least highlighted that that conversation was happening when it comes up. I mean, that's what I said at the time. She didn't have an obligation beyond the fact that when people started talking about it further in late 2023, that's when she started needing to talk about it. But like, again, Jar doesn't seem to understand the context of the FCK, which isn't a great surprise because Jar never had the balls to actually fully support Akumu. That's the reality. He was waiting to see how things played out, and it's bit him in the ass in the long term. AI could provide a more accurate summary of events. Yeah, just a robot is ironically being replaced by AI.
Ponder protecting Slamers from a 16-year-old who wasn't trying to dox her was more important than calling out her friends for what they did in the FCK, and more important than calling out Spoctor for holding on to the nudes of a 13-year-old past the point he turned 18. And lastly, it was more important to her than to call out her friend who made the claim that they SA 2 trans women and pushed one of them into committing self-deletion. No, I didn't stutter, and this was happening during the exact same time she was calling Akumu out.
He's out of line. but he's right.
Now, at long last, we are getting into the worst thing Ponder has done. Her friend and editor Fagos told her that she, back when she went by a he, yes, they are trans like half of the people in this corner of the internet. She, that being Fagos, confessed to...
Hold on. Jar, you don't think this. You don't think this, Jar. Because if you did, you would have called out Fagos, you would have called out Ponder when the Fagos drama was actually happening. Okay, so here's the problem with the Fagos stuff. Here's a genuine issue with it. And this is why people should kind of be careful. Like me, Chris, Falgi, Vlad, we're all fine talking about the Fagos stuff because our reactions to learning about it as we've got deeper into it have been pretty consistently going, what the fuck, once we've understood how much Ponder knew. However, that's not what happened in the general community. Like, even Lyo has to be careful of this. A lot of people do. Like, the way the Fagos stuff was handled was incredibly bad. And if Jar thought this, he could have talked about it himself years ago. He was still in the community at the time. He had all the information.
Essaying two trans girls, traumatizing them so much that it pushed one of them into offing themselves years down the line. The story of SA doesn't sound like Fagos just squeezed one of their titties a little bit. If someone was traumatized so much that they ended up offing...
Jar was friends with Fagos during the time and they even admitted to it? Dude, fuck me.
...themselves. It sounds to me like what Fagos described they did would have been legally classified as grape.
So he's trying to grift as a based anti-trans YouTuber, in quotes, of course, nothing based, but yeah, of course he is, dude. Jar can't work out what he wants his audience to be anymore, and like every audience has like fucked him. Now, is that true? That would, like, there's no reason to believe that Jar and Fagos weren't friends. They moved in exactly the same circles and Jar was friends with everybody, so yeah, there's no reason to believe that. Disbelieve that. Imagine being dumber than AI, just accept the Clanker name, bro. Thank you for the $6.99 Platinum Ether. Wait, hold on. Starbird, no it is not. Wait, what's no? It's like they weren't friends? I am just taking this on faith because Jar is a fucking retard and I don't care anymore. Now I'm not doing my research. What's the point? Groping is not... Oh, okay. Groping is not rape. Groping is SA, but not rape. Okay, I'm with you. Sorry, I thought... Yeah, okay. Listen, chat's confusing me. Liquid Dylan, I keep thinking that you're the real Birdie, so holy fuck. The fucking darkest timeline.
Apparently, this story was made up by Fagos, so Ponder and the other...
What do you mean, apparently? Fuck me! Apparently, this was made up by... Dude, have you just done no research? It's confirmed. Heavily confirmed. We've got the stock accounts. Also, unrelated, fuck you for predicting I'm going to be a furry in the future. That's not what I said, Toastify. Don't misquote me. I just said that you are definitely going to have some weird sexual proclivities in the long term that are going to be outed as skeletons in your closet. I never said specifically furry. I personally think the chances are that you're going to have some weird thing with bread. That's what you'll be outed for. Commissioning videos of toasters popping. Okay? I've just got images of that drama in my head. Toastify having to explain, listen guys, I'm really into Warhammer, I like the Mechanicus, okay? I took the toaster memes a bit too far. It's with the two. The third party tinker wants a gold star. True! Who doesn't? The Toastify's problem is that he knows that I like him and knows that I would sweep for him, so here we are. Fuck. Dude. Oh, fuck. Jar can't even get the story right. Fake person off themselves because Ghost got the girls fight the sock accounts, and then Ghost said they really did it. That's why it fucked the three of them up. Yes, true. True. But of course Jar can't get the story right because the people who are covering it are people like me and Chris the Narc, and Jar won't watch any of us because we just rip the shit out of him, and he's a sensitive little babby. Jar is a ballless fuck. Okay, he has no spine, no balls, no brain. Jar is basically a fucking nervous system with a pair of eyes attached. That's it. That's the grand total of what makes up just a robot. Will the furry also be toast themed is the real question. That's also true. People have made toast furry art of my character in the past. Holy fuck. By the way, spoilers, but he brings up and downplays Sappho in a few minutes. Fucking what?
Others would cancel her. But surprisingly, or unsurprisingly depending on how you look at it, Ponder never decided to call Faye Ghost out for this. This was not a recent thing that happened. This happened all the way back in 2019, and Ponder kept on being friends with them and would even pay them to edit their videos. Now I want to make this clear. Around this time,
when I was 16, people made porn of my character. That was a weird time. Yes, it was. Holy fuck, bro. What the fuck? Dude, no one does porn of my character. I'm really testing the waters tonight. I've been like, no one sends me pornography, no one sends me nudes, and no one makes porn of my character. This is... one of these things is gonna go wrong for me after tonight, isn't it? Fuck.
Ponder was going after Akumu while ignoring what her friend did. Ponder had a good reputation. Faye Ghost being associated with Ponder caused their own reputation to go up, and it gave them access to multiple people who could have been their...
Okay, I swear to God.
Next victims. Years when...
Becca, why are you asking for... I'm not! I'm just fucking walking into walls, okay? I made you a maid, that's true. You can always make out with Jar. Dude, there is too much things of... Dude. Beckett, not safe for work isn't allowed in your Discord. How am I supposed to send not safe for work art of you? That is also true. That's maybe intentional. Rotting with the 5. Why did I come back to no one makes porn of my character? Listen, we've been going for over 6 hours. It's a long stream. I'm starting to break.
By and finally, at long last, Chuli, someone over a decade younger than Ponder, finally called Faye Ghost out. I want to make this clear. It was Ponder's...
This is the worst lore video on Ponder I've ever seen. I would rather, and I cannot stress this enough, we are going to get through this video, but I would rather rewatch 9 hours of the FCK Maxim than this video. Holy fuck.
Friends who came forward that Faye Ghost SA'd 2 people, and traumatized them so much that they offed themselves. If Chuli never made that video, Ponder year after year after year would have kept Faye Ghost around. Yikes. I pointed this out in my last Spoctor video.
I wouldn't say Ponder would do that, because that's not really in Ponder's nature.
Yeah, Ponder's not gonna, like an exposed video.
Oh yeah, Faye Ghost, you know that Ponder won't out people all too well. Like, didn't you make up a story about you sexually assaulting 2 trans?
It's really funny, he's obviously taking his new style from June after his video. Yeah, I think what he's missing is any semblance of fucking talent.
Women, which pushed them into committing toaster and bath or something. And then Ponder, Dulu, Izzy Hazard, and a few other people just kept their mouths shut about it for the longest time? Yeah, that was a weird thing that happened. And they flipped out about it. Chuli even twisted this into me mocking their trauma. But Chuli is very well known for twisting what I say.
That detail was not...
Oh, fuck me, bro. How are you gonna go at Ponder and then attack Chuli? Dude, Chuli's actually a liar, guys. She twists what I say. Anyway, let's go back to the story about Chuli, cancelling Ponder. This is so fucking delusional, bro. Jar can't help himself. Jar has to take shots at it's all about like everyone's mean to me, guys. Everyone's mean to me, guys. It's so sad being me. It's so hard being... I believe it is difficult being Jar. Imagine waking up every day and realizing you're just a robot. I mean, it must... Look, I'm not... I think Jar deserves an award just actually for not, like, ending himself. I would. Jar's kind of entered that level of, like, bonk where if it was me, I'd jump. I'll be honest. Like, what else? Like, dude, it's not going to get any better. You've had the high point of your life. Jar's high point of his life was, like, years ago on YouTube, and it's been steadily downhill from there. I mean, like, what fucking hope do you have? What gets you up in the morning? Like, why wouldn't you just become an otaku and, like, lock yourself away in a room and live in garbage? Like, fuck me, bro. Dude, if it was me, I'd factory reset. Like, fuck. 2 days to buy. Holy fuck.
Really conveyed, you just fucking watch the video on mute with your eyes closed. This is not a valid point. This is not a valid...
I joked. I would just...
clear as day in my video.
Well, guess what? I wasn't actually making a joke. I legitimately thought it was weird that you guys knew about this for years and said nothing about it. I wasn't even attempting to make a joke here. You guys were covering up for a rape.
Hold on, so you knew about, you were saying that you thought it was weird that people knew about it for years and said nothing about it. That was the time you should have made a video. I feel like I'm schooling someone who's been a fucking commentator longer than I have on the basis of commentary. If that was your feelings, why didn't you fucking talk about it, retard? This was on people you didn't like. Also, just a retard with the 2. My next ACC friends are Bonk and Sai. Dude, he totally befriends Sai. Starbird with the 5. After this video, go to 140 time of Lio's stream. He spells some major T and you need to see it. Okay, I'll have a look at that. Thank you very much, Starbird. 140. Okay, remind me, chat. Remember 140. We'll have a look at Lio's stream afterwards. Warbler with the 2. Cigarette inflation inbound. You hold on the smoke. You hold in the smoke. Wait, what the fuck? I don't know what that means, but thank you for the 2. Okay, also, guys, thank you so much for the super chats. Please enjoy these stickers. You guys have been fucking incredible tonight. It's actually, dude, it's actually been killer. You guys are the best. I really appreciate you. I really appreciate all of you. You guys have been smashing it. Keep it going. We're apparently going to watch some Lio stuff afterwards as well. Fuck.
Pissed. I just thought it was weird that you guys got away with it. No one.
The video fell apart at the point the point he stopped front loading it with Akumu Best Highlights compilation 24-25. True.
Made you do it, you did it on your own. I think this was purely said to distract from what they did, and they know it. I said this to Cinny, yes, that Cinny, in our full unedited call. She thinks I'm racist and I think she's a apologist.
Oh, what? Is there a backstory behind that?
Hello, Ponder. I'm Faye Ghost. I raped 2 women and caused them to kill themselves. Oh, okay, that's cool. You can still edit for me. Based and red-pilled, Ponder. And I was like listening to that like,
bro, how are you going to show you having a clip of this conversation with fucking Cinebear? How retarded are you? How retarded are you? Yeah, I was pointing this out to Cinebear, you know, the pedophile I defended. Fucking what, bro? What? What are you doing? It's a little odd, however, everyone in the ACC girlies, he always focused on Chuli and not the others like Mally. He does focus on Mally, to be fair. Like, but Mally's not really making any content or saying anything, so he can't really talk about Mally that specifically. He can only just, like, try and take little shots. Bro, this is fucking ridiculous. This is his defense. He's using speaking to a pedophile behind closed doors as a defense. How did you think this was gonna go, bro? This is not the win he thinks it is. Thank you for the 200 answer. This is actually fucking retarded.
Like being revealed, I was like, no one cares about this? What?
In the comments he replies, it's been a year, get over it. You made a video about this 3 weeks ago, bro. Dude, Jara's gonna be content for the next, like, year, isn't he? It's so good. I will happily turn this channel into a Jar A-logging channel. I don't give a fuck.
What? Am I the only one? But Lio still took this part out, because he just loves to sweep for people. Ponder and her friends literally admitted to knowing that their friend raped someone, and kept it hidden. Yet everyone acted like this was no big deal. Hell, people were even comforting them, even though Ponder literally financially supported.
How are you feeling? Dude, this is the worst video I've ever seen. Like, this video is so bad, Seska, people are actually, like, people start with, I think Ponder's worse than Jar. I think this video alone has actually turned the tide against Jar once again. He could have just shut up and taken the win. What an absolute retard.
A rapist. I know the term supporter gets thrown around a lot, but this is literally supporting. They're financially supporting someone they thought was a rapist. After looking over everything in a row, I think
okay, if that is the standard, you thought Cinebear was a groomer, and then you started supporting them. You are, by your own standards, a groomer defender. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Holy fuck.
establish a very clear pattern of behavior. Ponder has friends who do some of the worst things ever, but she acts like it didn't happen, downplays them, or covers them up. If this happened once, that would be one thing, but I have multiple examples of her doing this shit. Lyle Convoy has called out people for being friends of a rapist, but not someone who thought they were friends with a rapist, which means Lyle himself is friends of a friend of a rapist. There's hypocrisy, and then there's this. I see now why those two get along so well. They're both sweepers. Ponder can't.
This is the height of delusion. This is actually the height of unreal. Yeah, actually, I think that Lyo is a sweeper for rapists. By the way, look at this clip of me talking to Cinny Bear. Fuck me, bro. Jar strikes again. True, Toybox. Thank you for the 2. What?
Can't walk back on the Fago stuff and act like she didn't know. They told Ponder what they did to her face. And
Dreadlock had to have been filling his asshole as he was recording the audio, because why the fuck does he sound like that? Dude, Dreadlock's moved out. He's abandoned him. Jar's finally on his own, which is probably why he's making videos like this. Oh, dude.
And she tried to keep it hidden from everyone. Ponder will and has made super long videos on
Jar and iDubbbz have the power to do the opposite effect to the people that they make hit pieces on. I'm actually actively less annoyed at Ponder having watched this video. Dude, you're not helping.
People who have done less than Faye Ghost. In fact, she's never called out anyone worse than Faye Ghost in my book. Even Hypnotist Sappho. Say what you will about her, but at least she didn't rape anyone or
what?
Less than Faye Ghost. In fact, she's never called out anyone worse than Faye Ghost in my book. Even Hypnotist Sappho. Say what you will about her, but at least she didn't rape anyone.
Firstly, I believe she did. Like, Hypnotist Sappho met up with the people they'd groomed. And secondly, Faye Ghost never actually assaulted anyone. Faye Ghost never assaulted anyone, Jar. It was all sock accounts and made up. I'm sorry, in this video, Jar defends Hypnotist Sappho as not that bad. Is this real? Is this actually real? Are you... What? She had a minor boyfriend. Yeah. What? She literally did, and did stuff with the German Shepherd. Yes. Yeah, she talks about doing stuff with her fucking dog. The mouse Oscar. Okay, so Jar defends active dog fuckers. Like, not just like, oh my god, this person likes some weird porn. Jar actively is defending somebody who fucked an animal. This is unreal. This is actually unreal. You're fucking high. You're fucking high, Jar. Dude, what?
Or traumatize someone up to the point where they off themselves. By the way, just want to come in here real quick to make this clear. I'm not defending Sappho.
Yes, you are. None of the stuff with Faye Ghost actually happened, retard. He's done research. Yeah, true, kicking. Thank you for the 2. Just Coyote, a lovely robot. Fuck me. Thank you for the 2, Mash. Holy fuck. Yes, you're actively downplaying what Sappho has done. Unreal, bro.
She is a pedo zoophile, but they're not as bad as a rapist murderer. Both are bad.
But Faye Ghost never actually killed anyone and never actually raped anyone. Jar is unreal. Actually unreal. Unreal.
Bad, but one claimed that they went through with committing the crime, while the other one was in the process of committing a crime. She let Fagos stick around her Discord, even after she learned about what Fagos did. Of course, giving Fagos access to people to use. Ponder isn't as bad as what Fagos said they did, but the fact that she covered up for this evil, and the fact that she's done stuff like this multiple times cannot be ignored.
Kept him around as an editor, had him voicing in her videos, and she even paid him to help keep an eye on and get information on the people she was covering, like Madame. So her not caring about the Spoctor situation like she previously pretended to a month prior, I'm not surprised.
Everyone, wow, Ponder might actually be the same level as Jar, maybe. Even, whoa, Jar, wait, there's the only achievement I have. Yeah, Ponder is not worse than Jar. Look, I feel like the entire chat has started with, yeah, I think Ponder's the same as Jar. Like, I think we've actually gone down. The chat's gone from, I think Ponder's worse to Jar, to, I think Ponder's the same as Jar, to, I don't think Ponder is as bad as Jar is. Like, this is fucking, this is actually unreal. Like, this is the best Ponder defense video I have ever seen. Dude.
This makes me wonder as to what else Ponder knows, and what else she is hiding. After all, a lot of her friends from Doodletones to Nezzy Monster, and more have been outed for their wrongdoings. And it just makes me wonder, did Ponder know? Go rewatch Ponder's video on Cosmodor. Throughout the video, she downplays what he did, and she even says that he has a chance to make a comeback even though he tried to meet up with a minor and sleep with her.
Cosmodor.
No matter how low you think you're at, Jar is proof you can always go lower beyond fucking bedrock. Dude, Jar really said hold my bear. Thank you for the 2, Pinker. This is, I'm astonished. I'm actually crashing out. I'm actually like, I feel like part of my brain is breaking watching this video. I'm just like, this is, I didn't know what this video would be, obviously. I hadn't seen it. Like, I'd flip through to just check some of the fucking, like extreme, badly censored porn. But I'm gonna be honest with you. This is worse than I expected. This makes so little fucking sense. Someone said earlier, Chud's gonna be super confused going through this, like, going over this video. I don't know how Chud is gonna get through this Jar video. Because it's not even really a Jar video. He's not even right about the shit that's in it. How do you fuck up a drama that's this well documented? It's actually unreal, bro.
Does have a few good points to bring up. And it's essentially because he's arguing the big faceless audience mob, which he later says he doesn't want to argue, which tends to exaggerate claims to the farthest possible degree. A lot of this is literally just centered around the audience collectively, just not understanding the terms that they're using. In this case, the term would be pedophile. Cosmodor is right to call out people calling him this, because they are objectively wrong.
Ponder? He groomed a 15-year-old and sent her lolly and Shota. I don't think there's a more fitting word to call someone like that. Unless, of course, you're going in the whole...
I'm sorry, wait, what was that? What was that, Jar? Hold on, I want to replay that, just very quickly.
Objectively wrong.
Ponder? He groomed a 15-year-old and sent her lolly and Shota. I don't think there's a more fitting word to call someone like that.
What an interesting take, Jar. If only there was another case where somebody had sent pornographic material to a minor and, you know, you'd had a completely opposite take and defended them. I can't think... The name's on the tip of my tongue. This is unfucking believable. Just what?
Unless, of course, you're going in the whole direction of it's a femophilia, not pedophilia, but I really...
Also... Spoctor sent nudes to a minor and received nudes of a minor, and you're still defending him, bro. You're still defending him. The fuck are you talking about? This is so confusing. Oh, dude.
I really hope that's not the point you're trying to make.
However, Even if Cosmodor argues he's not a pedo, which he's not, anyone claiming that is a moron and needs to reacquaint themselves with the definition of the word, assuming they've even read it to begin with. I'm so sick of this word just being thrown around it. Everything.
Yes, people do throw that word around like candy, but he did the two big no-nos on YouTube. You can make the argument that grooming a minor doesn't make someone a pedo. You can also make the argument that looking at lolicon doesn't make you a pedo. After all, a lot of people do refuse to call
Why are you showing a picture of Vosh? You defended Cinebear. Show a picture of yourself, retard. Rotting with the 5. Can we just melt Jar down for spare parts at this point? I'm over his aluminium ass, dude. That needs to be artwork of that. And not like in a cool Terminator way. Just...
vouch that word despite what he did, but doing both at the same time seems like it's something that no one would argue against. Yeah, he didn't just look at lolly, he didn't just groom a minor, he did both at the same time.
Cosmodor isn't a pedophile, but he put himself in an inappropriate relationship with a younger fan.
A 15-year-old minor who sounds like a little kid. No joke, this girl sounds way younger than the average 15-year-old.
From the perspective...
Would you have to leave the swimming pool, Jar? I'm sorry, how old was Cosmodor? How old was Cosmodor when this happened? I'm sorry, like, how old was Cosmodor? Wasn't Cosmodor like 18, 19? Am I remembering this drama right? Because so Cosmodor was 19. So if you are calling Cosmodor like out for this, if that's your standard, Jar, then surely Spoctor is a pedophile. What are you talking about? Like, you can't defend Spoctor at one point, who was, let me remind you, 18 and receiving pornographic images of a 14-year-old. And then be like, yeah, but, like, you defended Commodore. The fuck are you on about? Cinebear is in her 20s and was sending rape comics to a 13-year-old. You're a dude. Aluminium? What's wrong with saying aluminium? Why? Because you guys say aluminum? Why would you say aluminum? It's not aluminum, it's aluminium. Aluminium, guys. Okay? You know what's really funny about that? Do you know what's really funny about that? Okay? So obviously, the British say aluminium, okay, and not aluminum. And do you know the best bit is we used to say aluminum? It's actually originally aluminum. The British are the one that changed the pronunciation, not the Americans. We literally changed it and then mocked you for it. Oh, aluminium, because it's because of your fucked up teeth. Screw you. Right? Okay.
Perspective of everyone on the outside looking in, it looks like you're just trying to worm your way back onto your channel. And you know what? I'm not gonna blame you for that. I think it's fucking stupid that you tried to do it within a month, but I can empathize with the mentality of wanting to fix things as soon as possible. Frankly, I think it's super naive for people to believe that people who get called out for things like this aren't going to return at some point. We're not talking about chasing people off of hobbyist platforms. We're talking about removing people from platforms that, in many cases, serve as their main income, and in some cases, the person is addicted to. It's incredibly naive to assume that people can just up and leave that whenever they want. I mean, you're effectively demanding that they fire themselves. And in situations where you want someone to improve through therapy, it's counterproductive to force them out of their income source. Obviously, this is especially with Americans because of their shit psychological stuff. I don't know how it works in Germany.
No, obviously she's not saying what he did was okay, but the one rule on YouTube is that you can't come back from grooming a minor. And no, he didn't just groom her to be more comfortable with his fetish, he groomed her so he could sleep with her. That was his intention. Ponder seems to have no problem with calling me a racist.
Like, I also don't like
What is this segue? Ponder has no problem calling me a racist. You're so fucking mad about this, Jar. God, he's such a She called me a racist, guys. She called me a racist. Who fucking cares? Linling called me a fascist. Do you know who doesn't care? Me. Why would you care? Who gives a shit if she called you racist? I don't know what the fuck did. Awesome transition.
Jar. I am also of the opinion Jar's a fucking racist. Doesn't mean going around saying shit like this is okay.
I haven't looked into it. I'm not going to say that. Ponder's
That's fair.
opinion.
I'm only going off personal experiences.
Like anyone else who has called me that, she has no proof. She claimed it happened in an unrecorded call. According to her, I was asking for help dealing with Prismate Luke. Then I just started saying objectively racist things. But she still apologized to me for calling me racist. Yeah, she called me a racist when I was dealing with pedo allegations. That's a pretty low blow in my book.
Ponder, if... Also, I feel like if you just say the N-word in a video, you should expect people to call you racist. Yeah, just own the position. It's like, people have come to me and been like, oh, what's a good one? Like, oh yeah, Beckett said, I think I got called racist over some of my colonial takes. I don't know if Toastify caught this earlier, so I'll repeat it again because it made me laugh. I'm not saying, like I said earlier, that I'm not saying that colonialism is good, but if it wasn't for colonialism, we wouldn't have Toastify, and that might be a net positive, right? People might say that's a racist statement because I'm clearly joking, but also I talk an awful lot about like fucking colonialism and how fucking based it is. So if people call me racist, I'm just like, yeah, based. That's real shit. So true. So true. Just like own the position. People have called me like homophobic, transphobic, racist, a fascist. I'm just like, who cares? Who gives a shit? Like, what does it matter? It's just words, bro. Why are you so thin-skinned?
If you truly thought that I was racist, then don't apologize to me for calling me racist. That would be like me apologizing to you because I called you someone who financially supports rapists. But I would never apologize for that because that's what you are. But you know what? I'll just roll with it. Yes, I did say the most objectively racist things of all time. I showed her that I was working on an airborne disease that would wipe out anyone who—
See, okay, here's the problem with it. Okay. Do you guys remember when I covered the conversation of Revenant? I think it's Revenant and Alec Gunter. Do you guys remember this stream? It wasn't very long. I got very bored of this call. And like Revenant did a video where he was talking about he was like, oh, well, here are my actual positions. You can't do both. You can't bitch that somebody called you a racist and then do this jokey Giga Chad thing. You actually can't. You just look gay. You just look really gay doing it. Also, Doodle Tones was his editor. Yes. Exactly the same shit. So you were financially supporting a diaper fetishist, right? So, what's the fucking difference, Jar?
who is not part of the master race. And believe it or not, she just giggled and said, "Don't worry, Jar, I'll keep your secret safe." Hashtag that actually happened. She complained to me about her life a lot as I was getting cancelled. Normally I'm against leaking DMs, but since everybody has been doing that with me, I think it's my turn to do so. If your life sucks so much, Ponder, then try to get a job or a wealthy boyfriend and move out.
Okay, listen. Firstly, I don't give a fuck if Jar's leaking DMs. Who cares? But secondly, I cannot stress enough, and I've said this constantly, but I really want to dig into it. Jar can't make this video. Like, there's no way to make this video work, because objectively, Jar has done worse things than Ponder. Because, like, Ponder's, like, you can look at the shit that Ponder's done, and you can find, like, human reasons why Ponder has made some of these choices, right? Like, you can find human reasons to do with, like, her being friends with people, being actually concerned about people, and you can kind of go, okay, cool, there are your mitigating factors. They're not great mitigating factors, but those are your mitigating factors. With Jar, and, like, this is kind of highlighted by the chat reaction, the problem for Jar is, all of Jar's mitigating factors are he's vengeful and vindictive, he wants clout, and he's desperately, like, just creepy with people and has, like, no social skills. So, and Jar can't even hold a job. Yeah, I mean, he was let go from his job because of his weird social interactions with people by his own admission. So it's like, the video doesn't make any sense, because, like, there's a bit later, which we watched earlier, where he's like, oh, you know, Ponder's done objectively worse things than me. No, she hasn't. No. She hasn't, actually. I don't know what you're talking about. Even with the Fago stuff, like, you can, like, find the mitigating factor with the Phagos stuff, though you shouldn't, of going, okay, Ponder says she didn't actually believe that Phagos had done this. She thought he was just, like, having a fucking mental episode, if you want to believe that. But also, with Ponder, like, the situation she was put in was pretty fucked up. She was being told that she'd caused a suicide. And that is, a mitigating mental health moment. It's not much of one, but it's a better mitigating moment than you defended a pedophile for clout. Actively. What the fuck do you mean? Like, it's obviously a better mitigating motive. Like, or the fact that you're a snake and you stab everyone in the back. You refuse to take any accountability or apologize for anything. And you're constantly just waiting like a vindictive little snake to go after people. Like, what the fuck? What? Yes, Jar has objectively done as bad things as Ponder, and it's been consistently shit for years with everybody. Ponder at least hasn't gone after people because they made a video on them that got 10,000 views and crashed out. Or, like, threatened to go after them if, like, they say anything. Dude, Jar is in no position to talk. There are plenty of other people who are, by the way. There are plenty of other people who can talk about Ponder. This is even one of the arguments with Lyo. Like, has Lyo done worse stuff than Ponder? In my opinion, by the way, yeah. I don't know if that will come to as a shock to any of you, but on the grand scale of, like, the shit that Lyo has pulled over the years, has Lyo done worse shit than Ponder? Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, fucking, like, the shit around Jax, I think you could debate things with the Sasukul versus Ponder's record. But yeah, Lyo's also gone after minors. The biggest problem is, yeah, Lyo did the Jax call, enough said, yeah. I will defend her on this. She has a physical medical condition that would make her unable to work most jobs. Yeah. Oh, the jib shit. Yes. Oh, dude. I always forget the jib shit, but we did cover it. Yeah, the jib shit's fucking horrific. Also, the stuff that Ponder, the stuff with Ponder now is about what she did years ago. Jar is still doing that stuff in this very video. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, Ponder, you can have the argument of, like, Ponder has changed over time. I mean, she's not doing drama content anymore. Jar is actively still doing this. It seems very... Even with talking to me, by the way, and you can go back to the Jar video and check this. And I didn't even put in everything that I said in the... like, that was said to me from Ponder. But Ponder, like, actively is like, I don't hate Jar. And I was going to defend him at one point. Lyo took things offline and threatened to take things offline, yeah. Beckett, have you seen Ponder trying to play bowling? No, what? Beckett, can we please go over those two things with Lyo? I'm not aware of them. Wait, which things? The Jibs call and the Jax call. I mean, the Jax call we've done, like, multiple times. I think I've looked at it a few times before. But yeah, I'll talk quickly about them. We're not going to... I don't actually have a copy of the Jibs call. But the Jax call, very simply, Lyo called Jax's school. Jax hates this being talked about, by the way. Him and Lyo are cool now, but whatever. Jax was fighting with another kid. Lyo got involved. Stuff was said in the call about, like, Jax having access to guns or some shit, and Lyo phoned his school. Absolutely fucking crazy. And then you've got the Jibs call, which was to do with V Omega, where I can't remember the full context, but Lyo said some insanely out of hand shit to Jibs about her, like, sexuality and stuff. Sorry, am I misgendering Jibs there? I think I am. His sexuality and stuff. Absolutely fucking crazy. Also, Beckett, talk about the shotgun call. Okay, I can talk about the shotgun call. So, the shotgun call has never been released, okay? No one knows the full context of the shotgun call, but I have been told what is in the shotgun call, and I'm not sure most people know. So, the shotgun call is a call focused around one of Lyo's found family. I've forgotten her name. Is it Jay? Yeah, I think it's Jay. Jalen, whatever the fucking name is. Jay was dating somebody. It was a really toxic relationship thing, which is their whole history in the ACC, really. And during the course of that, the person who she was like flirting with or whatever was apparently saying they're in the military. And another person in the call who is like an ex-Marine was like, this doesn't sound legitimate. I think you're stealing valor. The guy freaks out and comes back with like a shotgun. He like leaves the call and comes back. This isn't an accountability call, by the way. The shotgun call is not an accountability call. They were hanging out and playing, I believe I was told they were playing Halo. And basically this guy comes back. He's got a shotgun. He threatens to kill himself. They phone a welfare check on him. To be clear, as far as I am aware, and as far as I have been told, and I've been told this by 2 different people now who were involved in this call, this was not an accountability call, and Lyo's involvement in it is actually like not that high. It's actually far more to do with one of his found family kids than anything else. And until somebody releases that call, that's the narrative I've been told by now 2 people. Other people have like said, told me similar things that they heard at the time. Yeah. Right, the Jibs thing was fucked. Yeah, the Jibs thing was fucked. Is the shotgun guy the dude with brain damage? Possibly. I'm not sure though. Jay also dated Jar, by the way. Jar claims she cheated on him. I mean, that doesn't surprise. Yeah, Jay's whole fucking history is like weird. Weird as fuck. What the fuck is this?
I went to VidCon, and it was...
Okay, hold on. What's the timestamp? 3:30. Okay, hold on. Let's watch Ponder try and do bowling, I guess. Fuck, where are you? Okay, cool. Yeah, does that explain the shotgun call to everybody? For the person who was asking about the shotgun call. I think it was Liquid. The shotgun call Lyo did was I heard the worst call. Yeah, a lot of people say shit about the shotgun call, but actually no one has a copy of it. No one has a copy of the shotgun call. I've asked for it for years. No one will give it to me. Lyo threatens to call their father about them being trans. What in the Jibs call? Oh, fuck yeah. Dude, the Jibs call is really fucking bad. But yeah, that's, oh, yes, because I heard Lyo saying it's his worst call. Yeah, okay. So it's not, like, when Lyo said that it's his worst call, I think what he means is it's one of the worst calls he's been involved in. But it's not his worst call, if that makes sense. Like, it's not a thing he did. It's just a very, very fucked up call. But yeah. At some point, listen, if it ever gets released, I will go over it. I have no problem going over it. Anyway, let's have a look.
Nobody will be shocked to know that a bunch of artists and commentators who barely see the light of day are not particularly good at bowling.
Holy fuck, girls. What the fuck?
Fucking weird. Nobody will be shocked to know that a bunch of artists and commentators who barely see the light of day are not particularly good at bowling. Come on, stream!
This in the gut.
How are you guys this bad at... Okay, listen, we're back to cancelling Ponder. You cannot be this bad at bowling. That's fucking unreasonable. Holy fuck. Okay. Anyway... Right, this has been a nice upgrade. Does anyone have any further Lyo questions about Lyo's worst moments? I'm sorry, girlies. I didn't mean to out your lack of bowling. We're doing this next VidCon, Becca. I am thinking of coming out next VidCon. Toastify, should we fly out to VidCon together next year? We'll go to VidCon together and do like Toastify and Becca at VidCon. I can't even judge because I was there and my bowling is just as fucked. We will listen, I actually quite like bowling. It's been years since I've been bowling. We'll do Toastify and Beckett live stream bowling stream, okay? Can we talk about Lyo for 2 hours? Dude, it's like retreading old streams. Maybe LeFaux. I have to think about it. Listen. I'm tempted. I'm tempted to do VidCon next year. I am tempted. That could be fun. Anyway. Gonna share a bit. No, I'm not gonna share a bed with Toastify. I got my own fucking hotel room, bro. What?
I get it. It sucks that your dad left you, and your boyfriend cheated on you, and you got no job. But spending time on the internet all day, every day can't be good for you. Yes, Ponder is in her 30s. She's older all day, and your boyfriend cheated on you, and you got no job. But spending time on the internet all day, every day can't be good for you. Yes, Ponder is in her 30s. She's older than me, and she has never lived on her own.
Ja, you basically need a live-in carer. You also spend all your time online. The screen is still censored, I know. I can't tell when he's gonna put up fucking animal porn again, Liquid. And honestly, you're not missing anything. Look at this. Look at this. You are missing nothing by me censoring the screen.
But spending time on the internet all day, every day can't be good for you. Yes, Ponder is in her 30s. She's older than me, and she has never lived on her own.
None of this is relevant. Like, it's just, I got called out for using a tiny bit of stock footage in my Sasu video. I got called out by Chud's community for doing it. And like, this entire video is just random stock footage. It's fucking bizarre, bro. This is unreal. How can you, of all people, possibly criticize Ponder for this?
Mostly due to Canada having their liberal policies. She just spends all her time talking to autists on the internet. How her DMs read with me is that she wanted to be friends with me, but she was surrounded by people who didn't like me, so she just couldn't. Ponder animated me as a sexy elf boy, shaking her hand at VidCon, and she did this all 1 year later after it happened.
Also, to be clear, isn't that better than, like, animating you as the freak that you actually look like? Slap some more art on Twitter? Hold on. I got out of bed just for this? Just some huge boobies with for a fella with fat tits, also a large cock. Thanks. I have finally been sent tits and boobies. Right, it's based. Thank you. As opposed to a 6'2" lanky VidCon cryptid. Holy fuck, bro. Dude, that's actually fucking amazing. It's so good. You guys should really follow. I mean, they're great. They're actually just great. Okay. Where are we?
She kept me anonymous until I got cancelled. Yeah, apparently animating me shaking her hand was more important than, I don't know, calling out a rapist. They tried to say I was the one who revealed this. Unsurprisingly, they have no proof to support this claim. They just love to spread misinformation about me. Cartoonchi said he hated me because I violated the boundaries of his friends. By that he means I shook Ponder's hand. Also by friends he means people who cover up for rapists. With friends like these, who needs enemies, am I right? Oh,
you defended a pedophile. You defended a pedophile. I'm going insane. I'm actually going insane, bro. This is so fucking crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Oh. He was the person who outed himself first? Yeah, like, he's like, there's no evidence for this. It's like, there are messages about it, aren't there? Like, he responded about this in... Dude, who cares as well? Dude. I'm gonna crash out. It's fucking ridiculous.
You raped someone? That's fine. What? You shook my hand. You violated my boundaries. Honestly, in my book, if you're friends with a rapist, then you have some of the strangest boundaries of all time. Ponder, along with her friends, defended themselves by claiming that they were mentally ill.
He's literally so mad here. Like, how the fuck was I supposed to know about anything Ponder did, right? Dude, also, I mean, why is Jar prepared to name and shame and take shots at all these people, but still won't even say my name? You absolute fucking coward. I legit think he thinks he now, what? I legit think he thinks that he said, I think Cinny is a pedo, now that he's in the clear and can pretend like he didn't do it in the first place. Oh god, yeah, like, right? Like, apparently, so the thing apparently I need to see in Lyo's stream is Lyo, apparently Jar had some plans with, like, Cinny's victim or some shit. Also, directly calling all my friends rape apologists because he's fixated on Ponder is so funny. Dude, I do not get this shit at all. It's so desperate.
They didn't have the best home life, and Phagos would have killed themselves if they left them.
I'm sorry, did you not make a fucking video talking about how you were fantasizing about raping girls that you made up while you were hanging out with me? Yeah, that was nice to find out. Cool. Thanks for that, you fucking freak. Like, the nerve of being all like, oh, I was a bad place. I was planning on killing myself. Motherfucker, what the hell do you think your actions and what you made us believe wanted us to do? Do you not think that maybe we were lying awake at night, wondering about, do I have any right to exist? Because I'm gonna tell you flat out, that was the case, and that's all your fault. So, go fuck yourself.
How is it that Ponder believes that her friend Faye Ghost raped 2 people up to the point where one of them committed self-deletion, and still yet made it all about herself?
You came in talking about how you wanted to yourself so we would goddamn coddle you, and for everybody in chat, that was a recurring thing. Faye Ghost guilted us, one, through the suicide, but guilted us into keeping her around through the implications that if her friends left her, she would kill herself.
Yes.
That's why we kept her around for so fucking long, because we already thought that we...
But here's the problem with this. Jar was still in the community when this was happening, if he had an issue, because I wasn't aware of the Phagos stuff until much, much later. And it, like, you can tell, here's the difference between commentators and fake commentators like Jar, right? Right now, the current narrative of the drama is, like, very much, very Witch Bernie, very Burn Ponder. And you can see, like, for me as a commentator, I'm not totally, like, hard on board with it. There are things where I'm like, I don't think that's a good fixation. I've argued with Falgi. I've, like, taken, like, there are other things that I've highlighted. I've got my own concerns about Lyo and Chuli, like, where, like, I can see that sort of this kind of, like, balanced argument to it. That's what being a commentator is. You, like, look at the information and you have a take. If the Phagos stuff was happening and I was aware of it at the time, I would have been like, bro, what the fuck is going on? Absolutely fucking not. No. Because again, like, I'd be plugged into that fucking drama. Jar was part of the community, easily plugged up and up into the drama, but was just too much of a fucking cuck bitch to do anything about it. That's the issue. You're not a real commentator. You're a pretend commentator. What are your concerns with Lyo and Chuli? Like, they're not, like, direct concerns. My biggest thing is, like, this is like, for the people who've been like, Lyo's going back to his old ways. Like, and I've spoken to Lyo about this as well. I've been like, I've said this directly to him. I think the best argument of, like, Lyo potentially slipping back to his old ways is he's, like, very involved with the stuff happening with Chuli. There are reasons for that. But again, it's a dangerous position for him to be in because that's how things have started in the past. So I've got, like, I'm very open about having concerns about it. I know that's wild to hear because apparently all I do is sweep for Lyo convoy. But, like, yeah, obviously I see that and go, oh, that's a bit much. Also, I've said the same thing about, like, the Chuli stuff. I like Chuli, but, like, I said when the SCC stuff happened, wow, if you guys aren't careful, you're going to end up cancelling a lot more fucking people. And I don't think this Ponder stuff is going to just end with Ponder. I think there's a good chance that the Ponder stuff could spiral into cancelling way more fucking people. People who were just, like, present, I think, could get caught in it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's a fair standard, frankly. I've said to people that I think this could blow up in a lot of people's faces, and you should be careful. Thought on Chuli fundraiser, location being in Texas and not California. I think that was explained with, like, Chuli's actual living situation. I think it's fine. Like, Chuli is not moving into Lyo's house. If Chuli moves into Lyo's house, then we can talk about it. But, like, Lyo just being involved in a fundraiser, I think is fine. Like, I think that's okay. But if Jar had a problem with it, then why was he friends with the same group as Phagos when they first admitted to doing the shit they did? Yeah. Julie said she'd make 3 more videos and be done with it, if I remember. Yeah, and again, I like Julie. I trust her not to be a fucking idiot. Right? But at the same time, I'd be disingenuous if I said I didn't have a concern, because I'm, like, I like laughing at drama. I like laughing at drama. I'm not an accountability chat. I don't really like this, like, heavy accountability shit. When people have called me out for it before, I've acknowledged the fact that I've maybe gone a bit too far against my own standards, and then I course corrected. And then was like, nah, this has become a bit too serious. Like, you can make that mistake, but at the same time, it's like, generally speaking, I've been amazingly consistent that I hate the witch hunting stuff. I'm here to laugh at people. I mean, when Lyo moved his first Discord kid after he did a fundraiser for them, very suspicious. Yeah, and again, that's why I'm highlighting the concern, right? And that's all you can do. But it's not me burning my bridge with Lyo or any shit like that. It's just going like, oh, you should be careful. You should be careful. That's all I'm saying.
Led to someone ending their life, and we were terrified of that happening again.
Really? Because it sounds to me like you guys truly believed you pushed an SA survivor into offing themselves. And if you guys outed Fagos, Fagos would have outed you guys for what you did. My god, this is like some supervillain shit.
Fagos starts this shit up again.
Julie has said she's not moving to Texas, just another part of California. Also, she's the only one organizing the GoFundMe, but uses his address for safety. Yeah, again, I'm not like overly concerned with the fundraiser, but at the same time, I can understand why people would have those takes. Okay, you guys with me? It's not about like having, like, it's not about going, oh, fuck, no, we need to cancel Lyo again, and we need to go after it. It's just like, yeah, you're just aware, like, you see that and you go, oh, no. I think that's the closest. I don't think Lyo arguing with retards on Discord is like Lyo going back to his old ways. And I don't think Lyo has gone back to his old ways. But I'd be disingenuous if I was like, oh, well, I don't see any I don't see anything happening that like I would attribute, right? That's just like that. I'm just trying to be, again, just trying to be honest. Well, I know, wild for a commentator. Yeah, Malcolm talking about Dreamer is retarded. This is part of the problem as well. When people focus on things Lyo's doing that just are kind of are actual nothing burgers, then if Lyo does go back to his old ways, it then becomes much harder to call him out for it. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, listen, he'll fuck up at some point, I'm sure, and then we can talk about it at the time. Just be realistic. This was the whole thing with like the Beckett Sweets for Lyo shit. My whole thing has consistently been just talk about what he's actually doing that's really bad, rather than trying to like be like everything's a fucking Rosacall, because it will lead to a situation where it's just crying wolf. It's really fucking annoying. You know, I know that there are hardcore Lyo haters who were getting sick of it, because it's like, dude, just focus on what's in front of you. Anyway.
With another person who was allegedly still in the same camp as Jess, and then tells us, oh yeah, Jess may have had a point. I did sexually assault 2 girls at a party when I was drunk. So, oh, also, Jess was schizophrenic. And so now it became not only that, like, we helped Fagos and that encouraged someone to game end themselves. Now it was, we bullied a schizophrenic sexual assault victim into game ending herself, and also Fagos was lying the whole time, and actually she...
Okay, dude, I've seen this. Oh my god.
I think I would have made them commit self-deletion if one of
about them. Can you contact them? Do not fucking act like you have been on your own shit for the past year and a half.
Here's the thing, if one of my friends told me that they raped 2 people so badly it made them commit self-deletion, and then they told me if I left them they would self-delete, I would tell them to make sure the rope was nice and tight when they
I don't believe you, Jar. I don't believe you, Jar. I think that if somebody told you that, your question would be, how much clout do you have and can I use you? And I don't, like, I can evidence this because of the Cine Bear stuff, bro. Dude, he's so full of shit. It's actually unreal. I'm amazed that he managed to have the balls to make this video.
jumped. Or at the very least, I think I would stop talking to them. I could understand a teenager, or even a young adult falling for the "I'm gonna KYS if you don't do this" card. But Ponder is in her 30s, or at least her late 20s when this happened. Don't forget, she paid Faghost money to edit for her. She was funding someone she thought was a rapist. I know I keep bringing this point up, but it really bears repeating.
Oh, Faghost also used to talk about how she couldn't afford therapy.
Someone behind the scenes must have been telling him to do it. I doubt that. I doubt that, actually. I don't think so. I don't think Jar has anyone behind the scenes. Jar doesn't have any friends left. And ironically, who's friends with Jar? Who fucking talks to this guy anymore? He is completely on his own. What, he talks to, like, Vincent Martin? Vincent Martin doesn't know anything about the fucking Ponder drama. He's got no idea.
Back in the day, but when I offered to give her money to go to therapy, she refused, so I started actively trying to hire her for editing more so that she would have the money to go to therapy.
She had no problem calling me a racist when I was in the middle of getting pedo allegations, but she still kept what Faghost did hidden. If you want to take Ponder's word that she truly is mentally ill and thought her
what? You mean the pedo allegations she defended you from? Those pedo allegations, Jar. Interesting that you leave that out. Fucking asshole.
His friend would KYS if she left them, even though that sounds like a pretty good outcome in my opinion, then Ponder's word should not be taken as gospel. She has gotten so many things wrong that I don't think she should be making drama videos.
I think it's insane. He's like, Ponder makes this all about herself and makes this entirely about himself. Yes. Yes.
Ponder is a person who draws a line at racism, but not rape apparently. She didn't even have proof that I was racist, but she did 100% believe Faghost was a rapist. To tell you the truth, Ponder, ever since you did your first video about me, I wanted to be friends with you. I got even more respect for you when you went against the crowd and defended Spoctor. Sure, you were kind of wrong in the end, but based upon the evidence at the time, you were right. But even when he more than likely told you about—
Holy fuck, I can't believe you released this video. There's literally a video pointing out that, like, dude, I'm stun locked. I'm stun locked, bro.
Holding on to the nudes of a 13-year-old past his 18th birthday, you said nothing.
Spoctor came to me, basically,
every take's an insane L.
I said right again, so you were
of my friends
thinking about defending Spoctor again, but then you were talked out of it by Faghost. How does this make Ponder look good exactly? Of course, this was said right in front of Lyo, and he's not questioning anything.
Faghost told me, it's not your responsibility to protect this fucker, which, yeah, obviously, and just encouraged me to let the video happen and let Spoctor be exposed. I don't know why the fuck that video didn't gain any traction.
Well, that's because it was a terribly made video, Ponder. And also, man, it's never made the allegation that Spoctor was holding on to the nudes of a 13-year-old. He didn't know that. You guys did, and you all kept quiet about it.
And eventually—
Hold on. There is more than enough in the Manus video. I'm glad Fauji got me to watch it now. There's more than enough in the Manus video to, like, hang Spoctor. And you're referencing it and still defending Spoctor, Jar. Unreal.
Because of the trauma you put me through, you stupid motherfucker, I forgot about that shit, because incidentally, that is how the brain works. When you're depressed, and stressed, and traumatized, and you smoke weed a fuck ton, and you have fibromyalgia, all of which are things that I have. Yeah, it's really easy to forget things.
Ah yes, the very famous commentary amnesia argument. Listen, I don't expect Ponder to remember everything she's ever done. After all, I forget things all the time. But this seems like something most people—
you seem to have forgotten what your drama is. Dude.
Would remember.
Faghost was not perfectly fucking aware that she had convinced Chuli that not only someone had killed herself over two people had killed themselves over Faghost, allegedly, but also that Faghost was seemingly a sex pest.
You guys called me a sex pest. What Faghost did was not just being a sex pest. SAing people up to the point where they off themselves, 2 of them, is a lot worse than just being a sex pest. At first I thought it was only 1 person offing themselves, but now I'm being told it was 2.
So for context, Spoctor came to me—
Hey Creepy, how you doing? We saw you get tased earlier, buddy.
Like, just after this shit happened. I think it was in January or something. And additional context, December has, for the last decade, been the worst fucking time of the year for me, and basically all of my friends know that. Like, a good chunk of
Hold on. We need to go back. Apparently, I stopped watching the fucking bowling video before we saw Ponder Bowl.
I love this. Although, even though I sucked, I was sucking slightly less than almost everyone else. I'll take it. Pay no mind to the top-heavy dunce who can't throw the ball without
Holy fuck.
falling over. I have no core strength. What do you want from me? At some point,
Holy fuck, bro.
my friends know that I deal with abuse in my home life, and that December's not a good fucking time of the year for me.
Aw, Ponder was in a dark place, so she looked past what Spoctor and Phagos were doing for several.
Bro, your excuse for the Cine Bear stuff was your roommate wasn't home and you're dyslexic. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Your excuses are objectively worse, bro.
Years. And if you're dealing with abuse in your home life, which can range from physical abuse to emotional abuse to religious abuse and everything in between, then get a job and move out. For the love of God, you're in your 30s.
You refuse to acknowledge what you actually did. Because
Okay, I feel like I'm one of the few people who can actually call out people for not getting their shit together because I own my own home and have had a job for like, well, ever. I think I have either been working or at university since I was like 17? 18? Yeah, I got my like, I worked like retail on the weekends when I was like fucking 16, 17. My dad was like, you have to get a job. It builds character, Beckett. That was his actual argument. Didn't work. But, like, bro, what the... Did someone reset Jar? Like, has he rebooted since he seems to be unaware of the past, like, 5 videos he made? Yeah. I don't get it. It's like, no, you have to go out and get a job. Bro, none of you are employed, okay? Shut up.
Phagos, what you actually did
Beckett, being a wagey builds character. True.
was take 3 friends who you damn ass fucking knew already suffered from mental health issues, and like, I can't
To use then, you already were. You kept Phagos around, who you believed to be a rapist murderer. And on top of that, you coddled them. You have the gall to use your mental health as an excuse. What stress do you deal with? You don't work. When this call first came out, I was also disappointed in Lio and Peaches for not saying anything about this, just sitting there and listening. This was the exact moment I started distancing myself away from Lio and Peaches.
Every time she tells the story, it's, I told my friend.
Wait, what? That's not true, is it? Dude, are you trying to, like, fucking wreck on your relationships with people? This is insane.
That I sexually, I groped 2 girls at a party, and like, one of them themselves, and my friends stayed my friends, and they protected me.
Fuck off, Jar, you were two-faced to Lio? Yeah. Listen, Hornet's a lifelong Lio hater, and even Hornet's like, what the fuck, bro?
Because they were friends. That makes us sound like a bunch of fucking jackasses who protected.
Okay, we're gonna skip.
Around.
They commit say themselves if you left them. I know I said this already, but if one of my friends told me that they
Okay, shut up. I actually don't care. We're gonna move on to the next section. I don't.
So badly for years. To sweep for her at this point. I wanted to be friends with you so badly for years, but now I'm happy I didn't. Honestly, you letting me shake your hand violated my boundaries. I had no idea about all the awful things you did, and you actually let me reach out and touch you. I don't like to play armchair psychologist. It's not really my place to do so, but I'm going to make an exception for Ponder. When she was very young, her dad left her, and that more than likely gave her abandonment issues. In her adult life, she found friends on the internet, and she didn't want to lose them. She was in a community that loved drama, but was very isolated from the rest of the internet.
I'm actually... Okay, hold on. I can't believe I'm saying this. I would rarely say this. This is going to be soy as fuck. What a fucked up thing to put in a video. Like, look, don't get me wrong. I've said some fucked things about people. You can look at any of my coverage about NSE and know that I've said like some really fucking cruel things on this stream. And I make no apologies for doing it. But like, when I do stuff like this, it's because I'm mocking people who I don't have a personal hatred for NSE. I just really dislike her and I think it's funny. This isn't because Jar thinks it's funny. This is because Jar is trying to find like a vindictive thing to say to hurt Ponder. Like just out of pure spite against somebody who, like, objectively, I'm going to be honest, hasn't really done that much to Jar. In comparison to basically everyone else, what's Ponder's crime here? Telling a story about VidCon and calling him racist. That's it. And so, do you know what? Actually, fuck you, Jar. What a dick. The fuck is wrong with you? Like, you're not laughing. Like, if you were like, Lamau, Ponder's dad went out for cigarettes and never came back, and she's been making it everyone else's problem, I can see that as an argument, but this is just, like, fucking kind of vile. Listen, I told you this would be soy. I'm kind of surprised at myself, like, having this gut reaction. This really is a gut reaction of, like, what the fuck are you doing? Bro, it's just fucking weird. This isn't even played up for laughs. This is just you being, I don't know, kind of gross. Remember that Jar saying this is funny because he had just as bad a father? I mean, yeah, like, again, I mean, we've laughed about Jar's religious upbringing before, but dude, this is weird.
Then everything started changing. Doodle Tones got into a drama with me, and then right afterward she got into a drama with Mr. Medicare. The Alt CC was created and they went after a lot of her friends. But then everything started to change a lot when the first Spoctor drama happened. Ponder saved the day, and that drama was the first time she really started growing on YouTube. At that moment, everything seemed perfect. But later on, she learned that Spoctor was holding on to the nudes of a 13-year-old past the point he turned 18, along with Fagos telling her that he R-worded 2 trans women. She also found out tons of other bad things her friends have done, from drawing Cub to showing minors porn, to sexually harassing a 16-year-old, and more. She tried her best to cover up those things, or to move away from drama content, but it was already too late. Possibly after she saw what
Is this the beginning of the internet tough guy bully stage of Jar's lolcow tale? Dude, I think we've been too nice to Jar. I think, unironically, I think Jar's just crossed a line. I think this is actually a line where it's just Jar's like made himself even more fair game. People have like chilled a little bit, but dude, you can't put shit like this out and expect people not to be like, oh, okay, actually, maybe fuck you. Mally comes in about the bowling. I DM'd her. Dude, this is actually gross. This is actually gross. What the fuck, bro? Listen, this doesn't change anything with the Ponder drama at all, but this is, dude, you are not the person to say anything like this.
I did to Daft and Spoctor, she came to the conclusion that she was my next target. She convinced people I was stalking them at VidCon because I shook her hand. Yep, we live in a magical—
Hold on, no, you were stalking people at VidCon. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you were actively following them around. You said to Mally that you were gonna, like, basically that you wanted to meet up with her, and then you, like, keep, like, following them places. There's, like, video footage of them, like, turning the camera away because you're around. It's super fucking weird. People have a ton of stories of you, like, fucking following them up escalators. This wasn't just from Ponder. Dude.
world where I can find one person in a day, but not a whole group of people in 3 days. Ponder, I know what you, Harley, and Oranges look like. And yes, I saw you hiding behind Oranges. Her and her friends screamed when they saw me, and they cornered themselves on an escalator. I could have easily caught them if I wanted to, but I had no interest, so I just walked away. Trust me, if I wanted to catch you guys, I would have. But what would be the point?
Okay, bro. This isn't the defense you think it is. He lies as easily as he breathes. True rotting. Thank you for the 2. What is he doing? This is so bizarre.
For real.
What the fuck did he just say? You just said we lied about that? Wait, what? Yeah, of course he did. Because dude, all Jar can do is lie. This is This video is insane, bro.
Well, I can't believe anyone fell for this lie from them. But unfortunately for Ponder, she became the new queen bee of the ArtCC. When you are at the top, you become the biggest target. Just look at Spoctor, Lio, Peaches, me, Cinnibaro3, and more. Ponder...
I'm sorry, what? What was that? What was that, Jar?
B of the ArtCC. When you are at the top, you become the biggest target. Just look at Spoctor, Lio, Peaches, me, Cinnibaro3, and...
Okay, buddy. Okay, man, sure. You know what all those people have in common? They all fucked up really badly. At differing degrees, sure, but like really badly. Dude. We need to dude, we need to keep going.
And more. Ponder, in an attempt to hold on to everything, lost what she had. Let's do it.
Hold on. Someone said, okay, hold on. Timestamp 113.
I low-key think this was for views. Why else would someone play devil's advocate?
Oh, here we go. Let's go. I knew this would come up again. Hey guys. If you don't know who I am just a robot, and I'm mostly well known for doing power scaling videos and commentaries. One of the commentaries I did earlier this year was actually the one you're going to see pop up later in this video, and that video is, Stories is not 8 and Pentagram is stupid. While nobody was really able to prove me wrong when I questioned the claim that Stories was in fact 8 years old, it doesn't mean I didn't get a lot of comments about it. People questioned why I cared so much that she was pretending to be 8 years old. And honestly, I didn't care. The claim itself isn't the problem. It's what Story could do with that claim that was the problem. And the fact that people were believing an outrageous claim without any proof. And boy did she do the very worst thing with it that she could have. Ghosty didn't know Stories personally. They only heard that Stories claimed to be 8 years old. And when it got out that Stories...
Wait, so Lio was actively working with Ponder back in the day? Bro, Starbird with a 5. All of this and the music just made Jar sound like a serial stalker and killer. Tell me you don't want to shower after this. I need a second shower. I'm gonna have a shower after stream. I need to be cleansed. Maybe in bleach. Kick in with the 20 Swedish crowns. We need to bully Jar more. Can you... Dude, I can't read that. Do not DDoS a robot, okay?
was the one that Spoctor sent nudes to, everyone assumed that meant he sent nudes to an 8-year-old. Stories didn't even have to go out of her way to make herself seem like she was actually 8. She just had to say she was, and hordes of people believed her with absolutely no proof.
Holy fucking shit.
A TLDW of everything Ponder has done. She attacked a small channel that was run by a POC 16-year-old, and she did this so she could talk about the Madame drama some more, all for clout. She let him get sexually harassed by others in her community, and did nothing.
In the most homey way possible, choke on...
Hold on. Weren't you also friends with these people, Jar? What do you mean? Jar was also friendly with these people. Jar was in the FCK. He didn't interact, but it's not like he was outside the community. What? There's no Jar video calling everyone out for attacking Akumu back in the day. Jar is also guilty of this.
On my transsexual pink pube dick, you spineless, honorless shit puppet.
She fought for a guy who had CP on his drive past the point he turned 18.
Jar, you're still defending Spoctor! This is fucking unreal. Dude, I'm gonna break. Jar did a Toby video with Fuchsia. Fuck me. Break. I'm gonna 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 break. Holy fuck.
She covered up and paid one of her friends that
Okay,
she
listen,
thought
we just-
porn, but
dude.
she's comments pointing this out so her fan base wouldn't know what she did.
There was a comment about and Tom to and in security comment the playing on the only
She was Jabal, but to keep that facade going, she had to lie more and more.
Oh my god, this is
And
just
it
a
worked.
retread.
I knew the game she was trying to play, and I wasn't about to fall for it. But why am I making this video? It's because despite her being worse than me, and despite the fact that she is getting less than 1% the backlash I got, people are still comforting her and downplaying what she did. People are...
Dude. Holy fuck. Right. Until those DMs between Ponder and Spoctor became public, literally tonight, there is, and Jar isn't even including it, by the way. He's completely unaware of it. Ponder had done, like, nothing even near the fucking level of Jar. Okay? Even with the Phagos stuff, it's just like, there's stuff around it that become mitigating factors. And like, that's why the community split for it. I'm not saying I am, by the way. Like, again, the more I've learned about the Phagos stuff over time, the harsher and harsher I've become with it. Because it's a very convoluted piece of shit drama. But at the same time, it's like, okay, cool. You've got 3 girls being gaslit. Ponder's own claims is that she didn't believe Phagos at all and just wanted to get him into therapy because he was making up, like, weird shit. So whole layers to it. But also, we're talking about stuff that happened fucking years ago, as opposed to your drama, which is bang on stuff you are currently fucking doing. Like, even if you want to make the argument that, like, Phagos is, like, the stuff with Phagos is terrible, and sure, like, it, especially if, like, Ponder believed it, I agree with you, it's still about on par with defending somebody who's actively grooming a minor. I don't know what you like, and you're not just making a video defending them, you're having long calls and you're still defending Spoctor. Like, shut up, bro. Unreal. The fucking inability to self-reflect. I love Jar, actually. I will never stop being amazed that this man exists.
Saying things like, she had a bad home life, she's on 2 medications, she smokes a lot of weed, she's sad, and shut up.
So again, we talked about this earlier. I believe, like, so apparently, like, I think it's Ivy who said that, like, this, like, she smoked a lot of weed or stuff was in, like, reference to me. To be clear, I think this is just in reference to the memory stuff, and I've said this all the way through. If Ponder can't remember something, her brain is cooked. Like, I think that is, like, again, a thing you can look at and go, yeah, her fucking brain is cooked. She can't remember things. That's why she needs to watch the videos and go back over stuff. And this was my argument to Akumu as to why he should provide a list of things that Ponder needs to go over. But at the same time, it doesn't, like, that's not a mitigating factor of guilt. That's just, like, if Ponder can't remember, you need to provide that information to her because her brain is cooked. And thank you very fucking much for the... time for a sticker and bundle of cigarettes. Much appreciated, Kickin. Thank you for the 20 Swedish crowns. Please enjoy this lovely animation because you have earned some stickers. Okay, we're going to have one last goal. We're going to have one last goal, guys, because you've been so good tonight. And it's going to be a shorter one. It's going to be a shorter one. It's going to be for 5. I'm going to give you a chance for another sticker goal. Another sticker goal. Okay, because I don't think we've got long left. So if you can fill 5, you get another sticker.
Up. Everyone has a sob story. No one has a perfect home life. And almost everyone has something mentally...
It will always be funny how Jar flipped me from Ponder is worse to Jar is worse. Dude, like, speed running it. So he wants us to get over the cine drama, and yet he brings up stuff that happened several years ago. This is just rules for you and not for me. Yes. Exactly. Like every ACC drama. Again, like, if there's claims that I've downplayed the Ponder stuff, which I've heard from chat, I've tried to be as balanced as possible. And I said this, like, in my whole hour-long spiel about Ponder from a couple of weeks ago, whereas, like, I knew that Ponder had, like, information about Spoctor ahead of time. I couldn't say anything. I think that stuff is going to be worse. I thought it was going to be worse. And I literally said I didn't want to, like, I didn't want this, like, outrage about every single part of the Ponder drama, because I thought it would, like, be essentially damaging to the overall drama and wider criticism. And I knew Toastify was working on a video. If Toastify is still in chat, by the way, and if people want to know whether like Beckett was sweeping, Toastify, like I linked up Toastify and Akumu because like I was like, these are two people who should talk to each other. So it's not like I again have been trying to link up and get like people set up to cover the story. I just knew stuff was coming, but at the same time, it's like, we're talking about stuff from years ago, and a lot of it's negligence until we get to the fucking Spoctor DMs. I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, yeah, dude, what the actual fuck? Those DMs are really damning.
Wrong with them if they make drama videos. If I did half the shit Ponder did, I would never, ever hear the end.
Bro, you know that clip in Men in Black? Where it's like the guy's talking to Will Smith and he's like, if you were half the man I was, and it, like Will Smith's like, you are half the man I was. Or like I am, like, because like he's talking to a fat guy. Jar, you have done more than half the shit Ponder has done. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Becca, I don't think you're helping hide things. I think you're too empathetic. I probably am a bit too empathetic with people. That's probably true. I give people a lot of grace, and sometimes that can be detrimental. But sure. I think I just own that as a criticism though.
End of it. Ponder never had to deal with someone photoshopping her grooming a 13-year-old. Ponder never had to deal with people calling her a rapist. Ponder never had to deal with people doxing her and using it to make a fake Twitter account of her.
Oh my god, bro. Everyone said those things are bad. He's doing the same thing again. He's going, guys, feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for me, guys. All this terrible stuff happened to me. All the people that came after me in these dramas. It's so sad, guys. It's sad. Please help. Bro, fuck off and die in a ditch. Dude, you're such a loser.
Saying that she raped her 9-year-old niece. I, on the other hand, had to deal with all of that. So by her logic, I should be able to do anything I want on the internet and never be called out for it.
There are a handful of other smaller things Ponder has done, like privating her video, getting another goat on the Ashley drama. I do not know the full details as to why she did this, but from what I've been told, she was approached by people behind the scenes who claimed they had issues with the video. Of course, knowing Ponder, she's going to be very vague as to why she took that video down, as well as to why she took all of her other videos down. And lastly, the cherry on top of this shit sundae of everything Ponder.
Kick in with 20 Swedish crowns. Swedish crowns? Is that what we're doing? Swedish crowns? Swedish crowns. Jar would never give a million different excuses. So true. Dude, I just like saying Swedish crowns. Right, okay.
Has done. Chuli, who I believe was 14 at the time, drew NSFW for Junkie, and he encouraged it. Ponder knew about this and said nothing about it. No wonder why she wasn't shocked by what she heard in the FCK.
Hold on. Let's be clear about something here. I just want to be really clear about what Chuli drew or Junkie, because this is actually incredibly important. I didn't realize he'd include this. To be clear, if Jar is going to call out Ponder for knowing about this and doing nothing about it, because this is, like, it's funny that he censored this more effectively than the cub porn, because what Chuli drew was lewds. It was lewds. It wasn't true NSFW. It was lewds. And if the criticism here is, well, you knew about it and did nothing, the previous drama of Jar talking about, like, getting lewds from a 17-year-old, well, that suddenly, by Jar's own standards, becomes a lot more serious, actually. So, Jar's playing a pretty dangerous game here, funnily enough. Like, if the standard is Ponder knew and did nothing about it, like, oh, Jar didn't cover it, Chuli and Falgi did? Ah, okay. If the standard here is, well, Ponder didn't know and therefore it's really bad, well, okay, well, Jar, aren't you just, isn't this a tacit admission from Jar that what he received is something he'd consider, like, not safe for work from a minor? Bro, are you fucking like, dude, how dumb are you? So, okay, by Jar's own standards, he was aware of minors being groomed in his own server. By him. Okay, faced. Well done, bro. GG, well played. Fucking idiot.
Then she started to talk about, porn with Chuli, who, might I remind you, is 1 year older than a cupcake. By the way, if my math is correct, Ponder would have been 25 when this happened. Now, Ponder, I know you're deleting comments and you're trying to run away, but why don't you take some advice from, well, your past self about this?
He acknowledges that he removes comments that effectively don't agree with him or imply anything but the noblest intent. Which is hilarious considering his bias against Lemurs is very apparent from him openly harassing her and asking other people to send him her private information, thus betraying a lack of noble intent. That's what he's doing here when he says that he has been removing comments from his video. Lemurs even commented, and that comment is no longer on the video.
Shut up.
Spoke with
EDP moment? Well, that EDP is Jar's favorite pedophile.
Monster.
A bio convoy about Ponder that most people don't know about. Aside from me, Soph the Neko, and Lio Convoy, Ponder was the only other person who reached out to Eno, Cinny's victim, and checked on them to see if they were okay. Yep, I reached out to Eno and apologized to them, but Ponder actually checking on them and not being completely cow hungry gave me a lot of respect for her. I do find one thing humorous about this entire situation around Ponder. If Stories and Pentagrin didn't do what they did, Ponder probably never would have been exposed. If Stories and Pentagrin never called Spoctor out, Manus would have never called Spoctor out, and Phagos and Junkie wouldn't have learned about the nudes of the 13-year-old that Spoctor was holding on to. And if they never found out about it, Ponder would have never found out about it, and Ponder would have never tried to cover it up. So
This is so retarded. I can't. I actually can't. I'm done. I'm actually fucking done. We're gonna go and watch the Lio stream, okay? Isn't it funny? He is again proving Chuli is telling the truth about how people have gone after her as a minor, as he is still doing it to this day by going after her drawings as a minor. Not quite. Not quite. I see where you're going. It doesn't really line up. I'd be surprised if Jar referenced another one in order to mix it up, throw a white Bowser reference into a video. True, actually. He needs some new shit, okay? Dude, all the way through this, I've got a tab open with Proro on it, because I want to watch some Proro soon. Proro. Dude. Where's Lio's stream? Can I go and watch some Lio? Okay. Okay, so there are two bits apparently from this I need to watch. Like one of them's at 1 minute 40. I've been told. Is that what we're doing? Give me the timestamps, guys. So 1 minute 40 is one of them. Because none of those people were Spy Girl who was going after Spoctor. God only knows. I don't know. I give up with Jar's fucking brain. Okay, 140. Let's go from here.
Yeah, donate to my GoFundMe instead of Jar's Patreon.
Yes, please.
I mean,
Alright,
based.
Let's
sure.
read some things, shall we? So this is mine and Chuli's DMs, but what's interesting is what I'm about to pull up here. So you guys may have noticed in the last stream I did, I was distracted for a little bit because Inno was telling me about how they were messaging me. What they were messaging me is the fact that Soph tore into Jar, and Jar decided to apologize to Inno, but of course it wasn't just that. Jar wanted to do a video on Inno and Cinny. He wanted to take what this kid went through and try to turn it into a clout piece to quote-unquote make up for his wrongdoings instead of just
Holy fucking shit.
Just owning it and moving on. So we're going to read some of the DMs these two had. Chuli, would you like to read Inno's part?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to listen to a read through, so we're just gonna read the DMs. I'm looking for Lio's thing currently. Lio's thing? Video live premiere. I don't know I don't know. I wish I could clear stuff up. Oh, that one. It's okay. At this point, I'm used to being hated. Please remove the link. I'd rather not look at it. Sure, it hurts, but you are more important right now. I'm sorry, Jar. It's not your fault. Listen, don't worry about me. I'm a big boy and can take care of myself. Right now, I want to help with your video. Dude. Jar saw Ponder's whole thing and aimed lower. Unbelievable. Actually unreal. Okay. Let's go to the next one. I want people to stop being upset with you. We're clearing this up. I know you do. I know. But they won't stop. They can make money off my name, so they will not stop. I want to help you and Soph make the video in any way I can. I know how to edit, so that might make things go more smooth. Bro! Listen, I know that I defended the person who groomed you, but maybe I can help. The victim is apologizing to Jar. This is unreal. This is so bad. What the fuck, bro? Did he get this from Jar? Yeah, but the same applies to you. I don't want you taking this to heart. You are such a good person. You bring tears to my eyes by saying that, but the beast thing for you to do is to finish that video. I'll help you guys edit if you need it. Soph's birthdays has happened, so for now the video is on hold. I'm just working on my sprites. Alright, have fun. I drew this while listening to your thing. This is fucking crazy. This is actually crazy. Dude! What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? No, Eno dropped it? Okay. Dude. Also, Ouija Pie is not innocent. Look at my coverage if you want to see my current take. Okay, that was someone else. Okay. Interesting design. Thanks. Lesson. I know it looks grim, but your video will turn everything around for you. I'm sure of it. I just wish I reached out to you before that leak happened. I know, but I'm happy we can talk. I'm just all over the place currently. I'm here if you need to vent. It's the least I can do. It's gonna be okay. Dude! The fucking grooming victim is comforting Jar. Oh my fucking god, bro. It's amazing that Jar just can't fucking learn not to... How do you keep fucking this up every time? How much do you want to bet he had a sleep call with Eno? Eno, did you like the rape porn? Can I send you rape porn, Eno? What the fuck, bro? Oh, and Jar dropped contact with Eno because he was scared he was gonna look like a creep. Gee, we wonder why. Okay, that's good to hear. I'm glad. I've been worrying after listening to our call over and over again. I'm just upset with Lio, but you know, I'm not really upset, just conflicted. Tell me about it. I'm here to listen. We are dyslexic. Sorry for bad grammar. I'm watching his stream. I don't like thinking people are evil or whatever. I understand. Something mean, but it's nothing I haven't heard before. They can say, okay, they can say mean things, but is that all of them? Is that all the DMs? I actually can't believe what I'm reading. What is his problem? Bro, we're not mean enough to Jar. He tried to clout shark off a grooming victim of the fucking groomer he defended. Okay, are there any more? Any more for any more? Dude. Unfucking real. Unreal, bro. Dude, what a capping point for this stream. Guys, we've been going for like nearly 8 hours. Nearly 8 hours of aluminium-filled streaming. I just wanted to say aluminium. Couldn't really work it in very well, but I'll own that. I'll own that. I'll own that possession. Fuck it. Dude, W stream. Toast Replies like, W stream, you watch my videos, based. Oh, dude, this has been so long. Dude, you guys have been hanging for ages. We've been like consistently around 300 to 400 the entire fucking night. That's crazy. How can he keep getting worse? I literally have no fucking idea, Kickin. Thank you for the 20 Swedish crowns. Becky, keep playing Live's video. It has some more in it, does it? I can't see anymore. I think he sent him a picture, sent a picture of a cat. I think that's all of it. I think that's all of it. Dude. Beckett, you made Hornetbot hate Jar more than Lio. The bar is in the ground, okay? The bar is in the ground. Jibs is here? Wait, is Jibs in chat? Did I miss Jibs in chat? Jibs, how you doing? Pretty sure Jibs has a wrench. Doesn't Jibs have a wrench? Anyway, Jibs, hello, if you are in chat. Oh, I can see Jibs, okay. Aluminium is wild. How you doing, Jibs? I've seen Jibs. I've seen Jibs. How you doing? How you doing? It's been ages. Fuck me. Okay, guys. We're going to start wrapping up. So if anyone has any further questions, comments, anything else, I will, like, I don't know when I'm next streaming. I've got no idea. I'm meant to be working on a video. Not going well. Guys. I'll get into the flow. I'm good. Busy with college. Based. Love to hear it. Yeah, that was such a long stream. We need the food shots video, true. See you all next week for the next chapter of Clanker's Lament. Dude, we're gonna... Listen, if this is the turning point in more jar content, I'm gonna be happy. Okay? I'm not against it. I'm not against it. Let's work. I'll raid you into art block next. Okay. Right. I should have been packing to move, but this was worth it. Dude, I hope the move goes well. I hate moving. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I might watch the Lio stream. Fuck. Okay, listen, guys. I need to go and work on a video. I'm going to go and find something to eat because I'm hungry and probably have a shower because... Dude, I just want to sit under some water. That's, you know, that's a partial lie, actually. I don't have a shower in my house. I'm probably going to have a bath and just, like, sort of, like, see how long I can hold my breath. Oh, fuck. This has been banging. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Thank you for all the support, as always. It is much fucking appreciated. And I will catch you in the next one, okay, guys? And I hope you have a great week. Yes, week. It's fucking Monday today, isn't it? Right. Peace, guys. Catch you in the next one. Laters.